And we are on day 3 of the public hearing in WQCC 23-84. This is a water reuse rule proposed by the Environment Department. We have 3 things we're going to do this morning before we return to the cross-examination of the Environment Department panel. The first thing we're doing is public comment. This is the 5th opportunity to offer public comment out of 10 this week. The next public comment session is at 1, and then we are at 9 and 1 tomorrow and Friday. After that, we'll hear from Amigos Bravos witness and then from Mr. Hightower. Right now, though, we're taking public comment. I will call on you just once, so please collect your thoughts. I will briefly swear you in. I will ask you to spell your name for the transcript. And then there is such a volume of public comment, I have to ask folks to stay within a 3-minute timeline. So the 2 names I have on the sign-in sheet is the first is Raven Alcott. Is Raven Alcott in the room or on the platform?
Yes.
Terrific. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
Raven, Raven, and then Alcott, Alcott.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So like I just said, my name is Raven Alcott. I'm from the Pueblo of San Ildefonso and a member of Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, also known as YUCCA. I'm speaking today to call on you to reject the proposal regarding the reuse of toxic wastewater referred to as produced water for projects outside the scope of the oil and gas industry. The water reuse rule is pillared on rhetoric of responsible water management, but there's nothing responsible, ethical, or empirically sound about permitting toxic wastewater beyond oil and gas fields where it has the potential to harm, pollute, and destroy ecosystems and communities. In my tribal community, water is among the most sacred elements and entities. Historically and recently, our community's water bodies and local water systems have been constantly under attack by threats of toxic pollutants and waste from a nuclear colony. Unsurprisingly, this history and experience is not ours alone. Across the state, many Black and Brown communities face disproportionate exposures and effects to these contaminations and threats to clean and safe water sources. The provisions set forth by this toxic water reuse rule not only perpetuates historic and ongoing cycles of environmental injustice, but sustains it for generations to come due to the insufficient and inadequate considerations for health impacts to land and people. Allowing industries to utilize toxic wastewater for demonstration and industrial projects without science-backed precautions or limitations following their well-documented history of pollution, seismic activity, and poisoning of fresh water is backwards and enabling. Instead of phasing out the oil and gas industry, which has been recognized in scientific literature to cause climate change and fuel the catastrophic changes we are currently feeling in our state, this resolution upholds the same system causing the issues this proposal attempts to address. Water is fundamental to our livelihoods as Pueblo people, farmers, and stewards of the land. There must be extensive consideration, evaluation, and assessment to the impacts that toxic wastewater containing radioactive material, carcinogenics, and forever chemicals can have on the environment and its people before granting a known exploitive industry to reuse it elsewhere in the name of efficiency and sustainability. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alcott. The next person is Marcy Levitt, and I see Marcy in the room. Marcy, you can come up to the table. If you would, please give her a seat. Ms. Levitt, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? And if you would spell your name for the transcript. I was going to point to you as an excellent example of what to do if you have more than 3 minutes of public comment, which a lot of folks do. Mercy's put her comment in writing. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Marcy Levitt. For more than 20 years, I worked for the Environment Department as a staff scientist, chief of the Ground and Surface Water Quality Bureaus, and director of the Water and Waste Management Division. I've been involved in numerous rulemakings regarding the Water Quality Control Commission regulations, and I've also overseen many hundreds of discharge permits, certification of federal permits, and numerous contamination and spill cleanups. After I left the Environment Department, I worked for 6 years for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as the Clean Water Act Section 404 Regulatory Chief for New Mexico and West Texas. I support the Environment Department's proposal in 20.6.8400 to explicitly prohibit all discharges of untreated and treated produced water. Produced water contains known contaminants as well as other chemicals that are undisclosed under the guise of being trade secrets. Without sound data on the type and concentration of contaminants in each distinct produced water waste stream and the efficacy of treatment technologies, effective water quality standards cannot be promulgated. Until effective water quality standards are in place, such discharges must be prohibited. The current rules do not give the department the authority to deny a permit and prohibit, Furthermore, the current Water Quality Control Commission regulations do not give the department the authority to blanketly deny permits for a certain sector, even if it is clear in advance that the discharges from that sector pose a risk to water quality. In the case of produced water, without any explicit prohibition, any discharge permit application submitted to the department would have to undergo processing, which takes resources from other important activities. If it is known in advance that produced water discharges cannot be permitted because of the issues I just mentioned, then it is better to prohibit those discharges explicitly until such time that effective water quality standards are in place and all other blanket concerns can be addressed. I also support the requirements in 20.6.8400B regarding requirements for demonstration projects. This section of the proposal requires financial assurance, spill prevention, and safe transportation plans. Based on my experience overseeing industrial and other projects, spills often happen despite the efforts to control discharges. Therefore, I support rules that require every produced water demonstration project and industrial project to include, at a minimum, plans for safe transportation of treated and untreated produced water, spill prevention and containment plans, and robust financial assurance that would cover full cleanup costs for any spill or other contamination incident. I also support the provisions of 20.6.8400B8, which limit final disposition of untreated and treated produced water used in demonstration projects to oil and gas injection wells, surface management facilities, or permanent pits approved pursuant to the OCD regulations. Until effective water quality standards are in place, produced water must be treated as any other oil and gas waste stream. I believe that the department's proposed requirement for notice regarding produced water demonstration projects is prudent and necessary. Requiring notice of demonstration projects will allow the department to remain abreast of important new information that could accelerate the development of water quality standards for produced water. Additionally, as with any rule, there can be differing interpretations regarding regulatory language requiring notice of new discharges. Explicitly requiring notices of intent for produced water demonstration projects levels the playing field for all entities, which is something industry has strongly favored in other rulemakings.
Please wrap up.
Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you very
Good timing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love it. Tiffany Rivera.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you
Thank
swear
you.
or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
Tiffany Rivera, Tiffany, Rivera, Rivera.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tiffany Rivera, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau is New Mexico's largest and oldest agriculture advocacy organization. Our mission is to promote and protect agriculture in the great state of New Mexico. New Mexico's agricultural producers understand that water is the lifeblood to protecting crops and raising livestock, and this can prove challenging in a dry and arid state like New Mexico. New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau supports research and development of produced water and other sources of viable wastewater for irrigation, domestic, or industrial uses. We appreciate all of the hard work that the Produced Water Consortium and the New Mexico Environment Department have dedicated to the issue of produced water and the potential for its reuse. Agricultural land is a producer's most valuable asset and directly contributes to the viability of the operation and personal livelihood. While we view the use of produced water as a potential tool to assist in overcoming our continued challenges with water availability, we also understand the importance of establishing a framework that will allow for the use and safe use of produced water in New Mexico, particularly on agricultural products, while protecting the land. In reviewing the ground and surface water protection supplemental requirements for water reuse proposed rule, New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau generally supports the spirit of this rule, but we do have a few concerns with some key terms that are going to directly impact our sector. Terms defined within the rule of interest to my membership include agricultural application, flood irrigation application, food crop application, and livestock application. At this point, it seems premature for the New Mexico Environment Department to seek comment on terms that are not actively utilized within the text of the proposed rule, as we simply cannot analyze or predict in what context these terms will be used. We respectfully request that these terms be omitted from the proposed rule language at this time and reincorporated at a future time with complementary text, which we can then fully analyze. In closing, I would like to reiterate that New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau supports research and development of produced water and other sources of viable wastewater, again, for irrigation, domestic, and industrial uses, and appreciates all the work that has gone into this effort. I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I thank the Environment Department for their work on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I can't always do a sweep of folks who haven't reached out to Pam, but I can this morning. Is there anyone in the room who would like to offer public comment at this time? Oh, terrific. Terrific. Come on up. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. If you would state and spell your name for the transcript.
Okay. My name is Bobby Bissold, and I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
We need a spelling
I was spelling
of your name.
my name, Bobby, Bobbe. There's no I in there. Thank you. And then the last name is Bissold, Besold.
I'll start your time now.
So, I represent a small organization called Rivers Run Through Us, and we are advocates for water and the Santa Fe River, especially. But and then I'm also a mother, a grandmother, and I'm looking around at you, and I imagine many of you have children, grandchildren, maybe you have nieces or nephews, and part of the reason I am here, and other people who are here to talk about what's going on with our water is for the future, and is not only for our children, but the children to come. So I find it really horrifying that that we even have to consider talking about trying to clean water that contains so many carcinogens, known carcinogens, and that is literally hazardous waste, toxic waste. And you want to try to treat that water so that it can be used in agriculture and in other uses to grow our food. This is simply not acceptable, and I think you should you can understand that. You can all understand that if you have children. because what plants take up obviously stays in the plant and then is ingested. So I would like I'm asking you to ban the use of all fracked water, so-called produced water. We don't produce water. Water is part of who we are on this planet. You're all sitting here because you drank water this morning. Maybe you took a shower. You ate food that comes from water. We simply do not exist without water. We cannot live without water. And water that has toxins in it is not acceptable. It does not bring us life. So I would like you to ban the use of any fracked water. I would like you to also ban the use of any treated water outside of the area of the oil and gas industry. And as you all know, when you went to school, you were told, or maybe by your parents or teachers, that you're supposed to clean up your mess. And the oil and gas industry is not responsible for cleaning up their mess. It is not my responsibility as a taxpayer to do that, to clean up their mess.
Please wrap up.
Okay. And so I want them to clean up their messes, and I would like the state to please hire enough staff to take care of this and make sure that it happens.
Thank
Okay?
you.
And thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you. Let me ask if there's anyone else in the room who would like to offer comment at this time. There are 5 more opportunities.
I wanted to give this to you.
All righty. Thank you. Nope. All right. Now let me go to the platform. Is there anyone on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time? No? All righty. We will then move back to the technical case. And our first order of business this morning in the technical case is to hear from Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club's witness. Ms. Fox, if you would, please.
Dr. Lewis will first give a summary of his direct testimony, then a summary of his rebuttal testimony, and then limited rebuttal responding to rebuttal testimony of other parties.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
My name is Christopher Lewis.
What is your current employment?
I am a senior technical consultant with Industrial Economics Incorporated, or IEC, where I've worked since 2006. In my role, I assist with clients on matters related to natural resource damage assessment, risk assessment, economic and policy analysis, ecosystem services, and scientific data collection, management, and interpretation.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology with a minor in Spanish from Middlebury College, and both a Master of Science and a Doctor of Science in Environmental Health, both concentrating in environmental science and engineering from the Harvard University School of Public Health.
Please briefly describe your work background and work you've undertaken in New Mexico.
At IEC, I worked on many projects throughout the U.S. and to a limited degree internationally. This has included work for federal, state, and tribal clients, including the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Interior Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Department of Energy, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and many state and tribal environmental agencies and offices of attorneys general. My work has ranged from providing policy analysis and decision-making support to litigation support, and from applied fieldwork to desk-based research and modeling, typically at the intersection of environmental science, policy, and economics. For example, my work for EPA has included policy analysis, managing peer reviews, conducting literature reviews, and developing guidance documents. This is included helping EPA develop guidance related to soil cleanup approaches at Superfund sites, as well as assessment of human health risks associated with polychlorinated biphenyls or PCBs. I've also done a significant amount of work in the context of assessing harms from hazardous substance and petroleum releases to surface and groundwaters across the country. In New Mexico, since 2010, I have also served as the lead environmental scientist for the Department of Energy on the natural resource damage assessment at Los Alamos National Laboratory. I've also worked on behalf of the New Mexico Office of the Natural Resources Trustee and the Navajo Nation to assess damages, evaluate environmental restoration, and review and provide comment on EPA risk assessment documents.
Is an accurate copy of your curriculum vitae attached as Amigos Bravos Sierra Club Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And Dr. Lewis, you supplied direct and rebuttal testimony on behalf of Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club in this matter.
Yes.
Is that testimony accurate to the best of your knowledge, and do you adopt that testimony today?
Yes.
In broad terms, what opinions will you provide in this testimony?
I will provide opinions on the environmental risks associated with discharge of produced water to surface water and groundwater, and our inability to characterize the risks of unknown contaminants in produced water or known contaminants lacking hazard information. My opinions support NMED's proposed prohibition on the discharge of untreated and treated produced water to surface and groundwater. Based on the hazards and risks associated with discharge of untreated and treated produced water, the treatment technologies available, and the lack of information on the precise constituents in produced water, and the human health and ecological toxicity of many constituents of produced water, in my opinion, a prohibition on the discharge of treated and untreated produced water to ground and surface water is prudent and warranted in order to protect human health and the environment.
What is an environmental risk assessment?
Environmental risk assessment is an analytical process to characterize the nature and magnitude of potential adverse effects of hazards on human health or the environment. A hazard is a physical, chemical, or biological stressor, such as heat, the element mercury, or a virus. Risk assessment typically involves 4 steps: hazard identification, dose response evaluation, exposure assessment, and then risk characterization. Putting these steps together in a risk assessment results in an overall evaluation of the likelihood of adverse effects given the known hazards of the stressor and the extent to which a human or ecological receptor is or is potentially exposed to it.
How are hazards established?
So hazards may be established in a variety of ways, including through lab-based toxicity testing, epidemiological studies, and toxicological screening assays. In environmental risk assessment, we typically think about risk being based on the concentration of a hazardous stressor in the environment, dose response information about how increasing concentrations cause increasing adverse effects, and the extent to which a human or ecological receptor comes into contact or might be expected to come into contact with relevant concentrations in the environment.
And please describe your work experience with particular attention to your work related to environmental risk assessment.
So I've received formal training in environmental risk assessment in graduate school. This included courses such as risk assessment, regulatory toxicology, environmental risk management, as well as courses on properties of environmental contaminants and epidemiology. As a consultant at IEC, I've worked for EPA to conduct research and develop internal memoranda related to risk assessment, as well as risk assessment guidance documents, and managed peer reviews of regulatory risk assessments conducted by EPA. I've worked for Health Canada to conduct literature reviews related to the risks of environmental stressors. And as part of my work for clients on natural resource damage assessment matters, I regularly review and rely on information generated as part of environmental risk assessments. As noted, this has included reviewing and providing comment on site-specific human and ecological risk assessment documents.
To prepare your direct testimony, what sources did you review?
I reviewed a variety of peer-reviewed journal articles, as well as government reports related to produced water, including the known and unknown constituents in produced water, the toxicity of known constituents in produced water, studies of the effects of releasing produced water into the environment, and produced water treatment technologies and regulatory regimes. A list of my sources is at the end of my testimony.
What constituents are found in produced water?
So produced water typically contains saline water, as well as natural and man-made hydrocarbons, drilling fluids, and constituents originating from the rocks from which petroleum is extracted. The salinity of produced water can vary from less than 1% up to greater than 30%, or roughly 10 times as saline as the ocean. In the Permian Basin in New Mexico, one study found salinity range from about 10 to 20%. Drilling fluids are primarily clay-based, but can contain a variety of known and proprietary additives. Drilling fluids can also refer to hydraulic fracturing fluids. Constituents from the environment can include hydrocarbons, salts, metals, and radionuclides.
What are the human and ecological health hazards and risks associated with contamination that may be present in untreated produced water?
So many constituents found in untreated produced water are known hazards. For example, common constituents include arsenic, barium, bromide, mercury, as well as benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes, or BTEX commonly referred to. And these constituents have the potential to cause carcinogenic, developmental, reproductive, or other adverse effects in humans and other biological organisms. In addition, the concentration of salts alone in raw produced water are high enough to be toxic to freshwater organisms, meaning raw produced water discharged into a freshwater stream or lake poses a risk of harming aquatic ecosystems. Produced water can contain hundreds of other constituents. For many of these constituents, hazard information is lacking. A 2020 meta-analysis conducted by Danforth et al. Documented more than 1,000 individual known chemical constituents. The Danforth article is NMED Exhibit 133 or 133. A follow-up presentation reviewing additional data sources suggests more than 2,800 unique compounds may be present in produced water. In addition, there are many constituents that are proprietary. So their basic chemical structure is not known to the public, let alone their potential toxicity. An EPA study identified 692 unique ingredients in hydraulic fracturing fluids, 11% of which were designated as confidential business information. It's also possible that new chemicals are created during the drilling and operation of oil and gas wells through chemical transformation of known and unknown constituents in produced water. Academic and government studies have shown the concentrations of known chemical constituents in produced water can vary greatly. For example, barium and strontium concentrations in produced water based on USGS data ranged from less than 10 micrograms per liter to more than 10 grams per liter. The high end of that range is 1,000,000 times higher than the low end.
So then, in assessing environmental risks associated, is assessing environmental risk associated with produced water difficult?
Yes, it is very difficult because there is no single standard makeup of produced water. The very nature of its highly variable constituents mean that produced water from one well may pose a significantly different risk than produced water from another well. Nonetheless, researchers have aimed to tackle this question. Investigations of the composition of produced water indicate that metals concentrations can be orders of magnitude above EPA acute and chronic criteria for the protection of aquatic life. And pH can range from 3.4 to 10.1, which is well outside the range of natural freshwaters. Those metals concentrations and extreme pH values would be expected to cause toxicity to biological organisms living in freshwater systems. Another recent meta-analysis found concentrations observed in produced water of benzene were 860 milligrams per liter, while EPA's standard for aquatic life is just 5.3 milligrams per liter. And the federal maximum contaminant level is 0.005 milligrams per liter. The same analysis found maximum concentrations of toluene in produced water of 16,800 milligrams per liter, while EPA's standard for aquatic life is just 17.5 milligrams per liter. and the federal maximum contaminant level is 1 milligram per liter. These observed concentrations are multiple orders of magnitude higher than these EPA standards. Further, benzene is carcinogenic, and its maximum contaminant level maximum contaminant level goal is 0, since there is no threshold for effects of carcinogenic compounds. This means any exposure to this contaminant is expected to increase the risk of cancer.
Is there peer-reviewed literature evaluating the toxicity of the chemicals in produced water?
Yes. So the Danforth et al. Meta-analysis that I mentioned earlier, that I cite and that NMED cites, is one of the most recent and comprehensive evaluations of the relative toxicity of the chemicals of produced water. That study found that 1,198 chemicals were identified as present in produced water. Out of those, only 167 had corresponding toxicity information available. Of those 167, a list of 23 chemicals was highlighted as being of particular toxicological concern based on their maximum observed concentration in produced water and toxicological information on the lower bound effects thresholds. So those thresholds came from laboratory and field-based ecological toxicity studies, as well as toxicological screening assays. The authors also identified 36 chemicals as occurring on EPA's priority pollutant list. This means that out of only the small fraction of produced water constituents about which we know something of their potential hazards and concentrations, dozens would be expected to pose a risk to human or environmental receptors if those receptors were exposed to produced water. So researchers have also published studies of the direct toxicity of produced water constituents or of produced water itself to ecological receptors. For example, a 2020 review by Folkerts et al. First identified specific adverse toxicological effects to aquatic organisms caused by individual produced water constituents, including those salts, metals, and organics, such as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, at concentrations that were observed in produced waters. The authors then synthesized studies of the toxicity of produced water tested directly on aquatic organisms, of the toxicity of laboratory-generated reconstituted produced water containing mixtures of some of the known constituents of produced water. And the observed toxicological responses included immunological, endocrine, metabolic, development, and mortality responses in aquatic organisms. Finally, a recent study of Permian Basin produced water taken from near Carlsbad, funded by the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute, showed that even diluted and treated produced water induced toxicity in three toxicity screening assays. The 2020 paper in the Journal of Science of the Total Environment, titled Toxicological Characterization of Produced Water in the Permian Basin, is cited in my direct testimony. The principal author is Dr. Lei Hu, whom you've heard from previously in the hearings earlier. Dr. Hu's background and testimony are quite impressive. That study highlighted that salinity was the primary driver of toxicity, but that organic constituents may play a role in the observed toxicity. And it also raised the possibility that produced water constituents may cause synergistic toxicity. So based on these studies, we know that specific known constituents in produced water, as well as the raw produced water itself, may pose a risk to human health and the environment.
What technologies are being used to treat produced water?
So different technologies are effective at removing different contaminants from water. For example, chemicals can be added to water to react with contaminants and cause them to precipitate out of solution. Bioreactors can address high levels of organic carbon. Carbon filtration can be used to filter out hydrophobic organic contaminants, and irradiation with ultraviolet light can also be used to remove bacteria. So given the wide variety of contaminants in produced water, in fact, multiple treatment technologies have been documented to address different needs, and different treatment technologies generally can be organized based on the classes of contaminants that they're meant to target. So although many traditional approaches can remove upwards of 80, 90, or even 95% of oil, grease, suspended solids, and metals, the reality is that most approaches are not 100% effective at removing even targeted contaminants, may not address non-targeted contaminants, and are subject to failure. So one particular problem is the complete removal of aromatic compounds such as BTEX, which I mentioned before, which may not be completely removed in industrial water treatment settings. To ensure removal of the various constituents that may be present in produced water, a more thorough and complete understanding of what constituents are included in produced water needs to be developed. So treatment techniques targeting the specific contaminants may be employed. Further, multiple treatments in series may be necessary, and treatment-trained effluents should be tested to confirm removal.
How effective are these technologies in treating produced water to meet water quality standards, such as drinking water standards or surface and groundwater standards?
Okay, so under limited circumstances, dischargers have demonstrated success with treating produced water to meet specific permit requirements. For example, in Pennsylvania, Colorado, and Wyoming. However, I don't believe these few specific examples demonstrate that treatment of all types of produced water in a typical industrial setting would result in effluents that meet ground or surface water quality standards in New Mexico. For example, where discharge has been permitted, it has been limited to produced water from conventional oil and gas or coal bed methane wells, where hydraulic fracturing fluids have not been used. As stated, treatment trains would be needed in most cases to effectively treat variable contaminants that may be present in produced water. And treatment trains should be designed to address the specific suite of contaminants present in the produced water.
Please describe the human and ecological health hazards and risks associated with contamination that may be present in treated produced water.
So the same types of risks I discussed previously about untreated water are relevant to treated produced water. So treatment only reduces the concentrations of produced water constituents. It therefore may reduce the level of risk, but it doesn't necessarily eliminate that risk. So lingering risk stems from two key factors. First, we know that treatment does not equate to complete removal of contaminants, of a contaminant from a wastewater stream. This is particularly problematic from a risk perspective for hazards such as carcinogens that do not have a safe level of exposure, but it is also relevant to non-carcinogenic compounds because they may accumulate in the environment downstream of wastewater treatment facilities or may not be removed to below levels of concern. Second, treatment trains must be designed to address the specific suite of contaminants that are present. And even then, some contamination may still pass through the treatment process. Since we do not know the full suite of contaminants that may be present in produced water, it is possible, if not likely, that unknown hazards may be passing through treatment facilities. Now, this challenge that water treatment is not 100% effective, particularly against non-target compounds, is not unique to the petroleum industry. It was most strikingly shown by two USGS studies from the early 2000s, which first documented numerous pharmaceutical and personal care products in US streams and led to widespread public health concerns regarding the persistence of these chemicals in drinking water. These studies clearly demonstrated that measurable quantities of known hazards were passing through our wastewater and drinking water treatment facilities and into our surface waters. So I have similar concerns about substances expected to be in produced water in New Mexico. For example, radium is a known contaminant in produced water from New Mexico's Permian Basin. Studies of stream sediments in Pennsylvania near centralized waste treatment facilities demonstrated that even with treatment, managed wastewater from oil and gas facilities led to increased radium at the facility outfalls and downstream of the outfalls relative to upstream. So contaminants that pass through wastewater treatment facilities therefore still may pose a risk to any exposed human or ecological receptors that come into contact with the wastewater treatment facility discharges. If wastewater receiving streams or aquifers are hydrologically connected to or subsequently use themselves as a source of drinking water, any contaminants that subsequently pass through the drinking water treatment process may then pose a risk to the public consuming that water.
Please describe the uncertainty associated with human and ecological health risks associated with unknown constituents that may be present in treated and untreated produced water or with constituents, or with known constituents, but for which information on their potential human and ecological toxicity is lacking.
So I discussed those 4 steps of risk assessment earlier, and risk characterization is the final step in risk assessment. And most of what I've discussed relates to the characterizable risks associated with untreated and treated produced water. And the first 3 steps of the risk assessment, that hazard identification and dose response evaluation and exposure assessment, all are predicated on existing scientific studies into the nature, toxicity, and behavior of specific known stressors. However, EPA's risk characterization handbook states that, quote, risk characterization is not only about science. It is also about making clear that science doesn't tell us certain things and that policy choices must be made, end quote. Therefore, uncharacterizable risks must be considered. 2 considerable sources of uncertainty when it comes to the risks of produced water stem from, number 1, the unknown constituents, and number 2, the lack of toxicological information available for many of the known constituents. So of the 1,198 chemicals identified as being present in produced water based on the Danforth et al. Analysis, only 290 or 24% can be identified using standard analytical methods. Further, most of these constituents have not been evaluated to determine whether they are hazardous or not. 56% of the known chemicals in produced water had no corresponding toxicity data available. Without information on whether a contaminant is present in produced water, or without information about whether a contaminant is a hazard, risk cannot be assessed at all.
Dr. Lewis, you're familiar with the department's proposed rule at 20.6.8 NMAC in its first amended petition.
Yes.
What is your understanding of that proposal?
So NMED proposes to prohibit discharge of treated and untreated produced water to surface and groundwater in the state. NMED also proposes to authorize, quote, demonstration projects or industrial projects, unquote, that will not discharge to surface or groundwater. Any person who wants to engage in such a project must submit a notice of intent to NMED, providing certain information and meeting certain conditions to carry out the project.
Based on the human and ecological health risks of treated and untreated produced water, and current technologies for treating produced water, do you support a prohibition against the discharge of treated and untreated produced water to surface and groundwater in New Mexico?
Based on my understanding of the hazards and the potential risks associated with ambient discharge of untreated or treated produced water, technologies available for treating produced water, and the basic lack of information on what constituents that are in produced water and on the known toxicity of many produced water constituents. In my professional opinion, a prohibition on discharge of treated and untreated produced water to ground and surface water is prudent and warranted in order to protect human health and the environment.
Thank you for your direct testimony, Dr. Lewis. We will now move to his rebuttal testimony.
All right. And Ms. Fox, we have a new court reporter today. This is Teresa Dubois. And we're going to be kind to her by just reminding all witnesses who are reading from a text for part or all of their testimony that the natural impulse is to speed up when you read. And so we're just going to slow down.
All right, I'll slow it down on the rebuttal. I apologize.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis, would you please summarize the opinions you will provide in rebuttal?
My rebuttal testimony responds to the direct testimony of Robert Balch, Rick McCurdy, and Michael Hightower. In my opinion, their testimony disregards the potential human and environmental health risks associated with produced waters. Is that better? Particularly potential risks associated with unknown constituents in produced waters. And their statements related to the safety of produced water are not supported by the literature on the human and environmental risks associated with produced water. Further, I think some of these individuals' testimony overstate the anticipated effectiveness of treatment technologies, particularly at industrial scales.
To prepare your testimony, what sources did you review?
So I reviewed the direct testimony from John D'Antonio, Dr. Balch, and Mr. McCurdy, who are witnesses for the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, Michael Hightower, and Dr. Hu from NMED. I also reviewed the journal article cited in Mr. Hightower's Exhibit 1 by Zhang et al., and 2 additional resources by EPA. A list of the additional references I reviewed in preparing my rebuttal testimony is provided at the end of that testimony.
Beginning with Dr. Balch, he was asked in his direct testimony, to your knowledge, can treatment of produced water result in satisfaction of water quality standards? He replied, quote, based on our laboratory results and published data, treated produced water via thermal distillation process can satisfy US EPA water quality standards. The remaining task is to identify if there are other constituents in produced water that should be addressed by water quality standards. These could be addressed by New Mexico regulatory designated tests. First, what is your assessment of his opinion that produced water can be treated to water quality standards promulgated by EPA?
So Dr. Balch did not provide access to his laboratory results or cite to any published data. And therefore, I have not reviewed his laboratory results or published data he refers to, and cannot speak to what those results and data do or do not show. That said, my assessment is that Dr. Balch understands that there are constituents in produced water that are harmful to human health or the environment, or should otherwise be regulated, and that he believes that there is at least one treatment technology that works to reduce concentrations of those constituents below existing EPA water quality criteria. However, Dr. Balch doesn't address the variability of water constituent concentrations, how that might affect treatment, his response to this question. So I believe he does not sufficiently address the question of whether treatment of produced water will satisfy water quality standards. Also, Dr. Balch refers only to federal water quality standards and does not address whether he believes New Mexico groundwater standards at 20.6.2 NMAC or surface water quality standards at 20.6.4 NMAC can be met.
What is your assessment of Dr. Balch's opinion that the remaining task is to identify if there are other constituents in produced water that, quote, should be addressed by water quality standards, end quote?
So Dr. Balch acknowledges that produced water may contain constituents that are not addressed by existing water quality standards, implying that more research and work is needed before produced water, untreated or treated, can be discharged to surface or groundwater. Dr. Balch also suggests that New Mexico should therefore develop additional water quality standards for these constituents, but does not recommend any standards himself.
What is your assessment of Dr. Balch's opinion that other constituents in produced water not addressed by EPA could satisfactorily be addressed by New Mexico court, quote, regulatory designated tests?
So I do not know what New Mexico regulatory designated tests Dr. Balch is referring to, and he does not identify any such tests. But he seems to be suggesting that NMED could designate an analytical method or methods to measure whether a given constituent meets a theoretical to be determined water quality criterion. The problem with this assertion is that without knowing what constituents are in produced water and or whether a given constituent is a hazard, neither EPA nor NMED can develop a water quality criterion. As I've already discussed here, of the 1,198 chemicals identified as being potentially present in produced water, based on the Danforth literature reviewed, only 24% can be identified using standard analytical methods, and 56% had no corresponding dose response data available, and even fewer, 14%, had known toxicity data suitable for risk assessment available. Bless you. So regulators would have multiple steps to undertake before they could develop water quality criteria for many produced water constituents, let alone designate an analytical method or methods, as Dr. Balch suggests. Dr. Hu provided detailed testimony on the characteristics of produced water and the range of potential treatment technologies, concluding that, quote, to date, there is still a lack of robust data concerning the characterization of raw and treated produced water, treatment methodologies, effluent quality, and the management of treatment waste streams. Given the variability and unknowns, the department has determined that allowing the discharge of treated or untreated produced water into the environment is premature and cannot currently be done in a way that complies with the Water Quality Act, end quote. Now, nothing in Dr. Hu's written testimony suggests there are New Mexico, quote, regulatory designated tests that can identify contaminants in treated produced water for which EPA hasn't designated criteria in any way that would satisfy current New Mexico water quality criteria, let alone identify contaminants for which standards are not yet promulgated.
Dr. Balch was asked in his direct testimony whether, in your opinion, is there a valid basis for prohibiting the discharge of produced water as proposed in 20.6.8400 NMAC? His full response was, quote, no, the composition of produced water varies significantly depending on location and formation geological conditions. There should be a water quality standard to define the specific produced water characteristics prohibited from discharge, but not all produced water should be automatically excluded, particularly if it is cleaned to EPA and New Mexico standards. What is your assessment of his opinion that, quote, there should be a water quality standard, end quote, for specific characteristics of produced water, but there should not be a prohibition against discharge of all produced water to ground and surface water?
Dr. Balch suggests that standards can and should be developed to address produced water, quote, characteristics, and that as long as those, quote, characteristics are sufficiently removed through treatment, produced water should be presumed to be safe to discharge. This statement ignores a key factor the Commission is required to consider under the Water Quality Act when making regulations, and that is, quote, the character and degree of injury to or interference with health, welfare, environment, and property, end quote. I agree, in an ideal world, NMBD would be able to identify all hazards associated with produced water and regulate those hazards. But that ideal does not accurately reflect what we know and don't know about the constituents in produced water. What we do know is that, number one, there are many known and unknown constituents in produced water. Number two, toxicity information and standard analytical testing methods for these constituents are lacking. Number three, treating produced water for a subset of the constituents will not remove all potential contaminants because different treatment technologies target different constituents and are not 100% effective. Therefore, the potential degree of injury or interference with health, welfare, environment, and property from discharge of produced water to surface water or groundwater is uncertain. Taking Dr. Balch's opinion at face value, he suggests the Commission should ignore existing data gaps related to the potential toxicity of produced water constituents and take it on faith that some produced water might be clean enough to discharge either naturally or after treatment for a subset of the constituents with existing EPA water quality criteria. Were the Commission to do this, in my opinion, such an action would not be protective of human health or the environment.
What is your assessment of Dr. Balch's statement that, quote, technically, any water can be cleaned to existing or future water quality standards, end quote?
So in a theoretical abstraction, appropriate water quality standards and tests, as well as treatment methods, could be developed in the future. However, Dr. Balch's statement ignores practical realities related to our understanding of produced water constituents and available treatment technologies in industrial settings related to produced water. Dr. Balch himself states that the work conducted by the, quote, two most active institutions on produced water research, end quote, have been working on, quote, emerging and, quote, pilot validated technologies for the treatment of produced water. And he is only aware of 3 pilot projects, and that he is not aware of any field demonstration projects having been conducted to date.
Turning to Mr. McCurby, in his testimony, he discusses 3 examples in which he says produced water has been safely discharged to ground or surface water. Those examples are in Wyoming, where treated produced water from coal bed methane wells was used for agriculture, livestock, and wildlife. In Arkansas, in which treated produced water was discharged pursuant to an NPDES permit to the White River. And in Pennsylvania, where treated produced water was discharged to the Susquehanna River. Based in part on these examples, Mr. McCurdy opines that discharge of treated produced water to surface water and the ground has been shown, quote, that it can be done safely, end quote. What is your assessment of that opinion?
So I am not aware of any publicly available information on the evaluation of human or environmental risks associated with these three examples that might underpin Mr. McCurdy's statements related to safety. And Mr. McCurdy does not provide citations to any such studies. Further, I don't believe examples of cases of discharge where produced water has been treated to meet permit requirements, has been allowed by another state regulatory agency, or has simply been done before demonstrate that treatment of produced water in a typical industrial setting would be considered safe. In contrast to this anecdotal evidence, I cite several peer-reviewed studies that raise significant safety concerns associated with permitted discharges of treated produced water. In addition, a 2018 EPA study specifically evaluating centralized waste treatment facilities that were treating oil and gas extraction wastes highlighted that treatment efficacy and the human environmental risks associated with discharge of treated produced water are uncertain. Specifically, the EPA made 3 key points. Number 1, the chemical concentrations in produced water, particularly for hydraulic fracturing fluids, have not been widely characterized in publicly available literature. Number 2, researchers have not studied the impacts of these varied chemicals on the treatment abilities of centralized waste treatment facilities or the efficacy of those facilities treating those chemicals. Number 3, because the hydraulic fracturing fluid chemicals in effluent are generally not documented, many constituents have not been tested, and therefore impacts from those chemicals to human health and aquatic life are unknown. EPA also found that while pollutant concentrations decrease as distance from outfall increases, more research is needed to better characterize the distance and magnitude of impacts downstream. Therefore, I do not find Mr. McCurdy's claims of safety using 3 case studies credible.
Turning to Mr. Hightower, he opined in his testimony that NMED's proposed prohibition on the discharge of treated produced water to, quote, supplement surface or groundwater supplies and to limit land applications, quote, end quote, disregards federal regulations and EPA initiatives on produced water and the current scientific data on the safety of treated produced water reuse. What is your assessment of that opinion?
So I disagree with Mr. Hightower's opinion related to federal regulations and EPA initiatives. Mr. Hightower neither cites to any federal regulations nor discusses in detail any EPA initiatives in his direct testimony to support this statement. And while his supplementary materials in his Exhibit 1 discuss existing federal regulations and EPA's National Water Reuse Action Plan, they make no mention of how NMED's proposed regulations are inconsistent with them. Also, although EPA has undertaken studies related to the potential treatment and reuse of produced water, I am not aware of any specific EPA recommendations related to how states should or should not regulate produced water. EPA's 2020 report titled, quote, Summary of Input on Oil and Gas Extraction Wastewater Management Practices under the Clean Water Act, end quote, shows that EPA has not reached any decisions regarding treating produced water as a waste or a resource, and acknowledges that there is substantial disagreement and concern among stakeholders. So regarding Mr. Hightower's assertions related to the current scientific data on the safety of produced water, I also disagree. As I noted previously, Mr. Hightower highlights 3 case studies and notes produced waters have been discharged previously in 3 other states, which he claims, quote, overwhelmingly show that produced water can be used safely. But the fact that produced waters have been discharged before in other states does not demonstrate that discharge of produced water, either untreated or treated, in a typical industrial setting would be considered safe. Further, I want to touch on the case studies themselves. So the first 2 studies cited by Mr. Hightower appear to relate to the use of treated produced water for agricultural purposes. Since Mr. Hightower does not provide references to these studies, I was unable to review them and can offer no opinion on them. However, since they do not appear to focus on the discharge of produced water to surface or groundwater, it is also possible, if not likely, that they do not address the potential risks to and through surface water and groundwater. Mr. Hightower claims that the 3rd project, described as a pilot project to, quote, supplement water supplies for the Pecos River, end quote, showed that treated produced water was of a better quality than the Pecos River, end quote. Now, Mr. Hightower does not discuss at all how, quote, better quality was defined. But supplemental materials provided by Mr. Hightower in his Exhibit 1 describe data from the study by Zhang et al. So that 2022 study, titled Characterization of Produced Water and Surrounding Surface Water in the Permian Basin, and published in the Journal of Hazardous Materials, was cited in my references in my direct testimony and is NMED Exhibit 140. So the supplemental materials and the Zhang et al. Study describe results from an analysis of 46 produced water samples from 5 locations and 10 Pecos River water samples from 1 location. A total of 309 analytes were analyzed in these samples, 91 of which were detected in the produced water samples, and 67 of which were detected in the Pecos River water samples. Notably, there was not consistent overlap between the compounds identified in the produced water and in the river. For example, only 6 organic compounds were detected in the Pecos River water, whereas 28 organic compounds were detected in the produced water samples. So the study also specifically notes that, quote, one of the barriers to use treated produced water as an alternative water source is the lack of comprehensive chemical characterization of produced water quality. Although the goal of that study was to further the goal of characterization, it is a clear step forward along that path. Both the supplemental materials in Hightower Exhibit 1 and the Zhang et al. Paper discuss the measurement of tentatively identified compounds, or TICs. Now, Zhang et al. Describe a TIC as a compound that, quote, can be detected by the analysis method, but its identity cannot be confirmed without further identification, unquote. The authors then go on to say, to improve hazard and risk assessment and reduce concern for reuse of treated produced water, an effort should be made to identify the compounds of concern within this unresolved fraction. Mr. Hightower's supplementary materials do not address the human or environmental health risks of these compounds, other than to say that the concentration of TICs in the produced water samples tested were 100 times lower than the concentrations of common organic constituents. However, these common organic constituents were present at concentrations ranging from 12 milligrams per liter up to 130 milligrams per liter, while TICs were found at concentrations ranging from 280 to 1,000 micrograms per liter. Document then claims, without evidence, that since treatment technologies can decrease contaminant levels broadly by orders of magnitude, TICs would similarly be reduced in concentration. Now, as with the direct testimony provided by Dr. Balch, the implication of this claim is that NMED and the Commission not need to worry about these unknown contaminants in produced water. In my opinion, such statements are not rooted in scientific fact or any assessment of the actual or potential risks associated with exposures to produced water constituents. In fact, there are any number of constituents that can be highly toxic at low concentrations. As a case in point, Zhang et al. Also measured concentrations of 34 per and polyfluorinated substances, or PFAS, compounds. They measured them in one sample, one produced water sample, and one Pecos River water sample. Now, while the actual results were equivocal because the PFAS compounds were found in the produced water sample, the river water sample, and the blank, which suggested potential cross-contamination of the samples, the author's choice to conduct this analysis speaks volumes. PFAS are now ubiquitous in the environment and have recently been the subject of EPA regulations that have been controversial due to the magnitude of potential societal costs associated with their cleanup. Furthermore, there are thousands of PFAS compounds, only a small fraction of which have approved analytical methods for their detection. And EPA has only managed to regulate a small subset of them. In fact, EPA's moves to regulate PFAS were justified using public health and environmental protection concerns raised by the governor of New Mexico. The immense data gaps on PFAS that persist and plague society are precisely the same data gaps that exist for the vast majority of constituents in produced water: a lack of ability to characterize and reliably measure them, and a dearth of data on their toxicity.
Mr. Hightower opines that, quote, our studies and studies by other states clearly show that pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment polishing technologies can be used within a treatment train approach effectively and safely treat produced water to meet the current water quality discharge numerical and narrative criteria for applications identified in NMAC 20.6.4.900. What is your assessment of that opinion?
So treating water safely and treating water so that it is safe are two different things. Treating produced water to meet current existing water quality criteria is not the same thing as removing all of the potentially known and unknown hazardous substances. The fact that toxicity information, let alone water quality criteria, do not exist for a significant portion of the compounds identified in produced water means that the potential risks to human health and the environment posed by discharged produced water are unknown. With regard to Mr. Hightower's statements about the efficacy of treatment technologies, Mr. Hightower, again, does not cite directly to any specific publicly available studies. So, although I have reviewed some publicly available literature from the researchers from the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium, I cannot opine on the specific scientific merits of any of the studies referred to in Mr. Hightower's direct testimony or supplementary materials. However, even presuming Mr. Hightower's assertions were true, that multiple treatment trains may successfully reduce produced water constituent concentrations sufficiently to meet New Mexico water quality criteria, Mr. Hightower makes no claims regarding his study's ability to show that treatment results in concentrations that would meet groundwater standards or address constituents for which standards have not been promulgated. Also, his Exhibit 1 acknowledges that the desalination systems conducted at industrial scales they investigated generated effluents that, quote, do carry over some constituents, like ammonia, organics, and other constituents that can still be toxic at low concentrations. The discussion then clearly characterizes the consortium and NMSU's work as, quote, laboratory scale and including bench and column tests. Therefore, while the consortium is conducting valuable research, I don't think that their work demonstrates that produced water can be treated in typical industrial settings to a sufficient extent to be protective of human health and the environment when discharged to surface or groundwater.
And finally, Dr. Lewis, Mr. Hightower states that, quote, it is the best interest of New Mexico to reject revised proposed new rule 20.6.8 and either accept the original proposed new rule 20.6.8 or simply require that all non-traditional waters, including produced water, be treated to meet the identified numerical and associated narrative discharge standards noted at NMAC 20.6.4.900 for the application required and at a requirement for a whole effluent toxicity or wet test of the treated water. What is your assessment of that opinion?
So I disagree with the statement. Treating produced water to meet only existing regulations ignores the potential and environmental health risks associated with known and unknown produced water constituents. While adding a wet test requirement would provide some additional information about the potential aggregate toxicity of constituents in a given produced water to aquatic life, a wet test alone would not address important human and environmental health factors, such as potential harm to humans exposed to the discharged water or accumulation of contaminants in the environment downstream of the discharge location over time.
Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioners, this concludes Dr. Lewis's rebuttal testimony. Would you like to take a brief, or we could move to his rebuttal, which is about 15 minutes.
Hang in there for 15 more minutes. Okay, let's do that. And
Hope
I'm
you're not
going-
just hanging in there, but
we're hanging on every
Hang
word.
on
I
every
know.
word. I was
Take-
gonna say.
Ms. Fox, I'm going to ask all parties offering Sir rebuttal. You're first. if you would please very specifically identify the rebuttal to which your Sir rebuttal is being offered. I think it'll cut down maybe on some objections.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. That's exactly what we do. Dr. Lewis, to prepare this Sir rebuttal, what materials did you review?
All right, so I reviewed the rebuttal to my testimony from NMOGA witnesses Robert Balch and Lawrence Jacoby. I also reviewed a December 9th, 2020 letter from staff at the Environmental Defense Fund to NMED discussing pollutants in produced water for which there are no water quality standards in New Mexico. One of the authors of the NMED letter is Dr. Cloel Danforth, who is the principal author of NMED Exhibit 133, the paper we've discussed already a couple times. It's a 2020 peer review article that I and others have referred to in testimony in this hearing, and it is titled An Integrative Method for Identification and Prioritization of Constituents of Concern in Produced Water from Onshore Oil and Gas Extraction. That's not the name of the letter, that's the name of the paper that she wrote.
Madam Hearing Officer, if I may approach, I have what's marked as ABSC Exhibit 11, which I dropped in the Dropbox
Yes,
for commissioners and parties on Sunday.
thank you. We do, while you're passing that out, we do have a few commissioners on the platform. Commissioners on the platform, if you would access the Dropbox link, you will see this exhibit as the EDF logo in the upper left-hand corner.
Dr. Lewis is the December 9th, 2020 letter by Danforth et al. Marked as ABSC Exhibit 11.
Yes.
Turning first to the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Balch, which is NMOGA Exhibit 10. He observes on page 2 that testimony that you and NMED witness Kathleen Murphy testimony about the variability in quality of produced water. He is asked what his position NMOGA takes on, quote, the variability of produced water quality. He replies that, quote, NMOGA does not disagree that quality of produced water varies. However, the same can be said for any source of naturally occurring water, such as from rivers or underground or groundwater aquifers. Similarly, the same can be said for wastewater from municipal or other industrial use. The focus on this rulemaking should be on the ability to clean water to a standard, rather than the quality of the water that goes into the process. What is his response to your testimony?
What is my response to his testimony?
What is your response to his testimony? Yes.
All right. So first, I don't disagree that like produced water, river water and groundwater quality can vary, as can municipal and industrial effluents. But each of these streams of water are in fact different and are regulated differently, at least in part because their contaminants may pose different risks. Finally, treatment of these different sources and even treatment of the same type of source would need to be tailored to the source due to the variability in the constituents between, or among these sources. While Dr. Balch recommends that the focus of this rulemaking be, quote, be on the ability to clean water to a standard, end quote, he neither proposes surface nor groundwater quality standards for the many pollutants in produced water for which New Mexico has no standards, nor does he address the potential risks of the many unknown constituents known to be present in produced water in his testimony. In this regard, the Danforth et al. Letter, which is ABSC Exhibit 11, as we discussed, is instructional. Setting aside for the moment the large number of produced water constituents that are unknown or for which toxicity data are lacking, which I discussed earlier in my testimony, this letter hones in on a list of 180 known produced water constituents that, one, have a standard approved analytical method currently available. Number two, do not currently have numeric water quality standards. And number three, have some toxicity data available. It also identifies 11 produced water constituents already listed on New Mexico's toxic pollutants list that do not have numeric standards. So, why does the variability of produced water matter? It matters for at least two reasons. First, because that variability can make design of appropriate treatment challenging. But second, because when we talk about a given produced water sample, we are not talking about a water with a set of known and generally recognizable constituents. And we are certainly not talking about a water for which a comprehensive set of numeric criteria have been established. To appropriately characterize the risk of constituents in water, one must know what constituents are present, what potential hazards those constituents pose, and at what concentration those constituents are present.
When asked to explain the basis of his position, Dr. Balch states on page 3 of his rebuttal testimony that, quote, water purification processes such as reverse osmosis, heat and vacuum distillation techniques, and assorted membrane technologies will have residual waste. That is, a condensed version of the input water. The residual waste and water contained therein should be disposed of as the original water would have been, such as by injection into a saltwater disposal well. The purified water should be tested for applicable EPA and state standards, and assuming those standards are satisfied, be available as reuse water without further restrictions imposed simply because the original source was produced water. What is your response to this testimony?
So first, I would again like to highlight here that as was pointed out in the Danforth letter I was just discussing, at the very least, we know there are at least 180 potential produced water constituents for which there are no applicable, quote, state standards. And this is not counting the other much longer list of potential unknown hazards in produced water. So, Dr. Balch appears to again be suggesting that the commission ignore existing data gaps related to the potential toxicity of produced water constituents and take it on faith that treated produced water is clean enough to discharge, or in this case, reuse, after treatment and testing for only a subset of constituents that have existing water quality criteria. Now, by using the term, quote, purified water, Dr. Balch is also effectively characterizing reverse osmosis, heat and vacuum distillation techniques, and assorted membrane technologies as 100% effective at removing any and all known and unknown potential contaminants in produced water. While I agree that these technologies are some of the best technologies we have for removing even very low concentrations of a variety of contaminants, I am not aware of any research showing that these technologies have been demonstrated to remove all of the potential constituents of produced water from produced waters at industrial scales. As Dr. Hu notes in his direct testimony, these technologies, quote, are still in the development phase and not yet ready for full-scale implementation. To date, there is a lack of robust data concerning the characterization of raw and treated produced water, treatment methodologies, effluent quality, and the management of treatment waste streams, end quote. Dr. Hu then concludes by stating, quote, there exists a notable deficit in defensible and reliable data to underpin the development of a mature treatment chain to attain consistent and protective water quality for discharges of produced water in New Mexico, end quote.
Dr. Balch is then asked in rebuttal if he would recommend that NMED's proposal be modified. And he states on page 3 that, quote, yes, stated in my direct testimony, the proposed rules to prohibit treated water discharge should not apply to water that is a byproduct of the reuse of treated produced water. Further, any prohibition on discharge should include exceptions such as land farming or revegetation, when the volume of water can be safely managed without significant environmental impact, research and development, and emergency situations when discharge is necessary to prevent harm to human health or the environment. What is your response to this rebuttal testimony?
So Dr. Balch is making two separate suggested changes here. So let me address them one by one. First, Dr. Balch appears to suggest that the prohibition on discharge should not apply to treated produced water. Similar to using the term, quote, purified water above, Dr. Balch uses the phrase, quote, water that is a byproduct of the reuse of produced water, end quote, when he is still just talking about treated produced water. Dr. Balch provides no further justification for this statement, and he still fails to acknowledge the realities of produced water treatment at industrial scales or the lack of comprehensiveness of existing water quality standards. Dr. Balch's second suggestion is that exceptions should be made to any prohibition on discharge that include discharge of produced water for agricultural purposes, research and development, and emergencies. Interestingly, the second statement does seem to acknowledge the potential human and ecological health risks associated with ambient releases of produced water. However, Dr. Balch does not provide any specific recommendations as to how the risks of such competing uses should be managed, does not define what he means by, quote, safely managed, and does not provide any actual evidence to suggest that, quote, land farming or revegetation, end quote, can, in fact, be performed with produced water in such a way as to result in no significant environmental impacts. So ultimately, in my view, Dr. Balch's suggestions do not sufficiently respond to my concerns related to the potential human and ecological risks that would be posed by the discharge of untreated or treated produced water to surface or groundwater.
Dr. Balch further testifies in rebuttal that, quote, a blanket prohibition on the discharge of treated water based on the source of that treated water is not based on science related to treatment technologies, end quote. What is your response to this rebuttal testimony?
I do not follow Dr. Balch's logic. Treatment technologies are specifically designed to target specific source waters. So, the source of a given wastewater stream has direct bearing on which treatment technologies are used. The wastewater and the treatment technology go hand in hand. To understand how effective a treatment technology is, one has to know something about what hazard or hazards are in the source water to begin with, and how effectively those hazards are removed by the treatment. If you lack data on the source water, because that source water either contains constituents that are not in the public domain or constituents for which the toxicity is unknown, then you cannot assess the efficacy of the treatment technology. To me, the fact that one cannot assess or has not assessed the efficacy of a given suite of technologies has everything to do with the science related to those technologies.
On page 4 of his rebuttal, Dr. Balch, in an analogy on the reuse of produced water to the recycling of water by astronauts in international space stations, compares, quote, respiration, sweating, and urination, end quote, to produce water, observing that those liquids also contain known and unknown pollutants that can be treated. Is this an appropriate comparison, Dr. Lewis, based on the risks to human health and the environment?
In my opinion, no. I don't think this is an appropriate comparison. Dr. Balch is making an analogy between the human body and a petroleum reservoir to which large quantities of industrial chemicals are being added. While there certainly may be low levels of toxic compounds circulating in space station waste streams, astronauts are not systematically and intentionally putting known toxic compounds into their bodies. Whereas we know that petroleum reservoirs and produced water from them contain many known toxic compounds, including toxic compounds for which water quality standards have not been established, such as those 180 constituents Dr. Danforth lists in her letter, which I discussed earlier. Further, the concentrations of most known hazardous substances in produced water are orders of magnitude higher than what they would be in human breath, sweat, or urine. Finally, reuse of water on the space station is done out of specific necessities that do not exist here on Earth. And the participating astronauts have knowingly assumed significant risks by volunteering to go into space and live aboard spacecrafts, inclusive of any risks associated with the water reuse practices employed.
On page 5 of his rebuttal, Dr. Balch says he reviewed your testimony and Ms. Murphy's testimony on the efficacy of treatment technologies for produced water, and that your testimony, quote, does not relate to purification, but rather removal of solids, certain metals, and reactive compounds and organics. Purification is a step beyond that, where the water is further treated by filtration or distillation to create two streams of water, a clean water stream and a waste stream, which is a more condensed version of the input water, end quote. He goes on to say that these purification technologies, quote, are very effective at removing organics, toxic metals, and organic chemicals, as well as various salts and other dissolved solids, end quote. And he cites to a number of articles in support. What is your response to this testimony?
So I have two responses I would like to make to this statement. The first is that, again, Dr. Balch is using semantics to draw a distinction between clean and dirty produced water, using words like, quote, purification. But the reality is, we start with produced water, which is a mix of water and numerous constituents that multiple individuals, including myself, have already discussed, like salts, metals, and organics. Now, treatment, regardless of the technology, involves the separation of the constituents from the water, or in limited circumstances, transformation or destruction of constituents. That is it. And some technologies are better at doing that than others, in that they target a wider range of constituents or can remove constituents down to lower concentrations. Now, given the breadth and high concentrations of constituents in produced water, multiple different treatment technologies are needed in series to remove even just the known constituents. As I have testified previously today, number one, my understanding is that the treatment technologies have not been shown to be effective at industrial scales. And number two, I have concerns about the potential human and environmental risks associated with the known and unknown contaminants in produced water, and that scientists lack the ability to affirmatively identify many of the constituents in produced water, appropriately characterize their toxicity, or effectively confirm their removal. Now, the second point that I want to make is that Dr. Balch isn't even claiming that the treatment technologies he highlights in his new exhibits are 100% effective. He simply states that they are, quote, very effective. I don't disagree that there are many very effective technologies out there. I do agree with NMED that the technologies are not effective enough. And the state of science around the hazards and risks associated with produced water constituents is not robust enough for NMED to ensure human and environmental safety were produced waters allowed to be discharged to surface or groundwater.
Turning now to Mr. Jacoby's rebuttal testimony, which is NMOGA Exhibit 12. He takes issue with your opinion that a prohibition on the discharge of produced water to ground and surface water is warranted. He says on page 4 of his rebuttal, quote, due to the presence, among other things, of radium, end quote, he states that treatment technologies, quote, can remove 95 to 99% of the radium in the process stream. The treated water would be suitable for discharge to surface or groundwater, end quote. What is your response to this testimony?
So we know that radium concentrations in the Zhang et al. 2020 paper, which I discussed earlier, which presents results from the Permian Basin produced water, the radium concentrations ranged up to 1,000 picocuries per liter. Now, at 95% removal, 50 picocuries per liter would be left in the treated produced water. At 99% removal, that number would be 10 picocuries per liter. However, 5 picocuries per liter is the New Mexico groundwater standard for human health. It's also the New Mexico surface water standard for domestic water supply and the federal drinking water maximum contaminant level, or MCL, for radium. The livestock watering standard for radium is 30 picocuries per liter. So if my math is correct, at minimum effectiveness, the treatment technologies that Mr. Jacoby discusses would yield effluents with concentrations of radium higher than the livestock watering standards. And even at maximum effectiveness, the radium in the effluents would be at twice the groundwater standards for protecting human health, domestic water supply, and the federal MCL. And that's just radium, one of over 1,000 potential contaminants in produced water.
Mr. Jacoby concludes by stating on pages 6 to 7 of his testimony that, quote, NMED should amend their proposed rule to allow the discharge of produced water to surface water or groundwater following treatment that decreases the naturally occurring radioactive material in the produced water to permissible levels for discharge. What is your response to that testimony?
So I do not believe Mr. Jacoby's statement adequately reflects the potential human and ecological health risks associated with the discharge of produced water to surface or groundwater. While radioactive materials in produced water are indeed a concern, they are just a small subset of the known hazardous constituents in produced water. To reiterate what I stated a moment ago, the Danforth letter I referred to earlier identified at least 180 known produced water constituents with known hazard information for which there are no water quality standards in New Mexico. And as I stated previously, there are also many unknown constituents and still more constituents, the hazards of which are not fully known, that are present in produced water. So Mr. Jacoby's assertion that produced water discharged to surface or groundwater should be allowed as long as radioactive materials are below discharge requirements ignores the potential human and ecological risks associated with all the other potential known and unknown hazardous constituents of produced water.
Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioner, this concludes Dr. Lewis's testimony. He stands for cross-examination, and I move for admission of ABSC Exhibits 3, which is his CV, 4, his direct testimony, 9, his indirect testimony, and Exhibit 11 that we presented today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fox. I'll pause for a moment in the event any party has an objection. For the admission of exhibits 3, 4, 9, or 11. Okay, hearing none, they're admitted. Thank you. We do need a break. Let's take 10 minutes. And just know that we will be taking a lunch break at noon. So, oh, Mr. Knight.
Madam Hearing Officer, will we be having questions from the board before cross-examination?
Yes, yes, just the way it's set out in the pre-hearing order and the way we proceeded yesterday. The commissioners appreciate the opportunity to ask their questions first. So thank you. 10 minutes. All right, we will begin with questions of Dr. Lewis by the commission. The commissioners on the platform, excuse me, Commissioner Aladogu and Commissioner Rosatos, do either of you have questions of Dr. Lewis?
Madam Hearing Officer, no, I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was Commissioner Rosatos. All right, let's start today on that side of the dais. Commissioners, I'm looking to have questions of Dr. Lewis.
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dominguez. Okay.
Dr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony this morning. During your testimony, you made it pretty clear that the data is not sufficient enough to establish standards for many of these unknowns or possibly even some of the knowns. What will it, obviously additional research is needed to get there, but what's it going to take to elevate that research level to a point where this commission could actually have the information necessary to set standards?
I mean, I couldn't estimate how much work that is, but it's a lot of work to conduct all the research necessary to evaluate the various, potential impacts both to human and environmental health.
Thank you for that. But in your professional opinion, that data is necessary in order for this commission to make a sound determination as far as utilizing produced water. Is that a correct statement?
So as far as discharging produced water, to the environment where human and ecological receptors, would be exposed, yes, I think that would be necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fry.
Thanks for your testimony. You mentioned treatment trains in your testimony, and I'm wondering if you could give a definition. I have an idea, but it'd be nice to have a definition.
Sure. Yeah. Treatment trains is essentially the idea that you use multiple treatment technologies in series. So you treat the water first using one technology, you then transfer that water to a second technology that might focus on a different set of constituents, and then a third, and so forth. The idea being that each different treatment technology is going to focus on a certain constituent or class of constituents based on the physical and chemical processes that are employed in the technology.
Okay. And Dr. Hu and you, I believe both of you referred to his testimony in particular. He refers to some of these treatment trains, as I understand it. Can you give examples in other industries where they may have to have multiple treatment trains?
Or even in sort of the drinking water industry, where you're serving up drinking water to the public, there are, you know, so-called primary, secondary, and tertiary treatments, and where they will do different processes to treat the water before they serve it up to the public.
Okay. And I think in reading your testimony, as I recall, your main criticism of the rules as presented is in the definitions. Or I'm sorry, that's somebody else's. Sorry. That's the next. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zemlich.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I got caught off guard there. I do have one question, or one area of questions. What is your opinion on the discussion in the proposed rule about demonstration facilities? Specifically, in your professional experience, are there do you have any criticisms or opinions otherwise on how they're described in the rule?
On how they're like the actual language of the wording. I don't recall any criticisms.
Okay, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner McWilliams.
Yeah, just a quick question. Commissioner Dominguez stole my other question. I guess I was wondering how your testimony aligns with the commission's responsibility to specify a standard of performance for new sources that reflects the greatest reduction in the concentration of water contaminants that the commission determines to be achievable through the application of best available demonstrated control technology, processes, operating methods, or other alternatives.
Yeah, well, I understand from, you know, reading the petition, NMED's petition, that can include as well prohibition.
Prohibition of
Discharge.
Okay. And then one more question. I believe you spoke to the and correct me if I mischaracterize this, but did you say that the choice to run PFAS tests speaks volumes?
Yes.
Could you clarify that for me?
Sure, because you know, PFAS are known to be toxic at low concentrations, and like the constituents in produced water, there are many versions of PFAS in existence, and we know very little about their toxicity.
So are you suggesting that the test was conducted indicates they believe there's PFAS present and not to characterize completely the water source?
Could you state that question again? Sorry.
I guess I'm asking if you're suggesting that the fact that the test was conducted indicates they believe there is PFAS present and not to characterize completely the source water.
No, I believe that their choice to measure PFAS speaks to the fact that the authors of that paper believe that it's important to characterize the TICs, the
Okay.
tentatively identified compounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
sure.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Armstrong.
Thank you. Building off of Commissioner McWilliams' questions on PFAS, I was interested in that part of your testimony also, not specifically to PFAS, but because of PFAS and all the other contaminants that get filtered out during the process. What's the volume of that? I don't know the right technical term, septage or sludge. What's the volume of byproduct that comes out of produced water treatment, if you're aware of it?
So I don't have numbers at the tip of my tongue, but I can say generally that it's going to be variable because the constituent concentrations in produced water are variable. So if there's a lot of salts on a mass basis, you're going to have a lot of waste, solid waste as well.
I'm curious. I'm probably going to ask other folks that same type of question going forward. I'm curious about our ability to deal with, depending on the volume. I'm curious about our ability to deal with it.
Yeah, I didn't look specifically into sort of those other waste streams. I was focused on, in my testimony and research, on the water side and the discharge of the water, not the waste treatment.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chair Thompson.
Thank you. And very good testimony. I appreciate it. And I'm very impressed with your qualifications and experience. So thank you for sharing that with us. My question goes more to the finished product. So if a company tested a treatment process following the appropriate NOI and the pilot plant demonstration criteria established in the record or in the proposed rule in section 400, and they demonstrated that this water could meet all of the numeric and descriptive criteria, the Safe Drinking Water Act, which regulates about 100 constituents. Would it be safe to use that water for drinking?
I believe there would be residual risk associated with that water due to the fact that there are constituents, and there may be constituents in that water that aren't identifiable with known tests. And there may be constituents in that produced water that aren't removed using the treatment technologies that target those other 100 compounds.
Couldn't you make the same argument about direct potable reuse of municipal wastewater?
I think in theory you could, but in the case of like municipal use of regular municipal water, what's in that water generally, right? It's not beginning as a brine. It's not beginning as containing large volumes of petroleum, hydrocarbons. It's not beginning containing large concentrations of potential radionuclides and metals that are in produced water.
I challenge that because with the municipal sewer shed, you're going to have household hazardous waste, you're going to have industrial waste, hospital waste. I had a MRI a while back, and they gave me seemed like a gallon of contrast solution to drink. It was a gadolinium dye. And I can say with some confidence that the gadolinium went right through me to the wastewater treatment plant. And I'm pretty confident the Southside Water Reclamation Plant did not remove the gadolinium. So that's an unregulated constituent. And hospitals are full of that stuff we talked about. You mentioned pharmaceutical, personal care products. We don't test for them. Many of them, there are no analytical procedures for. The other 3,995 PFAS constituents we don't test for. And yet they are almost certainly present. So your characterization of knowledge of what's in raw municipal wastewater, I think is is I don't agree with. Because I think there are far more unknowns in that. And these are problematic constituents because many of them, like the pharmaceuticals and personal care products, are intended to have some effect on our body. So, and yet we in New Mexico and certainly other states accept direct potable reuse. So
Can you pose a question?
I'm trying to formulate it, but thank you. You're right. I'm rambling and I do that. So I want to know what is wrong with the current drinking water criteria, or how they should be changed to permit potable reuse of treated produce water that meets the current standards.
So may I offer a response to the earlier statement?
Please.
So what I would say is just because that happens, that hospitals are discharging patients with chemotherapy in their system, doesn't mean that it is a good thing. First of all, I would also say that these are the reasons why over the last decades we have seen changes in how governments recommend individuals dispose of pharmaceuticals. So it used to be that they would say, hey, take your pharmaceuticals and dump them down the toilet. And now they don't say that. They say you should actually add water to the canister and throw it in a landfill. And so society is taking steps to try to address those issues. So the fact that that kind of potable reuse takes place using municipal streams doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% safe. And I testified in my testimony about the fact that it is a public health concern that we've got pharmaceuticals and personal care products in all of our natural waterways now, and that we've got PFAS ubiquitous in the environment in all of our bodies. So that's just a quick response to that. I think if I could try to address your question, if I remember it correctly, the question was really to what do we need to do to get to a place where the standards are effective? Was that the nature of your question?
Now, my question more was, what's wrong with the standards now that would prohibit potable reuse of treated produced water?
I think that they don't cover the known and the unknown constituents. That's what's wrong with them. So again, produced water is known insofar that it is understood that it is a waste stream that contains toxic compounds and a bunch of proprietary chemicals, the impacts of which we don't know and we can't even test for, and that is the basis of that problem. Is that we don't have the criteria to show that water has been sufficiently cleaned. We don't have the analytical methods to measure the effluents from those treatment processes to show that the water is safe, to guarantee to the public that it is safe.
Thank you. And I would suggest that every one of your concerns I agree with, but I think you can make the same concerns about direct potable reuse of municipal wastewater as well. So, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Patton, do you have questions of Dr. Lewis?
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I've got just a couple questions. I'm trying to think back to my early chemistry days in college. Could you remind me what a unit of measure for a picocurie per milliliter is?
Picocurie per liter.
Yeah.
So when we think about most conventional contaminants, we think about concentration, and so that is usually on a mass basis. So you've got milligrams of that thing per liter. When it comes to radionuclides, we think about activity, and that has to do with the disintegrations, because radioactive elements disintegrate and release energy. And so when you're measuring radionuclides, you usually measure them in terms of activity. So that's what that unit is an activity unit.
And so pico refers to 10 to the negative.
I believe it's 12. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go back to, I think it was part of your rebuttal testimony where you were looking at the Zhang et al. Paper. And I started writing it down because I didn't quite catch what you said, so I might have the terms mixed up. But you were comparing the TICs to a comparison of, I think it was total organics or something like that. And in one case, you said the organics or whatever that topic was somewhere a low number up to 130 or so milligrams per liter. And then the TICs were some low number up to approximately 100 or excuse me, 1,000. And I couldn't catch whether it was micrograms per liter and not milligrams per liter. Is that
Right. Yeah. So the author was correct, or Hightower was correct in stating that they were 100 times lower. So they were lower in terms of magnitude. But my point in that is that even though they were lower, they're lower than concentrations of like conventional gasoline range organics and diesel range organics that were extremely high. So they still were appreciable concentrations in the milligrams per liter, micrograms per liter range.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify what I thought I heard. And okay. And then my last question is, we've heard from the public through comment over the past 3 days about their concern with even demonstration projects of produced water outside of the oil and gas areas. And I guess just from your perspective, can you give an opinion about the overall risks associated with even demonstration projects compared to the information we might gather during the demonstration projects and the treatment projects and those sorts of things?
Yeah, I was unfortunately not asked to look into the risks associated with demonstration projects, so I can't really opine on that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Vihil, do you have questions?
No, thanks. I don't have any questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move then from the questioning by commissioners to questioning by the parties. And again, under the pre-hearing order, we go in reverse order of presentation. So that means we begin with Namoga. Yes, absolutely. I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the court reporter.
Okay. I had to learn from Mr. Knight how to use the microphone yesterday, but maybe in the same position as him. My name is Carrie, Kari Olson, Olson, from Montgomery and Andrews on behalf of Namoga. Good morning, Dr. Lewis.
Good morning.
I will get right into it. So I'm going to start with your background. And I echo the commissioner's statements. You have a very impressive background. So after earning your PhD, am I correct that most of your postdoctoral professional experience has been as a technical consultant for industrial economics?
That's correct.
And is it correct that the primary focus of your consulting work is on post-release assessments, natural resource damages, environmental impacts for state and federal agencies?
Could you restate that post-release?
Yeah, post-release assessments as opposed to
Like permitting, you mean?
you come in after a spill or something already happened and assess the damage from that. Is that correct?
In the context of the damages assessment work, that's correct.
Okay.
But I also do other areas of work.
Sure. And I understand from your resume and summary, you also provide policy analysis and decision-making support. And is it correct that this is primarily based on literature reviews of available research, but not necessarily your independent research?
Mm, That's not, in some cases I do, yeah, sort of, I mean, I definitely do some primary research and direct primary research. And we also do some primary analysis in terms of modeling, developing models to assess questions, things like that. So,
Okay, and just to try to understand this a little bit better, I learned from your resume and summary that you do field studies and research in connection with the releases. Is that generally the primary research that you're talking about, or is there
yes.
something else? Okay. And I know you have experience from all over the country and some experience as well in New Mexico. Are you generally familiar with the freshwater supply in New Mexico?
Generally, yes.
And have you had a chance to review the state water plan? I know you reviewed Mr. D'Antonio's testimony.
I did. I don't recall reviewing the state water plan specifically.
Okay. As general concepts, do you agree that New Mexico has faced significant droughts in recent years?
I would agree.
Objection outside the scope.
I'm exploring the scope of Dr. Lewis's knowledge, and the question was whether he's aware or agrees that New Mexico has faced significant droughts. Droughts.
Right. He definitely didn't approach that as a topic in his testimony.
Okay.
So I don't think you are exploring his testimony.
Well, I'm exploring his knowledge
Okay, but
to inform the opinions that he's giving in his testimony. So we're don't want to talk about his knowledge about New Mexico water, then I can move on.
okay. Dr. Lewis, would you consider your knowledge about New Mexico water to form the basis for your testimony today?
I don't necessarily think that the knowledge of my water, my knowledge of the New Mexico water situation has direct bearing on my opinions related to the risks associated with produced water.
Okay, thank you. Please move on.
Okay, so is it your opinion that the commission doesn't need to consider the state of water supply in New Mexico as
Same
part of this
objection.
rulemaking?
Yeah, he's not going to testify about
Okay.
water conditions in New Mexico.
So you walked through this a little bit with your counsel this morning, and I just want to make sure I understand. You provided a list of papers you reviewed as part of preparation of your direct and rebuttal testimony within your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you, it was unclear this morning when you were answering this, did you review additional papers, presentations, or information provided by other parties in addition to what was listed in your testimony?
No, everything that I reviewed pursuant to my testimony was listed in the references section.
Okay. And then in preparation for the hearing today, did you review additional documents disclosed as exhibits by other parties?
Just those disclosed in my rebuttal.
Okay. Have you generally been following the public hearing?
Not really.
Okay. Did you hear any of the department's testimony yesterday?
Not a significant amount.
Okay. But you have reviewed their pre-filed testimony, is that correct?
I reviewed Dr. Who's testimony.
Okay. Have you reviewed the department's proposed rule?
Yes.
And is it your general understanding that the proposed rule is a first step in a potentially multi-phase process?
I don't pretend to know what NMED's long-term planning process is related to the rule.
Okay, in your review of the rule, would you agree this rule does not address domestic water reuse?
I believe it does not address domestic, to my knowledge. I think it's separate.
Okay, and your understanding of the rule is that it does not currently provide standards?
I don't recall seeing anything about standards in the
Just skipping over some of this. So you testify, I believe in your direct testimony, your opinions that NMED's proposed prohibition on discharges of all produced water to surface and groundwater is consistent with other states' requirements. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
That the proposed prohibition in the proposed rule on all discharges of all produced water is consistent with other states' requirements?
So I do think it is consistent in that I think there are other, to the extent that I reviewed other states' practices, there are taking steps to minimize the adverse impacts associated with permitted discharges.
Are you aware of any other states that have adopted regulations banning all discharges of produced water?
No, I don't think so.
All right. And I understand from your direct testimony, the primary conclusion is assessing produced water is difficult because of the variable makeup of produced water. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And in your direct testimony, you state that several constituents found in untreated produced water are known hazards.
Yes.
Do you agree that the source water constituents for produced water are generally known?
No.
Okay, so your testimony about unknowns relates to the water that's naturally occurring as well as any constituents that may be added through the oil and gas process.
Maybe I'm not following your question. Could you restate the original question?
Yes, so the source water, I'm referring to the water that's existing in the source. Do you agree that the constituents in that source water are generally known?
Generally known by whom? It depends on the source.
Okay, so is your testimony about unknown constituents applicable to what's naturally occurring as well as what's being added through the oil and gas process?
No, I was referring generally to constituents that are constituents that are added that are proprietary. When I refer to unknown constituents, in theory, there could also be transformation byproducts that are also unknown that could be resulting from sources or naturally occurring constituents in the source water or in the additives.
Okay. And so I'm going to talk about the known constituents to start with.
Sure.
And in your testimony, you list various constituents that are in produced water. I think arsenic, metals, benzene, salts. And do you agree those known constituents are also found in other effluent source categories?
Like what effluent source categories, just generally?
Yeah, they can be found outside of produced water. Other water sources can potentially have benzene,
Yes,
can potentially have salts,
sure. Yep.
can potentially have metals,
Yep.
can potentially have arsenic.
Yes.
And do you agree that there's existing water quality standards that address and provide standards for these known constituents?
I disagree. I think there are lots of known constituents for which there are not water quality standards.
Okay, I apologize. That may not have been clear. I'm talking about the ones that we were talking about: benzene, arsenic, salt.
Those were just examples.
Objection vague. What constituents are you referring to? List them specifically.
The known constituents that you list,
Which are?
arsenic, metals, benzene, salts, that those are addressed in existing
Those were just
standards.
examples in my testimony. That was not meant to be an exhaustive list.
Okay, but for those ones, you would agree there's existing standards?
Like just the ones that I listed in my testimony.
Mhm.
I would have to go look back to confirm. I'm not positive that there are existing standards for all of those.
Do you agree there's existing standards for arsenic,
I believe there are existing standards for arsenic, yes.
for benzenes,
Benzene, yes.
and for TDS or salts?
Yes.
And do you agree that EPA and the state environmental agencies use scientifically defensible methods to develop those existing standards?
Objection. What states are you referring to?
Do you agree that EPA and New Mexico, for example, use scientifically defensible methods to develop those standards?
Or specifically the three that you mentioned, TDS, arsenic, and benzene?
For the standards that are codified in the regulations?
Objection outside this.
You don't know.
He hasn't testified to the efficacy of the New Mexico rulemaking over the last decades of developing water quality standards.
Right. He did spend a fair amount of time on identifying the standards. So go ahead if you want to answer the question, please.
So I don't have any reason to believe that the regulatory process that New Mexico has used has major flaws associated with it. Has major flaws associated with it.
Okay, and your testimony addresses concentrations of contaminants in untreated water that can vary considerably. Is that accurate?
You say that again?
You testified that concentrations of known contaminants in untreated water can vary considerably.
Yes.
Untreated produced water, excuse me.
Correct.
Does the variability in concentration of a constituent in untreated water have influence on the testing of the treated effluent?
Have influenced the testing of the treated effluent? Yeah, can you just restate? Yeah.
Yeah, it might be helpful if I provide an example. So take salt.
Okay.
If there's a very high concentration of salt or a low concentration of salt in the untreated produced water, does that influence or impact the testing of the treated water?
Influence the testing?
Yeah, when you're testing the treated water to determine what the concentration of the treated effluent is, does it matter what the starting concentration was?
I believe that the concentration of the starting concentration could influence the effluent concentrations, if that's what you're asking. But that's different from whether or not whoever's testing it is choosing to use a different method or not. But it could influence their ability to detect that contaminant in the water due to the sensitivity of that whatever testing they're using, or it could overwhelm the testing if it's too high, for example.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to your testimony on the unknowns. You rely on the Danforth publication to support your opinions regarding the composition and toxicity of produced water. I think you testified to that.
And
recently.
other sources, yes.
Okay. And are the other sources the sources that are cited in your testimony?
Yes.
And I believe you cite to a 2015 EPA study in your testimony.
I'll take your word for it. Am I direct or my rebuttal?
I believe it's in your direct, and I apologize. I thought I had the page number, but I'm not seeing it. It's on page 8, line 13.
You. Oh, in the text, it's on page 8.
Yeah, I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 8.
Yes, the 2015 study. Yes.
And is that a peer-reviewed publication, or is that just a EPA study?
That's an EPA report.
Okay. And the Danforth source that you cite is a literature review of other papers relating to produced water. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And are you aware of some of the criticisms of that study?
No.
And then you provided a letter this morning. Are you familiar with that letter?
Yes.
And is that public comments that was submitted as part of the triennial review proceeding?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And are you aware of the context in which that was submitted?
Marginally, from what I can tell from reading the letter, yes.
Would you agree that that was submitted as a advocacy piece for a particular position of that entity's interest?
I would acknowledge that, yeah.
And you would not consider that letter a scientifically vetted publication, is that correct?
This letter?
Mhm.
I don't have any reason to believe that it is, there are errors associated with it, but I don't believe it's been peer reviewed.
Okay. And I believe one of the commissioners talked about this morning, but one of your concerns with discharge of produced water is that the treatment technology may not equate to complete removal of all constituents. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And I believe you were asked this morning of the universe of research that might be needed to provide that assurance. From a technical standpoint and someone who's in the research community, are you familiar with papers that concludes that, or for other treatment sources, for other water sources that have concluded with 100% certainty that the treatment technology is 100% certain in all instances?
Objections, could you specify the sources you're talking about?
I'm asking if he's aware of sources.
Aware? Can you repeat the whole question? I'm aware of sources. Is that what?
Yeah, are you aware in other contexts for treatment technologies for other types of water of studies that have established with 100% certainty that the treatment technology would be 100% effective in all instances?
No.
And I think you stated this morning, but I was a little bit confused on your rebuttal and a rebuttal about the papers that were cited in Dr. Balch's rebuttal testimony regarding treatment. Did you review those specific papers?
No.
And I believe this morning you also talked about some of Mr. Hightower's assertions. And I think you testified you have a general sense of the publications that have come out of the consortium. Is that correct?
No, I was just acknowledging that in the course of doing my research, I did read some of them that came out of that.
Okay.
The research consortium.
Are you not closely following the ongoing research that they're doing?
Not closely following.
Or are you following the ongoing research that the consortium is doing?
I mean, I reviewed some of the papers that came out of the consortium
Okay.
as part of my evaluation of risks.
And is that cited in your reference tables?
To the extent that I reviewed a paper, I cited it in my references.
Okay. In your direct testimony at page 12, line 16, I understand you to be agreeing that there have been examples of successes in treating produced water from certain sources to permit requirements.
Yes.
Accurately characterize that. And I know you're not here testifying about permitting requirements or permitting process, but is it your general understanding that if an effluent does not meet applicable standards, it cannot be treated, it cannot be discharged?
Say that again?
Is your understanding of the permitting process that if a treated effluent doesn't meet applicable standards, discharge is not allowed?
Certainly discharge can exceed an effluent permit.
Well, that isn't an authorized discharge.
Violation.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you agree that science supports that some produced water may be treated to standards? To applicable standards for discharge?
Objection vague. What
She said applicable.
To discharge of water?
So can you repeat the question then?
Are you aware of the current requirements for discharging water in New Mexico?
Am I aware of the current requirements for discharging produced water
That apply to discharge of water in New Mexico?
that apply to discharge of generally of water,
Mhm.
like NIPD's permits you're talking about?
NIPD's or groundwater discharge?
Sure. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
aware of that. Yeah.
And you agree that to discharge, the permit imposes standards and you have to
Yes.
meet those standards
Yes.
to discharge?
Yes, to receive permit.
Okay, so speaking of those applicable standards, do you agree that science supports that there could be produced water that can be treated to those standards?
I don't know.
Okay. But based on your review of research, you agree that there's examples where produced water has been treated to meet permit requirements in other states?
I read a review article that stated that.
Do you have any reason to
Doubt that they met the
disagree with
standards.
that research?
But no, that I don't have any reason to believe that. Yeah. I think that in theory they met those, whatever standards were imposed on them. Yes.
Do you agree that, like in those other states, discharge of produced water could be evaluated on a case-by-case basis
By whom?
by the regulator?
That they could be evaluated, that they be treated as pilot studies, for example?
No, the regulator could evaluate a potential discharge of treated produced water on a case-by-case basis.
That they could evaluate it? Like that they could go out and test whether or not they were meeting the permits, or what? I'm not following the question.
As opposed to adopting a prohibition on all treated produced water in all instances, could the commission, like in other states, review discharge on a case-by-case basis, applying standards?
I can't speak to what other commissions can and can't do, or would or would not want to do. Yeah.
I'm talking about this commission.
Okay, sorry.
Is that an option for this commission?
Is it an option for this commission to review? I think the commission can do whatever the commission would like to do.
Okay.
I,
You speak in your testimony to constituent-specific treatment trains and comprehensive testing as potential ways to address variability in produced water, correct?
I talked about testing as a way to affirm that treated produced water, in fact, is safe to discharge.
And are those comprehensive testing requirements something the commission could consider adding to permits to ensure produced water discharge is safe?
No, because I don't think there are criteria for many constituents in produced water. That's the whole basis of my testimony.
Okay, so you don't think that existing treatment options could test for the presence of those criteria?
Sorry, what criteria?
Or constituents, excuse me.
What's a treatment options don't test. I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can current analytics test for the constituents that you've mentioned exist in produced water?
No, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I believe my understanding is that there are many constituents in produced water for which there are no known approved standard testing methods.
So how do you know those are in produced water?
Because there are proprietary chemicals that are added, and we know that the industry is allowed to add proprietary chemicals.
So you know that those chemicals are in the water, but there's no way to detect whether or not they're in the water?
There's no standard methods to detect them, yes.
Are there methods to detect them?
There may be methods that are unapproved, and in some cases there probably aren't methods.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Lewis?
I do.
All right, go
Dr.
ahead.
Lewis, you've testified that produced water, both untreated and treated, poses substantial risks to the environment, particularly to the life and biodiversity of freshwater sources. Would I be correct in summarizing your testimony this way?
That's correct.
You've also indicated that you do not support the discharge of either untreated or treated produced water, these substantial risks, correct?
Sorry, can you restate that?
You've also indicated that you do not support the discharge of either untreated or let me restart. You've also indicated that you do not support the discharge of either untreated or treated produced water due to these substantial risks, correct?
That's correct.
In simpler terms, you've suggested that even a small amount of produced water can significantly harm a larger body of fresh water when mixed. Is that correct?
I think that's possible, yes.
Let's consider a volume of no more than 1 cup of produced water. and add it to a gallon of fresh water, would this mixture be as toxic as undiluted produced water based on your testimony?
You're asking me to do math, but I just talk through this. I would say generally that we know, for example, that the salts in produced water in the Permian Basin are up to 10 times as salty as seawater. Therefore, were you to dilute a cup of water 10x, so by 10, it would still be as salty as salt water, which would be salty enough to cause toxicity to freshwater organisms. Yes.
In that context, would you say that the mixture is a solution of produced water, or would you argue that the mixture is produced water?
You broke up a little bit. If you could just repeat that one more time.
In that context, would you say that the mixture is a solution of produced water, or would you argue that the entire mixture is produced water?
I would call it diluted produced water.
Does your assessment change if we increase the mixture from 1 gallon of fresh water to 10 gallons of fresh water, but continue to only put in 1 cup of produced water? Basically, if we increase the fresh water by 10 times, but same amount of produced water in the previous scenario, would your opinion remain the same?
That it's still diluted produced water? I would say it is still diluted produced water. It's just an increasingly diluted.
As it's increasingly diluted, does it pose the same risk as it did prior to?
No, as the dilution increases, concentration decreases, and therefore the amount to which a human or an organism would be exposed would be decreased.
Let's increase the volume to about 10,000 gallons of fresh water, roughly the amount of an above ground swimming pool. Would 1 cup of produced water mixed into this still create the same level of toxicity as it would in 1 gallon of water?
No, I don't. Well, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know what we're talking about in terms of toxicity, or what we're not talking about any specifics in terms of toxicity or chemicals. So it's hard for me to say. I think in theory, it should be less toxic as it is more diluted.
You would agree there is a dilution level at which the mixture is not as toxic to the extent as it is undiluted?
I believe there could be, yes. But there could also be
Would you
threshold
testify?
toxicity. So
Hold on, Mr. Maxwell, he
there
wasn't
could-
done with his answer.
There could be thresholds of toxicity that the dilution is not reaching so that it's equally toxic.
Would you testify that it applies equally to both treated and untreated produced water?
Sure.
On what scientific evidence have you based that determination?
That it would be that the dilution effect would have the same dilution effect on treated versus untreated produced water.
Yes.
Based simply on chemistry and physics.
And just to clarify, are you supporting the use of produced water for industry beyond the oil fields?
I don't have an opinion about use of water in industry beyond the oil fields.
Despite your concerns about discharge, isn't transporting produced water necessary for its reuse in industrial applications outside of the oil field?
Protection outside the scope.
Mr. Maxwell, I don't believe that he testified on that question.
Just said he did.
He has testified about the discharge of produced water and its effect on freshwater sources, has he not?
Yes, but he said he didn't have an opinion outside of the oil field. Sorry, for industrial use.
And so we're going to say that it's beyond the scope of questioning today to question his risk assessment of transportation of produced water and its relation to how it may be compared to a discharge.
Well, I can confirm. Dr. Lewis, did you come here with opinions about the transportation
I did not.
of produced water? He did not, Mr. Maxwell.
Okay, that crosses a lot of questions out. I really wanted to know what your assessment was on transportation outside of the oil field, because based on your concerns about the contaminants in produced water and the environmental risks, it seems it might be greater in the transport phase than to just keep it where it's at. Would you agree?
Mr. Maxwell, I would take your statement later. But right now, it's time for questions of Dr. Lewis, and that was simply not part of his testimony. Do you have other topics
I asked
to
him if
cover
he
with?
agreed with my statement.
Again, do you have an opinion? He does not have an opinion on transport. Please move on.
That's all my questioning. Thank you.
Oh, great. All right. Thank
Thank you.
you. Let's go to Ms. Taylor on behalf of Select Water Solutions. I'm just trying to get us to noon. So if you would, about 6 or 7 minutes of questions, we'll come back.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Dr. Lewis. My name is Liz Taylor, and I represent Select Water Solutions. And so I just have a few questions. Perhaps we can all get out for lunch on time. So have you ever done primary research on produced water?
No.
So your opinions here were based on literature reviews, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you look at the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium's website regularly?
No.
Did you just look at it for this case?
Yes.
I'd like to focus on treated produced water. You assert treated produced water carries the same risk as untreated produced water because treatment does not completely remove contaminants. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. You assert treated produced water carries the same risks as untreated produced water because treatment does not completely remove contaminants.
That's not what I testified to. I said that the treatment would reduce the amount of risk, but it wouldn't eliminate it.
And so you did say that that water treatment is not 100% effective, particularly against non-target compounds.
That's correct.
And that some of those non-target compounds could include pharmaceuticals and personal care products in the municipal waste stream. Let me back up. Isn't it true that municipal domestic wastewater treatment does not completely remove all contaminants?
Which I think there are some municipal waste streams that do better and worse, depending on, again, as I talked about earlier, there's primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment. So depending on the level of treatment will depend on how much comes out the other side.
And I do think, though, that you said that that water treatment is not 100% effective, particularly against non-target compounds such as pharmaceuticals and personal care products.
It has not been, certainly not been 100% effective in the past. Yes.
And in fact, those contaminants, quote unquote, pass through the treatment train in a drinking water facility.
They can, yes.
And those contaminants also pass through treatment in wastewater treatment plants.
They can, yes.
And you've testified that unknown constituents in produced water present risk to human health and the environment.
They may present risk to human health and environment.
And isn't the same true for unknown constituents in municipal or domestic wastewater?
Yes.
And is it the same for, isn't the same true for industrial wastewater treatment?
It could be. I don't know.
Would you agree that there are unknown contaminants in those waters?
Which waters?
In municipal waters?
That there could be unknown
Mhm.
contaminants. I believe there could be unknown.
And in industrial waters?
Theoretically, there could be, yes.
For example, you've testified that PFAS have only recently been identified as ubiquitous in the environment and become the subject of EPA regulations, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Based on that understanding of unknown constituents and less than 100% effective treatment in municipal waste streams, do you recommend that discharges from municipal wastewater treatment plants be prohibited because of the existence of unknown constituents?
I wasn't asked to opine on municipal systems.
Generally speaking about produced water or the production of produced water, if you will, are the constituents of formation water, the water that is in the rocks, in the wells, are those constituents known?
Some of them may be known, yes.
Can they be characterized generally?
Some of them may be characterized.
Do you have any information that says that they cannot be characterized?
Which constituents?
I mean, I'm just asking, is it possible for researchers and for operators to know what's in the formation water in a well?
That's in the naturally occurring formation?
Correct. Yes, that's what I
Is
mean.
it possible for them to know what is in that
Mhm.
water? Yes, it's also possible for them to not know what's in that water.
If a recycler can know the constituents that are in the formation water, can they treat for that?
Sorry, what was that question?
If a business that is recycling water does know or can know what the constituents are in the formation water, can they then treat for that?
In theory, yes. Develop a treatment train to target contaminants that are present, yes.
Would the same be true if a recycler can know the constituents added to the, say, fracking water? Could those constituents be treated for?
I don't know. I don't know what those constituents are, so I can't speak to whether or not they can be treated for.
Is TDS variable in untreated produced water?
That's my understanding, yes.
If you can remove the TDS, does the initial variability affect the ability to test TDS after treatment?
Say that again?
Okay, I'll break it up.
Yep.
Let's say that you remove the TDS. You know it's in there, you remove the TDS.
Yes.
And then you want to test the water to see if TDS remains. Does the initial variability in the source water make a difference in the ability to test for TDS after treatment?
You're telling me by definition that the TDS has been removed
Yes, sir.
to the same efficacy?
Yes.
It's the same efficacy, then the test should be indistinguishable. If it's not the same efficacy, then it might affect, as I responded earlier, it might affect the ability of the to distinguish, because tests have, analytic detection windows that they have to operate in, for example.
Is it similar for other constituents?
As far as I know, yes.
And then you said that some constituents can't be tested for.
Yes. I mean, yes. Certainly there are chemicals for which we don't have standard methods to measure them.
Can you just tell me, I'm just curious, can you tell me what some of those are?
If they're unknown, then we can't confirm what they are.
So you really can't tell me, you can't give me an example of a constituent that can't be tested for?
The constituent that can't be tested.
Right.
Yeah, I think there are, this, yeah, I mean, I, from what I understand in reading the literature, I understand that there are constituents for which there are not standard analytical methods. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. We will break now for lunch and return at 1. When we return at 1, we will take public comment. And after public comment, we'll resume the questioning of Dr. Lewis. All right. We are back after a lunch break. My name is Felicia Orth, the hearing officer appointed to conduct the public hearing in WQCC 23-84. It's a hearing in front of the Water Quality Control Commission. Today at 1, we set aside to accept public comment. I'll be inviting the folks who signed up through Pam Jones, who are both on the platform and in the room. After this public comment session, there will be 4 more opportunities this week to offer public comment. That's 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., both tomorrow and Friday. Just a few guidelines. I will ask you to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth. I will ask you to spell your name on the transcript, and I will have to keep time with a stopwatch. We have so much public comment, we have to limit the comments to 3 minutes apiece. If you have more than that to say, I strongly recommend that you submit a comment in writing. Again, that would go to Pam Jones, can be of any length, and is given the same weight. So I'm going to start with a lady in the room, Giselle Pyburn. Ms. Pyburn, Ms. Fox, would you please provide a seat for Ms. Pyburn? Please come here. You do need to have the microphone reasonably close, but not too close. Is the button pushed?
No, how's that?
That's perfect. Thank you. I know you have already provided the spelling of your name to Teresa. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do swear to tell the
Thank
truth.
you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. My name is Giselle Pyburn. I am a teacher here in town and have lived here for over 30 years. And I want to voice my opinion and also bring forth other teachers and other peers who are unable to come to a forum like this during work hours. But many of us feel like Santa Fe should not be the guinea pig for a process that's not tried and true and without strong and adequate scientific backing. And this is where I have raised my children, and as I said, 30 years, and I hope that they continue to live here and want to reside here into their futures. In addition, my students are also, they live here and they will probably remain. They tend to be a lower socioeconomic status, and so they can't leave this area. And we want to really protect Santa Fe, New Mexico from produced water status that's not, like I said, tried and true. I read an article from a Los Alamos Prashant Shireen, I think, and they made this sound like it was just the best thing since sliced bread. And I again want to push back and say we're not here to solve the problems of waste by becoming consumers of unsafe water, whether it's through the farms or other use of that water. And I thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pyburn. Kenneth Brennan. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you would spell both of your names for the transcript.
KENNETHBRENNAN.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
All right, my name is Ken Brennan, and my family moved to New Mexico in 1975 from Massachusetts. I'm a graduate of Cibola High School, class of 79. After high school, I joined the Navy in 1980 and
Mr.
retired.
Brennan, I'm sorry, you have to slow down a little so we can catch it.
Oh, okay. That's the Bostonian in me. So I joined the Navy in 1980 and I retired in 2000. After the Navy, I worked for a GE company. Who's this? Okay. So I worked for a GE company and working in the gas turbine as a field engineer. And I also worked on wind turbine commissioning and maintenances. The past 17 years, I've been a manager managing the crews working that did the maintenance and work on those turbines. Currently, I live in Edgewood, where I'm the commissioner for District 1. I am also the mayor. In the Navy, water is a critical resource. We process seawater to make it fresh for drinking and equipment. Contaminated water from equipment and bilge is processed to remove oil and other contaminants before returning it to the sea. Water is a precious resource for everybody. In municipalities like Edgewood, wastewater from the sewer system is clean, processed for use and for watering, landscapes, road and road dust control, and other non-potable uses, providing it meets EPA standards. The use of good drinking water should be avoided at all costs for anything other than agricultural and residential needs. We're basically looking at the same thing here. Take water used in the oil and gas production and clean it to a standard so it can be reused in the oil and gas processes or used in other non-potable needs. By continuing to reuse this water, less fresh water is needed, thus preserving the precious water for agricultural and residential needs. If the Navy can take seawater from the bay in Hong Kong and turn it into drinkable water, then we can take processed water from the oil and gas process and make it used for non-potable use. For that, I strongly support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Freddie Lopez. Mr. Lopez? I'm sorry? Freddie? I'll take the marbles out of my mouth. All right. If Mr. Lopez rejoins us, I'm happy to accept his comment. Bob Moore. Bob Moore. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I
Thank
do.
you. And if you would spell your name for the record?
Bob, B-O-B, Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
I'll start your time.
I am Bob Moore. I'm a native New Mexican, born and raised in Carlsbad, New Mexico, and moved to Albuquerque to go to school at UNM in 1967. My family was originally in the farming and ranching business in Dexter, Hagerman, Carlsbad, and Jowl since the early 1900s. At the ranch, we attempted to produce oil and gas without success, but had several producing water wells. At the farms, we were originally served by artesian flowing water wells, which had to be replaced by mechanical pumps. Water has been very important throughout my life and the life of everyone in New Mexico. For recreation, we enjoyed using the Pecos River and didn't damage that water much, other than just water skiing. My dad was very active in the Carlsbad Irrigation District and in the development of the Brantley Dam and the adjacent lake for irrigation purposes. Our family has always appreciated the conservation and careful use of the water resources in New Mexico. With water being precious and limited, being able to capture it, clean it, reuse it, and perhaps recapture it again is a very prudent and wise thing to do. An alternative use of water at one time, many years ago in New Mexico, was the Project Plowshare, which was in conjunction with the Atomic Energy Commission, where we injected water into a stored heat source and produced electricity from the steam generated. New Mexico has been gifted with the Permian Basin vast deposits of oil and gas and have produced a great amount of cash for the operation of the state of New Mexico, particularly in the Department of Education and the school system. It is most important to encourage the production of oil and gas and its reserves to produce this income, and also protect the water that we have that is so very precious. Reusing the water multiple times makes it even more valuable to us and usable in the oil and gas industry. And keeping the fresh water available for agriculture and residential use is also important. I wholeheartedly support the proposed legislation to promote recycling of the water for reuse multiple times. And I think this is very prudent and the best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Joel Robin. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
If you'd spell your names for the transcript.
Joel, J-O-E-L. Last name, Robin, R-O-B-I-N.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
So my name is Joel Robin. I'm a resident of New Mexico. I moved here 4 years ago and decided that when I'm able to afford it, I want to make this my home to retire. As I can tell from all your accent, this is not where I am from. I immigrated to America in 1988 from France. I raised a family of 4 children, one of whom, I'm glad to say, is alumni from UNM. And I own a small business that I still have been running for 40 years and continue to do so. Prior to here, I live in Vermont for most of my time here in America. A state I enjoy immensely because of nature. One thing I do realize, though, is that Vermont does not face the same challenge that New Mexico does with drought and water being a limited and continually depleting resource. Here in New Mexico, I could tell that it has given me so much in a short time of me being here. One thing that helped me make up my mind when I decided to move here is the true beauty of nature. It was non-negotiable after living in Vermont. So we can help future generation and ensure that there will be plenty of groundwater that goes untouched and is available to them if we're able to pass this rule. If we can reuse water that has been involved in production and are able to find ways to innovatively treat and filter this water, we'll be able to create more jobs. I strongly urge you to pass this rule for the future generation of New Mexicans and lead the way in our nation, helping other states come to the same solution. The conservation of water is of vital importance. Be like water. Bruce Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. Would you be willing to share your written statement with the court reporter in case she missed a word?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Crystal Curley, just the paper.
The paper.
Crystal Curley. If Miss Curley rejoins us, I'm happy to take her comment. Ian Schultz. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Ian, spelled I-A-N. Schultz, spelled S-C-H-U-L-T-Z.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
I live in Albuquerque. I have resided in New Mexico since 1965. I'm a senior architect with Rock Gap Engineering. I have over 40 years of experience in the design and construction of complex facilities for government agencies and private industrial units. The growth of New Mexico's economy and the construction environment are highly dependent on the availability of water for domestic and industrial use. Every significant industry requires some measure of water for their operations. Without an adequate supply of usable water, new companies will not establish operations in New Mexico. Existing New Mexico industries like oil and gas will struggle to produce the energy and products needed for a strong economy. Population growth of current New Mexicans is pressing our currently available water resources. Further, Texas continues to file lawsuits to acquire more of New Mexico's limited supply of water. Drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin and the Colorado River Complex may threaten New Mexico's San Juan diversion water. New technologies will be needed to produce fresh, usable water from existing deposits of brackish water and the recovery of production waters. The reuse of treated production water in the oil and gas fields would be a significant contribution to New Mexico's economy. I fervently urge the committee to fully support the Water Action Plan in developing rules and regulations that support development and reuse of produced waters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Erlene Grossclose. All righty. Again, we have 4 more opportunities this week. Jay Grossclose. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
My name is J.C. Grossclose.
Spell your name for the
Oh,
transcript.
okay. First name is Jay, J-A-Y. Last name Grosseclose.
I'll start your time now.
My name is Jay Grossclose. I'm a native New Mexican, born and raised in Roswell, educated at New Mexico State University for my career in water resources engineering. And I've been living in Santa Fe since 1980. Some years ago, I prepared water quality standards for this body for the Colorado River salinity area of the state. In fact, my glasses. In fact, I had also blocked at one point on an interstate body an attempt by Colorado to directly discharge produced water into dry arroyos because it was an unfair economic advantage over New Mexico that required that produced water be injected or evaporated in order to prevent discharge of salt into the Colorado River, which we are paying millions and millions of dollars to remove. So I am a strong supporter of preventing brackish water from being released into freshwater supplies. I want to thank you, commissioners, for your service in the protection of New Mexico's limited water supplies. And I appreciate what you've done through the years to continue that fine tradition. One thing I observed and concluded during my career is that New Mexico would require water reuse where water rights of other users would not be impaired by reuse projects. In other words, you couldn't take water that was actually discharged from the Santa Fe treatment plant that actually had a right to the Middle Rio Grande. So
that was one of the issues. You couldn't impair the right of a downstream user. So saying that imported water was different and brackish water in New Mexico was different because it was considered a new supply. This practice of water reuse, I think, is essential to conserve our water quality and quantity available for human consumption. As a professional engineer, I disagree strongly with some of the comments that produced water cannot be adequately treated to drinking water standards. I've seen it done too many times. In fact, for at least 50 years that I know of, New Mexico's brackish water has been an essential component of the future water supplies of New Mexico. Outside my professional experience, I'm an outdoorsman who enjoys being in our forests and state lands for hunting, fishing, and other recreational uses.
Would you wrap up, please?
What's that?
Would you wrap up, please?
Okay. Allowing produced water to be reused in industrial and commercial applications will help new services and will conserve and extend fresh water supplies. One of the components of reuse of water is that it concentrates the pollutants. That's an essential first step to treatment. When you use it for cooling or industrial purposes, a first step is always to concentrate the waste. So it's an essential step that would be aided without additional applications of energy and could aid in control of the pollutants involved. I endorse the effort to reuse produced water for industrial and commercial purposes and disposal by safe practices of those concentrated wastes. I think it's essential to the growth and the future of our state.
Thank you, Mr. Grossberg. Carl Gonzalez. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would spell your names for the transcript.
C-A-R-L. Gonzalez is G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-S.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. My name is Carl Gonzalez. I'm a 10th generation New Mexican here in northern New Mexico. Both my mom and dad's side of the family have been here since the early 1600s. And one of my grandfathers was the first mayor of Albuquerque and helped build the church there on Alameda and 4th Street. And I've lived in Southwest Albuquerque all my life. I currently work for Creek Carriers, a trucking company that has over 5,000 trucks on the road, and very aware of the need of the oil and gas industry for the continuation of moving products to all Americans across this country. And currently working with Costco, moving freight from Aurora, Colorado to Albuquerque, the 3 Costcos in Albuquerque. And I'm in favor of repurposing water for the oil and gas industry. And I hope that the continuation of this industry will be able to do that and continue to do that. And I'm very thankful for you to be here and listen to the people who have interest in this. And thank you for your consideration, and may God bless the great state of New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Joyce Caton. Maybe mispronouncing names here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you would state and spell your name for the court reporter.
First name is Doyle, D-O-Y-L-E. Last name, Caton, C-A-T-O-N.
Thank you. I will start your time now.
Okay, I'm an old guy, but I've experienced a little bit. My whole life has been spent gathering, analyzing, and moving information, so I'm not an expert in anything. There was a time I knew who they were. My first experience with these issues was as a child when I grew up in the oil patches in Oklahoma, near Ada, Oklahoma. And later in the 60s, we lost 3 wells, water wells, due to water flooding, secondary recovery. And that was not because of the technology, it was because people broke the laws. There was a law in the books in Oklahoma in 1919 that if you abandoned a well or the casing, you plugged it below the Sweetwater veins. That was ignored a lot. At that time, I was developing a program. I've done quite a bit of project and program development. And since that's the home of the Robert S. Kerr Water Laboratory, and that we had an environmental science program at the college, I developed the first state level environmental information center, not because of our talent probably, but because we had a lot of water lab activity. And Carl Albert, Speaker of the House, was our congressman. Everybody wanted to lose this. But it turned out to be a pretty good project. I was brought a few years later to the University of New Mexico and repeated the same thing in energy information with an organization called NECA, National Energy Information Center Affiliate. NECA, National Energy Information Center Affiliate. That was one of the early DOE contracts when DOE was created. And it was actually the National Energy Information Center was in Washington. We had about 10 people on staff there. A lot of the information systems for the DOE officers and so forth. So I've been exposed to a lot of that stuff all my life, of both energy and environment. And to me, I look at my early experience of the problems we had in Oklahoma and with other things. All we need is enforcement of some of the legislation that's on the books and good legislation. And I've worked with the legislature up here on an awful lot from the University of New Mexico some years ago. But if it's, if
I don't have my volume on. Turn it off. How goes it?
No, that's okay. I just was about to wrap up. Point is, I do have a book that I can let anybody look at. I'd like to keep it. I was on a planning program for this, and it was covered by people like Jed Huntley and Jules Bergman and others back. It was in Tulsa, 1973, Growth with Environmental Quality. And we had the Sierra Club, other people at that level with the oil companies, Joe Williams companies, the Phillips people. I'd be happy to put people in touch with any of my old network that's still living. I turned 90 just a few weeks ago, so I've lost most of them. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caton. Kathy Day. Kathy Day. Oh, are you on the platform?
I am, yes.
Okay, we're going to need you to speak a lot louder.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, that's better. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
All right, and if you would spell your name for the court reporter.
Cathy and then Day.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. So thank you to the members of the Water Quality Control Commission and the New Mexico Environment Department for setting aside this time to hear from members of the public about the proposed rule to outline limitations to the use of produced water. I am an agricultural and environmental scientist with a PhD in geography from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I studied the effects of and response to climate change in New Mexico farming. I'm here representing the interests of the Agricultura Cooperative Network that works in the South Valley of Albuquerque with more than 70 farmers from around the state. As an expert in the effects of climate change on agriculture, I'm deeply aware of New Mexico's current and expected future water situation, with annual precipitation expected to decline by at least 10% in New Mexico by the end of the century under current high emission scenarios, and snow water equivalent expected to decline by more than 40% Overall water availability is expected to decline across the state. The declines will be exacerbated by decreasing soil moisture because of rising temperatures and by population growth demanding ever higher proportions of available water. Agricultural and residential needs will continue even as water availability declines. With such declines in water availability in mind, it may seem advantageous to recycle water used whenever possible. However, the water used for agriculture and residential uses must be free of highly concerning contaminants. Produced water has a long list of contaminants, including some of well-known concern, like per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, carcinogens like benzene and toluene, and a variety of radioactive compounds like uranium and plutonium. Most concerning, however, is that according to a 2020 analysis, only 24% of 1,198 chemicals identified in produced water can be detected through standard analytical methods. In addition, trade secrets limit our understanding of potential additional substances of concern. As a consequence, there are not methods currently in place to fully assess the potential impact of produced water in any settings where such water is used. With toxic spills common in the oil and gas industry, including an average of 4 toxic spills per day in New Mexico, moving produced water away from its point of origin creates too many risks of contaminating water used for drinking and irrigation. In the short term, New Mexico must ensure that produced water is carefully isolated from all sources of water used for human consumptive purposes like drinking and irrigation. In the long term, New Mexico needs to move rapidly away from fossil fuels extraction because of their adverse impacts on the climate, the water, and human health. Thank you.
Thank you. The screen name indicates Ms. Olga Garza may be with you. She's another commenter.
That's correct.
All right. Ms. Garza, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
All right. Would you spell your name for the transcripts?
Helga, Helga, Garza, Garza.
I'll start your time now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helga Garza. I'm the Executive Director of Agricultura Cooperative Network. We are a small-scale farming collective. Have done a lot of work in procurement practice, in procurement policy change in order for institutional investments. We are changing a food system throughout New Mexico for a healthier, more productive food system that we will not rely on the global food market. That's the long-term goal. Our collective of farmers and ranchers over the past 15 years have been doing a lot of work in order to keep our production as healthy as possible. Everyone using organic methods, being good stewards to the land, also scaling our production regarding our limited water resources. Available land is very hard to obtain here, so we're trying to keep the generational wealth land of our cooperative in healthy hands. Food production, even within our ranchers that have to take their cattle to USDA certified processors. So everybody's making an effort in order to produce the highest quality, the healthiest quality, working with our limited resources in order to produce a healthy food system for the state of New Mexico, feeding schools throughout the state, early childhood centers throughout the state, senior centers throughout the state, hospitals, working with the local food banks, working with RX programs as food is medicine with various clinics, and also providing our own community-supported agricultural program that feeds populations that are disabled or would not have the opportunity to put fresh, local, organic produce at their table. So this is very concerning to us, this rule of produced water. we have many of our farms, especially our urban farms, are within brownfield sites, already fighting contamination within land. Many of the farms too are in Superfund sites. So we've been doing everything to mitigate that, to keep our soils healthy, to keep our water resource healthy. So this for us is very concerning, given the fact that we are feeding our communities throughout New Mexico. We are developing an economic wealth of health, wealth, and well-being. And this is concerning to us regarding all of the health risks, all of the environmental risks that this ruling brings. So on behalf of our 75 farmers, ranchers that are working hard to keep being good stewards to the land and being good stewards to our limited resource, we
Ms.
are even collecting our precious generational seeds.
Ms. Garza,
So,
would you wrap up, please?
yes. Okay. So on behalf of all of our farmers, we are against this produced water rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Tucker. Emily Tucker. Right, if Ms. Tucker rejoins us, I'm happy to take her comment. Nicole Olanovich.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
And if you would spell your name for the transcript, please.
it's Nicole, Nicole, last name Maestas Olanovich, Maestas-Olonovich.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Chair and members of the commission, my name's Nicole Maestas Olanovich. I'm a 6th generation New Mexican, disabled combat veteran, a mother, a homeowner, a lifelong resident of the South Valley, and here on behalf of the Adelante Progressive Caucus and myself. New Mexico seems to be viewed as a safe haven for dumping toxic waste, extraction of hazardous waste, and now some folks in our government want to allow man-made toxic radioactive reused fracking water to be pumped and dumped in order to feed our fossil fuel addiction and without the consent of the residents who depend on water for survival. We have fought back against the misuse of our lands and water in the legislature. This year, one of those bills we stood up against was called the Strategic Water Supply. Our people spoke out loud and clear that we are against both the funding of oil and gas's water waste and the housing of that waste in our backyard. Now I'm asking you, the Water Quality Control Commission, to oppose these rule changes. Quite frankly, the rule changes around water that are being suggested make me fear for myself as somebody who's disabled due to environmental toxin exposure. And moreover, this makes me absolutely terrified for my 1-year-old daughter's future in the land of our ancestors. I feel like we must take every action necessary to protect our environment, and this is going in the exact opposite direction. It's a shame that when our legislature sets a standard, some in power feel like they can just change the rules to go around the wishes of the people in New Mexico and the standards set in the roundhouse. Almost like some folks don't want to hear the voices of New Mexicans, but rather superimpose political ambitions, money, and power on the literal backs of our population. This behavior is not unnoticed. The youth are watching. These rule changes are forward-facing, and we were asking you to oppose this sleight of hand. Together, we need to continue to protect our acequias, our watersheds, our people from the hazardous, unstudied, and destructive rule changes that put our clean water at risk because we know water is life. Please heed our wishes and oppose these rule changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Slanovich. Paula Garcia. Paula Garcia?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, I can hear you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
If you would spell your name for the transcript.
Paulagarcia.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Good afternoon, members of the Water Quality Control Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. The New Mexico Acequia Association is a statewide organization of acequias and community ditches throughout New Mexico, and I am here to voice the concerns of acequia communities and traditional New Mexico communities. Our mission is to protect water, to grow healthy food for our families and communities, and to honor our cultural heritage. Protecting clean water for our communities is our utmost concern as caretakers of our rivers and acequias. We urge the Water Quality Control Commission to ensure that New Mexico is governed by rigorous water quality regulations, including stronger language in the proposed regulations for the reuse of wastewater from oil and gas, referred to as produced water. We have three primary points that we would like to share with you today. First, I would like to recognize the language that's in the rule that would prohibit the discharge of reused produced water to surface or groundwater resources. This would include uses, but not limited to several that are mentioned in the rule. But the current proposed rule contains this prohibition and also states that any federal permit that allows discharge of produced water to surface or groundwater will be denied by the state. This language should be retained in the rule. The second point we have is concern about the listing of some definitions in the rule that we think are not necessary. This would be removal of definitions for agriculture that are not consistent with the prohibition on discharge. Any of this language, which appears to be limited to the definitions for reused water, for agriculture, environmental buffers, food crop applications, should be removed from the rule to be absolutely clear that there would be no discharges for uses on land, river, and acequias. Our third point is that we urge the Commission to remove language for the use of reused produced water for industrial projects, or to limit the use only to projects in the oil field. This rule, as written, would authorize the use of reused produced water outside the oil field for industrial projects. It's our concern that there is not adequate scientific data to show that this is a safe use of water, and that there is not adequate technology that can reduce the toxic chemicals in produced water to safe levels, especially considering that not all the chemicals in oil and gas wastewater are disclosed or even known or can be detected. Even trace amounts of toxins can pose health risks to our communities. And we're especially concerned about this because of our use of the use of agriculture in the field. In summary, we strongly urge the prohibition on discharging produced water to surface water and groundwater. And we will be submitting written comments with exhibits in addition to these verbal comments. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Vidal Gonzalez? Vidal Gonzalez?
Hello, yes, are you able to hear me?
Oh, yes, quite clearly. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Would you spell your name for the transcript?
Vidal, V-I-D-A-L, Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-S.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Singhi Ta'idi, everybody. My name is Vidal Gonzalez. I'm a tribal member of Santa Clara Pueblo. New Mexico is home to land-based communities, land grants, acequias, and tribal nations where intergenerational families continue to be stewards of the water and land. Protecting clean water for New Mexican communities is of utmost concern as caretakers of our waters and land. To the tribal nations of the state, the waters of New Mexico have always been sacred sites themselves, and the water has always been used in cultural rites and practices. I urge the Water Quality Control Commission to ensure that New Mexico is governed by rigorous water quality protections, including stronger language in the proposed regulation for reuse of wastewater from oil and gas referred to as produced water. I recommend that the Commission continues to prohibit the discharge of reused produced water to surface water and groundwater. The current proposed rule contains this prohibition and also states that any federal permit that allows discharge of produced water to surface water or groundwater will be denied by the state. This language in the rule must be retained. This is specifically to uphold the indigenous practices and rights of the state. Number two, removal of definitions for uses such as agriculture, environmental buffers, food crop applications, and other similar language should be removed from the rule so that there is no further confusion. Third, remove language for use of reused produced water for industrial projects or limit the use only to projects in the oil fields. The proposed rule would allow using reused produced water for industrial projects all over the state. There's no credible scientific data showing that current technology can reduce the toxic chemicals and produce water to safe levels. Even trace amounts of these toxins can pose significant health risks. In summary, I strongly urge that the prohibition on discharging produced water to surface water or groundwater will be retained, and that other problematic and overtly broad language on use for agriculture and industrial projects will be removed. I have also submitted written comments that should be referenced as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Is there anyone else in the room who has not yet offered comment who would like to offer comment? Ms. Fox? We still have people coming to the table. Hello, do you
Hi there.
swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would state and spell your name for the transcript.
Yes, ma'am. It's Freddie, Freddie, Lopez, Lopez.
Thank you. I'll start your time now.
Thank you. My name is Freddie Lopez, and I reside right here in the oldest capital of the country. I've lived here all my life. I'm a born and raised New Mexican. I graduated from the Santa Fe Community College with a degree in business administration. The reason why I'm speaking today is because I truly believe in our oil and gas industry. It is the foundation of New Mexico's economy. At the same time, I also believe in our environment. We have a saying here in New Mexico, "El agua es vida." Water is life. In New Mexico, water is one of our most precious resources. It is what we need to live by. You can't go more than 2 days without water. And I have to give so much credit to our pueblos and our reservations because they are the backstop to making sure that our environment and our beautiful landscapes in New Mexico are preserved. And at the same time, I truly believe in our oil and gas industry because it is just the backbone of our economy. It provides jobs. It is a reason why we have a budget surplus. It's a reason why our schools are funded. And at the same time, we have to preserve our environment. I believe this rule is going to be tremendous, not only for the oil and gas industry, but as well as our environment. Because as we said here in New Mexico, "El agua es vida," water is life. And if we are not finding that perfect balance, how can we move forward, especially as a state? And with our water, why not use reusable water? We have the technologies to do so. And having the oil and gas industry be involved in making sure that our environment is protected and our water is kept pure and safe, because we all want clean, fresh air and water for our kids. But we shouldn't do it at the cost of our economy. We shouldn't do it at the cost of our industry. So I have proposed, and I really am asking all of you to please vote in favor of this rule. If you truly believe, not just in our oil and gas industry, but if you truly believe in our environment and our children's future and our water, I please urge you to vote in favor of this bill because it is what is needed here in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Anyone else in the room who has not yet offered public comment? I have one more name, I believe on the platform, Reverend Ryan Tate. Reverend Tate? Oh, all right. Thank you. This then brings us to the end of the public comment session today. We will return to the technical case. When we broke into the technical case, we we're still still posing questions to Dr. Lewis, who's a witness for Amigos Bravos and the Sierra Club. Ms. Taylor had completed her questions, so then we moved to Center for Biological Diversity. Were there questions?
Madam
for
Mayor,
Mr.
this is Colin with the Center for Biological Diversity. We have no questions for this witness.
But, the court reporter didn't hear you?
Oh, I apologize. This is Colin Cox with the Center for Biological Diversity, and I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Hightower, do you have questions of Dr. Lewis? No? Let's see, Ms. Anasi. Okay, terrific. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lewis, I only have a handful of questions for you, okay? Could you please explain for us the concept of the dose makes the poison?
Sure, yeah, that's a very common phrase used in public health and epidemiology. It essentially means that pretty much any substance, if one is exposed to high enough concentrations, is capable of causing toxicity.
So any substance can be dangerous to health, welfare, and the environment if it exceeds a certain level.
For the most part, yes.
And so what ultimately matters is the quantity that you have present, correct?
The quantity and also the type of exposure, the route of exposure also can play a role. So by way of an example, water in fact can be toxic if you drink too much water without electrolytes, but you can't bathe too much. So if you're getting exposed to water via your skin, it might not be toxic, but via an oral route of exposure, it might be toxic.
Okay. And I think you mentioned earlier that there's a threshold at which a substance can become toxic. Is that right?
Some types of constituents, when one is exposed, have what are called threshold effects. And then there are other constituents, or hazards really is the right term, that are believed to not have threshold effects. And in particular, for example, carcinogenic compounds are typically believed not to have a threshold effect.
Meaning that any exposure to such substances is harmful to some degree. Is that what that means?
Correct. In the case of carcinogens, it increases the probability of cancer.
Okay. Similar to like radiation.
Correct.
Okay. So setting those substances aside and looking at substances that have thresholds, the degree of risk that a particular substance poses is dependent upon whether this threshold of toxicity is met or exceeded, correct?
That's the model, yes.
And so to evaluate whether a particular substance poses a risk to health, welfare, or the environment, we need to know what this toxicity threshold is for each particular substance.
That's correct.
If we don't know this toxicity threshold for a substance, we can't determine what levels of the substance would be harmful.
That's correct.
So with this idea in mind, I want to talk about the contaminants and constituents in produced water, okay? The Danforth study or review paper found that approximately 1,200 different chemicals and constituents have been identified in produced water. Correct?
Correct.
And there was another study I think you referenced that showed that there were up to 2,800 different chemicals and constituents in produced water.
Correct.
Now I want to talk just about the Danforth study because it's the one that I happen to be more familiar with, okay? Looking at the 1,200 chemicals identified in the Danforth study, 167 of them have been sufficiently studied by the scientific community to determine their toxicity to a degree that can be used to evaluate risk, correct?
I believe that's the correct number, yes.
And so what that means is that we only have sufficient toxicological data on about 14% of the chemicals and constituents in produced water that'll allow us to evaluate the risk of those substances.
And I would amend that to say of the known constituents in produced water, yes.
And so of the substances that we know are in produced water, there are over 1,000 chemicals present that have not been sufficiently studied to know how much risk they pose to health, welfare, and the environment.
That's correct.
We don't know the dose at which each of these over 1,000 chemicals would pose undue risk of harm to health, welfare, and the environment. And so until we know how dangerous these chemicals are to plants, animals, and humans, we cannot fully evaluate the risk posed to health, welfare, and the environment by treated or untreated produced water, correct?
That's correct.
As the science stands, we do not have sufficient toxicological data as to over 1,000 chemicals that we know can be present in produced water.
Correct.
And so, because we do not have this information, because the science doesn't exist yet, your opinion is that both treated and untreated produced water are dangerous to plant, animal, and human health and safety.
They pose a risk to plant, human health.
And you say that they pose a risk because we don't have the data.
Sorry, let me amend that. They may pose a risk. I'm going to amend that and say that they may pose a risk.
Because we don't have data.
Because we don't have data.
In order to determine what risk is, we have to base it on existing data, correct?
Existing studies on those contaminants are hazardous or not, yes.
Based on your review of the literature and all of the testimony in this case, you are unaware of any existing scientific methods and processes that would make produced water safe for reuse, correct?
That's true. Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Mr. Davis? Thank you very much. Mr. Knight? Terrific. I know that Commissioner Brankard, I didn't mean it that way. Commissioner Brankard, I know that you joined us after I had called on all the other commissioners to see if they had questions of Dr. Lewis. Do you have any questions of Dr. Lewis at this time? You may have stepped away. All right. Let's see.
I have no questions.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Brankard. Anything else from any commissioner before I ask Ms. Fox? She has redirect. Oh, all right.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioners. I just have a couple of very short questions for redirect, and that is this. Dr. Lewis, we've heard comparisons between municipal wastewater streams and produced wastewater streams, and that both have known and unknown constituents, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And the implication of that comparison is that the two waste streams are the same or similar, and that there's no good scientific reason to distinguish the two. What is your response to this comparison?
So I think that there is valid scientific basis to distinguish the two. The waste streams are not the same. As I've discussed, produced water has much more variability in the numbers and concentrations of potential contaminants than municipal wastewater. and produced water has a wide variety of known hazards, many of which do not have standards or standard analytical methods for detection. Just because there may be unknown constituents in low concentrations in municipal water does not mean we should ignore the known constituents in high concentrations in produced water. Two wrongs don't make a right, to put it simply. The fact that despite treatment, contaminants may nonetheless pass through municipal treatment plants and make it into drinking water systems does not justify knowingly allowing additional contamination from produced water that would likely harm human health and the environment. And as I alluded to in my cross-examination, there has been greater recognition in the last couple of decades of the potential for contaminants of emerging concern to be in our drinking water and work to address those risks. And again, I already discussed PFAS contaminants. And as the commissioners may know, we are at a point where as a society, we're prepared to spend huge amounts of money to address PFAS because they may pose a real concern, particularly to drinking water systems. And that is a good analogy, in my opinion, to the situation with produced water.
That's all we have, Madam Hearing Officer.
Ms. Fox, is there any reason not to excuse Dr. Lewis? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you very much to the commission. I appreciate it.
Been going just an hour. I'd like to go a little more. Our next witness that we are taking before we move back to the department's cross-examination is Mr. Hightower. That's all right. Yes, it is your turn for a presentation. So first, I'm sorry, what? Oh, Pam, can you get the slideshow up? Okay. All right. While she's doing that, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? And if you would spell your name for the transcript. The
It's not.
excuse me.
Sorry, it's based upon the Wednesday meeting.
Right. It's the slideshow that was uploaded to the Dropbox. All right. That'll take her just a moment. I'm sorry? We need you in front of a microphone.
Mary Ellen Massey, New Energy Academy. I was just asking if Mr. Hightower could speak closer to the mic because I couldn't hear him. I'll make this mic.
Thank you for that. It's definitely a process. Too close, but not too close. All right, they're working on your slideshow. Is it, remember you have 30 minutes?
So I put together my testimony and my rebuttal together.
Yeah.
So I understood it'd be an hour.
Okay.
Hopefully I won't take that.
All right. Again, so long as it is your rebuttal. Ms. Fox? I need you in front of a microphone.
Mr. Hightower filed no rebuttal. He may serve rebut.
Okay, that's right. Mr. Hightower, you didn't file rebuttal testimony.
That's correct.
However, you may still rebut in the sense of you may respond to someone else's rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay? It's I know it's a term of art with
That's
lawyers.
kind of a fine line, isn't it?
The difference is between responding to their direct NOIs and responding to their rebuttal.
Yeah, I figured that out, but I think I can make it work.
All right. Pam, are we close?
So you want me to just give
Oh.
technical background? I think you'd like to hear people.
You want to do that?
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe I can waste a little time while they're trying to figure that out.
All right.
So my background, sorry about that. My background is I have a master and bachelor's degrees from New Mexico State in civil and environmental engineering. I've worked in the industry for about 40 years. Most recently at Sandia National Laboratories, where I worked for 38 years. While I was at Sandia, I did a number of activities, but for 10 years, I ran environmental remediation and restoration programs for the DOE at sites across the U.S. Worked with the EPA, their national laboratories, and their regional offices for a lot of those testing and evaluation of new and innovative technologies for the DOE for site cleanup and waste management. And then I also worked for the Department of Energy looking at non-traditional water resources for national security. And so I did a lot of work on desalination and non-traditional water treatment reuse for both the United States and countries around the world. So that's the background that I'll generally talk about, but I'm also on the New Mexico Desal Association. Started that about 7 or 8 years ago, looking at brackish waters and saline waters in New Mexico for additional water supplies. And then currently I'm the director of the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. So I'll give information, personal information on all that work that's been done over the last 25 or 30 years and how that applies to this legislation and potential rulemaking.
Thank you. Pam, how are we doing? All right.
I have it on my computer. I did send it in the Dropbox. They said that they had gotten it. It'll be in by Friday. That's Friday.
Let's take a 10-minute break so that folks get a break and then we don't have to break into his presentation. After a short break to address a technological issue, Mr. Hightower, we now have your slideshow on the screen. If you would please proceed.
So do you want to go to presentation mode? Would that be easier for people? Kind of bottom right-hand corner. I was just going to talk through the slides, yeah, and I can tell you when the slide, but there is a slideshow version at the very bottom right-hand where it makes the slides bigger. Yeah.
I'm right.
No, there's.
Right, so we tried.
All right.
presentation. showed it on here, but not on the web.
Okay, that's fine. We'll make it work.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I did send it in. I was supposed to, and I got an email that it was sent in. So really, next slide is the first slide that I'd like to talk to. Okay, thank you. So the overview that I'm going to present, as I mentioned, is the last 20 years or so in my efforts working with the Department of Energy on environmental remediation, environmental restoration, innovative technology development associated with desalination, because a lot of the technologies that we need to look at for produced water are desal technologies. They would be best available technologies, if you will, both reverse osmosis and distillation. So I'll talk about the movement and efforts within the United States to get to this point in those technologies. I'm going to talk about the issues of risks associated with not addressing our water supply issues and freshwater supply concerns and challenges, and the directions of the United States and the US EPA in looking at these non-traditional waters or wastewaters to support additional water supply development. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about some of the results we have from the consortium as they pertain to issues of fit for purpose treatment and reuse, as they pertain to evaluating the constituents of concern in produced water, and the work that we've done on identifying the constituents in produced water, as well as the unknowns in produced water. And I'll talk about that and the results that we have, leading toward conclusions that I had in my paper that we can treat produced water, both out of the San Juan Basin and the Permian Basin, the levels that I think are appropriate for fit for purpose reuse, and that we have addressed all the issues that we see in those constituents in those waters, and we have addressed the unknowns associated with those. So with that, I'll just kind of head into the next slide, please. I want to talk about desalination because I think that the United States has spent about 60 years looking at these desal technologies and trying to make them cost effective. We started out in the early 1960s with President Kennedy, starting the Office of Saline Water. Saline water, it was a research activity. From that work, the development of new thermal technologies to support desalination, and the initiation of research on reverse osmosis. So those technologies have been around for 60 years, and they're now at the point where they're very mature, very cost effective. They're being used worldwide today for both saline and brackish water across
No sugar. It's good to be stubborn. Why do they choose stubborn as the name for this?
Very sorry. Mr. Maxwell, can you hear me?
Your Honor, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you so much. After we finally got the PowerPoint up, the system crashed. So we're not going to share the PowerPoint at this time. We will find a way of putting it on the WQCC webpage or in a Dropbox folder that will be accessible to anyone who'd like to see it. In the meantime, in order to proceed with the testimony, Mr. Hightower is going to offer his presentation speaking from his notes. So, Mr. Hightower, I'm sorry, this is our third kind of stop and start, but I'm hoping to get through your presentation at this time.
All right, thank you very much. So I was talking about the desal program for the United States, started in 1960. I have some quotes from John F. Kennedy about how important this was for the country long term to address the water supply issues. In 1985, the Office of Saline Water was passed over to the Bureau of Reclamation. And that's important because we see regulations in federal CFR about waters west of the 98th meridian, which is the Bureau of Reclamation's purview for the United States as far as providing new water supplies and water supplies for agriculture for the Western U.S. And that's one of the reasons that we'll see some discussion about work that the Bureau of Reclamation has been doing on desalination and work that I've done in support of them to address brackish waters, saline waters west of the 98th meridian for applications to agriculture and municipal supplies. My next slide that I had was to talk about the direction in the last, from about 2000 on, in desalination research on new technologies to support brackish and saline water reuse. That was started with 1996 with the Desal Act, the U.S. Desal Act, that was set up understanding.
Hold on one second, Ms. Anasi.
I'd like to make an objection for the record. I understand that some leeway shall be granted, but this whole history was not part of his NOI or his testimony. So I think that while it could be interesting under certain circumstances, it's inappropriate at this point. So we would object.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nanasi. Mr. Hightower, Ms. Fox, and Ms. Nanasi, I think, share the view that what you're doing right now is objectionable because it wasn't written out in your testimony. And so I'll ask you to move on to what you actually filed in your.
Okay, I thought there was some discussion about who I was trying to represent, and I wanted to make sure that people understood the background of who I'm. But we can skip across that.
All right, thank you.
Let's talk real quickly about efforts then associated with produced water treatment and reuse from 2000 on. I think that that's important because the US EPA became involved with that and has written a number of technical documents around the use of desalination or produced water treatment. In my presentation, I give a number of examples of those EPA documents that we've used for the last 5 years in trying to direct the research associated with produced water reuse as our roles. It's important, I think, to talk about, and I mentioned it in my paper, that there are a number of states that have been utilizing desalination technologies, both for public supplies as well as the treatment of produced water. Other presenters have talked about those, but I think that one that's important to New Mexico is that in conjunction with the Bureau of Reclamation and in conjunction with the New Mexico Environment Department in 2005 through 2008 and the Department of Energy, we did do research in northwestern New Mexico in the San Juan Basin, utilizing treated produced water out of the San Juan Basin for agricultural applications. That was a 3-year study. There are a number of.
I'd object again. I'm just looking at his testimony. I don't recall it, but I'm also looking, and there's basically nothing in here before 2019. And so I don't know about all this EPA in the 2000s and whatever. That's not part of his testimony, and I would object.
Oops, sorry. Mr. Hightower, this really is, oh, you wanted to add something, Ms. Fox?
Summarize the existing. Madam Hearing Officer, thank you. I was just going to ask you to do what I think you're about to do, and that's direct him to stick to the direct testimony that's filed.
Yes.
May I be heard on this?
Yes.
So I think,
oh, this is Jeff Wexler.
hello. Yeah, so I guess my first comment for the commission is, if you want to know who you can trust, look for the party that's trying to give you more information rather than less. And my comment here is, in terms of this witness's testimony, like, he's allowed to do Sir rebuttal. He's certainly allowed to give background as to this information that he gave in his written presentation. This information in terms of the specifically what he's talking about, the San Juan, I believe shows up on page 14. I mean,
I believe I did mention that in my
maybe it's not,
presentation.
maybe I have the wrong page, but it's in the testimony. And we all know that you're not required to sit down and read. In fact, in your pre-hearing order, you specifically said you're not allowed to read the testimony. So we're not, let's try and remember the purpose here, to provide as much information as we can to the commission.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wexler. Mr. Hightower, I think you understand now that if you don't stick to the pre-filed testimony, we're going to just be drawing objections through the whole.
I understand. I can get rid of 4 or 5 of these VRAFs.
All right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I did mention in my testimony the fact that the US EPA in 2020 stood up the Water Reuse Action Plan, a National Water Reuse Action Plan. And in that plan, the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium was asked to manage or help them in the assessment of produced water for reuse, for fit for purpose reuse. That action was focused on the EPA understanding that there's some 30 states in the US that have produced water, and that many of those states are in areas that are in water stressed states. And therefore, in their water reuse action plan, they picked 5 major categories of water reuse. One was, several were industrial reuse. One was electric power plants. One was municipal wastewater reuse. One was storm water, and one was produced water. So produced water for the US EPA is in the top 5 categories for looking at reuse of produced water or supplementing water supplies in all of the states in the US. Their concept is the fit for purpose treatment and reuse, and their indication, and it's in my paper, is around making sure that one of the tenets of this activity is that focus should be on not the wastewater, but the treated water. That the focus is on making sure that these waters are treated to a level that's safe for the public and for the environment. With that as a point of national interest by the EPA, I then talked about
I need to object. I understand that it is true that the EPA National Water Reuse Action Plan is listed in Mr. Hightower's testimony. However, all this about, I know that hearsay is allowed in the administrative hearings, but to decide without anything that what EPA's top priorities are, it's completely beyond the scope of his testimony. There is no, if he wanted to cite it, if he wanted to attach it, something, but saying what EPA wants when there's nothing in the record is beyond the scope, and I object.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anasi. Mr. Hightower, it seems as though we're not getting a reflection of what was actually submitted as any kind of narrative from you. And I'm not trying to be formalistic with you, but it is a matter of great importance.
So the question I guess I have is, if I do mention it, I can talk about it, I think. Is that not correct?
Yeah, so I see, oops, sorry. So I do see in your testimony the teaming arrangement with EPA, the RAP, and the fit for purpose treatment reuse of 5 major wastewater sources.
One of them was produced water.
Okay. All right. So please go ahead and just stick closely. Ms. Fox, are you?
Tell you what I can do. I can take what I submitted and I'll try to discuss that. Is that fair enough?
That's exactly our process.
Okay. I did read from the information we had that you didn't want me to read this, and so I was adding some more detail for the Water Quality Control Commission, but I don't have to do that. I can read from this and summarize.
Summarize from what you
Okay.
filed. That's exactly right.
All right, I'll do that. Let me just kind of start working through the pages. Get this microphone out of my way, as long as I can stay in front of it. Are you happy? Is this okay? All right. Okay, I'll follow. I'll follow my presentation exactly with no additional comments. So I did mention the New Mexico Produced Water Act. So good, I can talk about that. My point about the New Mexico Produced Water Act is I think that it's very much in line with the EPA RAP program. The focus is, and I underlined it in my presentation on page 6, was the Commission shall adopt quality standards for surface and groundwaters of the state based on credible scientific data and other evidence appropriate, stating that some of the opportunities for the use of produced water in New Mexico, again, in line with the EPA's Water Reuse Action Plan, let's suggest that you shall give weight as it deems appropriate to the facts and circumstances for the use, value and use of the water supplies, for propagation of fish and wildlife, for recreational purposes and agricultural, industrial, and other purposes. So it does suggest that the treatment and reuse of produced water for these types of applications are appropriate and should be considered as the Commission deems. The point that I tried to make in my presentation was that from a perspective of trying to evaluate technologies and assessing technologies to be able to do that, we had to pick some level of treatment that we were going to be focused on. And so what we tried to do is go into the water quality criteria that exists today, and we essentially are using or looking at 20.6.4.900, the numerical standards that we see for discharge. Those aren't the only standards. There are other standards that go along with that. But as far as looking at technologies to support produced water reuse in the state of New Mexico, that was a starting point for us to look at technology providers and give them a benchmark to try to work toward. So I wanted to mention then looking at what else I can do. One of the things that we tried to do as we moved forward was to collect data on the quantity and quality of produced water in the state of New Mexico. And I have a slide in there that, Ms. Murphy talked about this yesterday or the day before. The San Juan Basin is a basin. There's also the Raton Basin, which is not a big basin. And then there's the Permian Basin. The Raton Basin has not as much excess produced water as Ms. Murphy mentioned, but it is of higher quality. And in my report, I talk about the level of produced water quality in these basins. The Raton Basin is a basin that is small, but it has some very high water quality, generally 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million TDS. But it's also in an area that has trout streams. So if you were going to treat that water and use it for reuse, it's going to have to be very high quality water. Whereas the San Juan Basin is generally the 20 to 40,000 parts per million TDS. That's easily treatable within the technologies like reverse osmosis that are currently available. And we have done experiments and testing of those types of technologies for water in that region and have been very successful in reducing the constituents and contaminants associated with that water. And then I'm going to talk about that here in a second on what those values are. In the Permian Basin, that's where most of the excess produced water is. It's also in an area of the state that's one of the driest and most in need of water resources. There, the water is closer to 100,000 parts per million TDS, 3 times salt water. And the types of technologies that are going to be required there are generally thermal technologies. But those have been investigated by the United States for the last 40 years. And we've made significant improvements in the opportunities for the use of those technologies to support treatment of these kinds of produced water. If we look at the volumes, and Ms. Murphy mentioned this yesterday or the day before, that since about 2010, as we moved away from just conventional oil and gas and moved into unconventional oil and gas, we have increased in the Permian Basin significantly the amount of produced water that's available. And based upon studies from the Water Resources Research Institute at New Mexico State and recent data from OCD, we're close to 250,000 acre feet of excess produced water in the state, in the Permian Basin. I think that what I was trying to show with this information is that the quantities of water that we see are significant relative to the potential supplies of fresh water in those regions of the state. In the San Juan Basin, we still have a lot of people that are hauling water for municipal supplies. And so in an area where we have a lot of diverse oil and gas operations and technologies that can treat that less saline produced water in those rural areas of the northwestern New Mexico, there's a huge opportunity to provide some social improvements, economic improvements for people in that region also. So just because the San Juan Basin doesn't have huge volumes of produced water that could be utilized, the fact that that's an area that needs additional water resources for a dispersed population that has significant issues with access to surface or water supplies is an opportunity also. Those are huge opportunities that reduce the risk of running out of water in southeastern New Mexico and reduce the risk for populations, health risk of populations at risk in this Northwest. The next part of my presentation that I presented was the fact that there is some discrepancy between what we find in our analysis and testing of produced water and what has been stated in the literature. The Danforth study has been mentioned many, many times by others. I mentioned it in our work that we've done in looking at the comparison between municipal wastewater, Pecos River water, and produced water, what we find is that all three of those wastewaters have very similar numbers of constituents, something on the order of 60 to 100 constituents in the water, in the raw waters. That's a lot different than the 1,200 that Ms. Danforth talks about. And so if you look at the Danforth study and look at exactly how many constituents were found more than once out of the 175 wells, there were only about 400 that were found more than once out of those 175 wells. That means that those other 800 constituents were only found in 1 or 2 wells. And what we find from our analysis is that we sampled 46 wells in the Permian Basin. We found essentially 93 constituents that occurred all the time, and then plus or minus 15 constituents that occurred sporadically. So we're looking at not 1,200 constituents to deal with, we're looking at closer to 100. That is a big difference because the issues around safety and toxicity and being able to monitor for those number of constituents is very similar. And it gets to Chairman Thompson's point that municipal wastewater is a wastewater. It's like other wastewaters. It has a lot of constituents that have to be addressed. So I wanted to mention then I have in my presentation the kind of the constituents. There's been some discussion by NMED about the variability of produced water, and there is variability. But I wanted to mention that the variability across New Mexico is not as broad as the national variability. If you look at produced water in the Permian, 50% of the water is between 110 to 130,000 TDS. That's a pretty narrow band. When I say narrow, from an operational perspective of an innovative technology like thermal desalination that we're looking at, once you're in that range, that operation can be pretty consistent. So same thing in the San Juan Basin. We're looking at a narrow band of operational requirements, mostly between 20 and 30,000 TDS. It's easy to operate an RO system for that range of constituents without a lot of difficulty. So I think that what we're seeing from the data that we have, which is significantly more than the data that the Danforth study, they only looked at five wells in the Permian Basin and none in the San Juan Basin in that study. Our data is showing it's consistent with the results generally in the Danforth study, that there's closer to 100 or so constituents that are in all wells and then a few that you need to look at. So I think the Danforth study is valuable, but I think it's somewhat misleading that we're having to look at 1,200 constituents. We're not. We're looking at more on the order of 100. And I did put in my paper that some of the constituents that we were looking for, we did try to study in the raw produced waters, what we called tentative identified compounds, or what we would call, or some people call, unknowns. As Ms. Murphy mentioned, we've worked with the US EPA and NMED to develop a sampling protocol. We call it the NPDS Plus. NPDS is generally the constituents that you have to meet if you want to do a water discharge. There's about 90 of those. We look for about 400 constituents as we sample our produced water. So we're trying to pick up a lot more than just the NPDS requirements. We're going well beyond that. And then Ms. Murphy also mentioned about the consortium's activities associated with non-target analysis. And what we wanted to highlight here is that there are constituents in produced water that we don't know. The values that we show are pretty low. When I'm talking about in micrograms per liter, 0.500, which is essentially 0.5 milligrams per liter. That's a very, very small number in the raw waters. So when we treat that, we want to look for those also. So we acknowledge that there are some unknowns, but we have spent a year and a half with the US EPA and industry trying to develop approaches that allow us to do that. And what we have done is we've worked with the US Department, the New Mexico Department of Ag, using their food safety laboratory to test treated produced water for these unknowns. And what we're finding, these are very sophisticated instruments. There's not a lot of them in the country. We do happen to have one in New Mexico State, which has allowed us to look at the treatment of these produced waters and then assess what kinds of unknowns are in there. We have generally found something on the order of 20 unknowns, but they're not unknowns anymore because we found them. So we have found 20 compounds that generally show up in a treated water that is from a non-target analysis. So the non-target analysis is an important thing to do. Generally and we have just published this paper in the Journal of Hazardous Materials. That is a very prestigious journal, and to be able to get that published is quite something. They took it because it's the first effort by anyone to really look for unknowns in treated produced water. What we found is unknowns were generally in picograms per liter, which is parts per quadrillion. We're talking about low levels. We have compared those constituents to a toxicity list of 800,000 constituents and found that none of those are toxic. So the work that we're doing, those are with thermal technologies in the Permian Basin. We have several technologies, as was mentioned by Mr. Herman and Ms. Fulham, that we have 7 or so additional technologies under testing right now. We have tested for reverse osmosis technologies in the San Juan Basin and have gotten the same kinds of results. We're testing in the Permian Basin now with several technologies. We just finished some analysis of a technology, of mechanical vapor recompression, which is a thermal technology.
Mr. Hightower.
Okay.
Ms. Fox?
Okay, go ahead.
You know, the last, I don't know, number of minutes of the testimony, of course, was not in his direct. It is arguably Sir rebuttal, although he hasn't specifically identified, as you requested, to identify what he is Sir rebutting. And there's no documentation of anything that he is saying in the record for us to have reviewed. And so I am going to ask you again to direct him to stick to his direct testimony that he provided, number one. And number two, if he is Sir rebutting, I think he has to demonstrate that it is proper Sir rebuttal.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fox. So, Mr. Hightower, you've heard this objection before. And the way to put on the Sir rebuttal I think you'd like to put on is to identify the witness's testimony whom you are rebutting. And I think I heard a little bit of that when you were referring to the testimony of Ms. Murphy.
Okay. Well, I'm not rebutting Ms. Murphy. I think that she did everything she said was fine. I'm just
Okay.
agreeing with her.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So I can say, I think Dr. Hu mentioned the Danforth study of 1,200 constituents.
right. So,
Dr. Miller talked about the Danforth study that was here right before me.
all right.
Okay.
So again, if you are rebutting, I just need you
Okay.
to identify
Okay.
the testimony you are rebutting.
It's Sir rebutting.
Yeah.
Sir rebutting.
Sir rebutting, and that may be a distinction that blurs here, Ms. Fox. All right.
Tried to withhold objection.
I understand. Thank you for your restraint. Mr. Hightower.
All right. So yes, I'll move on. I think that one of the presenters right before me talked about the need for treatment trains. I think that Dr. Hugh talked about the need for treatment trains. That is, I agree with both of those gentlemen that that is the important thing. We have to have a treatment train to get the water to the quality that we are required. So in the consortium activities, we are utilizing treatment trains to get to the water qualities that I just mentioned. And I did talk about the fact that the tentatively identified compounds, I just mentioned it's in my presentation, but I'm talking about exactly what we're finding, which is not consistent with what others are finding. So I'll go to the next step in talking about demonstrations, and NMED mentioned, and the panel, NMED panel, that we were doing additional testing. I have in my presentation some examples of the testing that we're doing, both RO systems that we've tested, treated produced water from the Permian Basin and treated water from the San Juan Basin. I've got pictures of some of those treatment technologies. And the reason I put them in there is I wanted people to understand that we're not doing bench scale or laboratory scale. The scale that we're doing is field scale testing, which people, including the person that presented before me, said that we need those kinds of treatment studies. And I think that NMED mentioned in their studies that they need to have that capability to do additional large scale demonstration tests so that we can, at large scale, see what the operational efficiency of these technologies are. So I want to agree with NMED that having the ability to do demonstrations of treatment of produced water is important to move forward to make sure that we can collect enough data to verify that we can do this safely and fairly. The last thing that I want to mention that's in my presentation is that we have done a significant amount of work going around the state of New Mexico for the last 2 years, doing surveys of what people within the state of New Mexico think about the opportunities of using produced water to support fit for purpose uses. We've gone to state fairs, we've gone to county fairs, we've gone to water meetings. We've been around northwestern New Mexico, southeastern New Mexico, Las Cruces, state fairs in Albuquerque. And I have in my presentation kind of a summary of the study that we've done. We're in the process of publishing that study now, but it was done in conjunction with NMED to make sure that it was an appropriate study, that it had all that was not leading people down to get them to answer the questionnaire. It was about a 5 or 7 minute questionnaire so that they could fill it out. So they pulled them aside and they could fill it out quickly. We got over almost 700 responses to this webinar, excuse me, this survey. And I have it in my presentation. Generally the concepts that people have around the state of what they think the risks are of produced water and how they think that may help them. And if you look at that in my presentation, we're seeing 60% of the people that are willing to use treated produced water if it can be treated safely for uses inside the oil field. But at the same time, we're seeing groups that are looking at uses outside the oil field, like agriculture. 65% of those people were in approval of that. Of the people we talked to, those that said, no, we would never want to use produced water, 5%. So I think what we're trying to say is, from our perspective, the work that we're supposed to be doing to support the Produced Water Act which is to try and identify fit for purpose treatment and reuse, and to do that safely, that we're well on our way to showing that we can do that, that the public is interested in the water. They see the risks associated with not having access to fresh water. And that we're seeing from our work, and all this work is published in peer-reviewed journals, that we're seeing that we can do this safely and cost-effectively. Our intent is continue to work with the New Mexico Environment Department. We have another 6 or 7 technologies that we're evaluating. We're hoping that with those evaluations of those technologies, we get in the next 6 months to 9 months, that we'll have a preponderance of data to show that for a number of technologies or number of applications, that we can meet standards that are generally in line with what we think would be final standards. We don't have any final standards yet, but using 20.6.4.900 is our effort to try and get an understanding. Can we get close to treating the water to what we think the standards may be down the road? So with that, I'll finish and I'll take any questions, I guess. Probably looks like I'm going to get quite a few questions. So.
We'll see. Thank you, Mr. Hightower. Commissioners, I'll start on this side again. Commissioner Vihil, do you have questions at this time of Mr. Hightower?
I do not have questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Patton?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hightower. I have, I think, one question. You mentioned, and I don't know if this is part of the testimony, so whether I can ask about it or not, but you mentioned a recent publication in the Journal of Hazardous Materials. Can I ask for that citation, and can he provide that?
I can get it for you. I can probably get it for you in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
It is NMED Exhibit 140.
Thank you very much,
I
Ms.
don't
Anasi.
know that, is that?
You said 140?
Yes, it's base number 3928.
Is that it? All right.
Yeah, let me ask one more question. So at the end of your presentation, you mentioned a public survey.
Yes.
And you mentioned that was being published somewhere, submitted for publication. Where are you planning on submitting that, or what stage of peer review is that in?
So it's in final stages of peer review at New Mexico State.
And then it will be submitted for
Then it will be
publication?
submitted. Then it will be submitted for a journal article for public view. And we can work with NMED if I've made some of the summary data available, and if NMED would be willing to do it, we can make other parts of that available for you to look at in advance. It's up to, but I'm willing to provide that to you as is if you'd like it.
Thank you, Chair Thompson.
I'm sorry, let me restart. Thank you. Have you got an explanation for why the consortium found several hundred constituents, whereas Danforth cites 1,200 constituents?
Sure. If you look, you read the Danforth paper, in the back, not in the abstract, but if you go through, she mentions, or they mention, that of those 1,200, only 400 of them were found more than once out of 175 wells. So if you take the 800 that they only found once at 175 wells, that suggests that each well has about 5 unknown constituents in it, not 800. And so if I look at other data from the EPA that has 250 wells that they use, they see that they find about 2,000 or 2,200. And if you do the same analysis and look at how many times that they show up more than once, it works out to be very close. So there is a consistency that the produced water has, and in the Danforth study, she talks about the EPA study that was done that's found at about 130 constituents per well. So the numbers that we're getting out of the Permian Basin and the San Juan Basin are very much in line with what Danforth saw and what the EPA saw. We're just presenting it a different way, which I think is more correct, which is what should we be looking at in each well, not what we're looking at across North America. Does that answer your question,
That
Chairman
does.
Thompson?
Could you, I was a little bit confused about what you said EPA. They sampled 250 wells.
I think they have their own database, EPA does, that they use. And I don't have that reference. Not sure that EPA has referenced all that data. That came from a personal discussion with the person at EPA named Sean Timmons. I can get that information for you. He suggested that they had in their database 2,700 constituents over the whole United States, which is, and I don't know how many wells that is. So, but it's a large number of wells. Oh, Sean Timmons, SEAN THIMMONS. We have his contact information for you. He's on one of our working groups, our risk and toxicology working group.
This might be a good time to remind the commissioners that they're not allowed to do their own research
Oh,
outside of the record. But
I'm sorry. I
no,
didn't
no,
know
it's fine.
that. I mean, Chairman Thompson, did you see where how those numbers begin to play out? Okay.
Thank you. So of those constituents that the consortium identified, are there any that would not be removed? Let's say at least 95% removal, let's say at least 90% removal by the technologies that the consortium has explored, has evaluated.
So even if that's not in my testimony, the exact number, can I give an answer?
Well, you do have testimony on the results of.
The numbers we're getting from the technologies at a high level would be somewhere between a factor of 200 to 500 reduction in constituent levels. Which is well 99%. Yes.
For all the constituents that have been identified by the consortium.
Let me look at it real quickly. It generally that's the case. Yes.
That's fine.
There are a couple. Ammonia is one. Okay. We can only, it looks like if we don't do a treatment train, we can remove about 90% of the ammonia. If we do a treatment train, we can remove 99% of the ammonia. Ammonia is a difficult one. You know that. It's also difficult in municipal wastewater. But as far as the VOCs and as far as the inorganics, 99%, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Armstrong.
Hightower. Mr. Hightower, in your testimony, you note at the top of page 3 that the Office of the State Engineer expects a freshwater shortfall of as much as 750,000 acre feet per year in New Mexico by 2025. Where do you get that number from?
That's from the new study from the State Engineer's Office. I have it in this presentation, but I don't know that I didn't cite that, but it's just came out. I forget what the answer.
Okay.
I'll have to get with the state engineer. Maybe Ms. Zemlich might know that state engineer's report, what the title of that is. It's the one on the 750,000 acre feet shortfall by 20 and 50 years?
Sorry, the 50-year water plan?
Yeah, the one that
The
just came out.
Interstate Stream Commission report?
Right.
Okay. The next sentence says that's a 25% reduction in our fresh water supply. A 25% reduction from when?
If you look at, I think the data that I have for the state is our water supply, total water supply is about 2.5 million acre feet a year. So at 75% is somewhere in that range.
I understand, but what I don't understand is you're saying there's a 25% reduction, and I'm asking a reduction from what?
From the current water
amount.
use.
We're in 2024. It says by 2025 we're going to drop 25% in 1 year. I'm just trying to.
Oh, maybe that's a typo. Let me in page 3. Where did I say that?
The very first paragraph.
Okay.
First 2 sentences, 3 sentences
on page 3
of
the supporting technical
your oral
data?
testimony under the notice of intent.
Supported. Well, I was reading from my exhibit. Okay, so I don't have my oral testimony there. Okay, so can you tell me what it says? Maybe I.
Sure. It says the Office of the State Engineer expects a freshwater shortfall of as much as 750,000 acre feet per year in New Mexico by 2025. That is a 25% reduction in our freshwater supply.
Yeah, I didn't. That's a typo.
Oh, okay.
It's in 50 years.
Okay, so it should say 2075.
2075.
That's a significant difference.
That is a significant difference.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't catch that. I guess
Commissioner
2s look like
McWilliams?
7s to me. I get older. Sorry.
Commissioner McWilliams, do you have questions?
Yes, you mentioned the Danforth study was a study of 5 wells of produced water. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I said 5 wells out of they included 5 wells out of the Permian
5
Basin.
wells of the Permian Basin.
And it's 175 wells across North America, which some from Canada. Much of that was from the Marcellus, and some data from other states, including 5 wells out of the Permian, and that's directly from Lowell,
And the
and
produced,
some in Mexico.
thank you. The Produced Water Consortium sampled 46 wells out of the Permian Basin.
Yes, we did, and there's a paper on that.
What is the composition of those wells? Are they new horizontal wells? Are they conventional wells? Is there a mix? Could you
Mostly
elaborate?
horizontal wells,
Mostly horizontal wells. Okay.
because that's generally, as was mentioned by NMED, that's where most of the excess water is coming from now. The conventional wells have essentially do enhanced oil recovery, where they inject them. The excess water is generally from conventional wells, and so we focused on conventional wells because that's the excess produced water that would be available for reuse in general.
Okay.
In general.
Okay. Fair enough. Good. Is the Produced Water Consortium concerned with the fracture fluids used to, I guess, unlock the oil and gas from these reservoirs?
So what we've tried to do, working with the oil and gas companies, is to have them try to go to what we call blue fracking, which is to reduce their use of any hazardous chemicals in their fracking. There are other surfactants other than PFOS and PFOA that they could use in their systems. The American Chemical Society has suggested that there are ways to go to what they call green fracking, which is chemicals that are greener. But we've talked about with them about moving toward going to chemicals that are 100% non-hazardous.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that I presented to the Produced Water Society and to NMOGA on this, and we're getting some traction now as we move forward. I think that they understand, the industry understands that this is a big issue that needs to be addressed. And if they would take this on, this whole issue of proprietary chemicals needs to be addressed by industry. And I think we can do that together with them. We're suggesting that it would help us out. But currently, if they have a fracking fluid in there, we pick it up and we analyze it and we see what the level's at and whether it's toxic or not. But I think down the road, industry needs to go ahead and take that on and try to eliminate some of those types of fracking fluids. That would help them out, I think, and would help out the public perception of the produced water and potentially reduce some of the costs of trying to treat it and reuse it.
So does the consortium have a good handle on what type of chemicals are being used in that fracturing process?
I wouldn't say that anybody has a good handle on those exactly. We have looked into it. We'll tell you that some of the companies that talk about proprietary chemicals, their proprietary chemical is something that's household. They just don't want to know want people to know what it is. And I think we need to be a lot more transparent about that.
So are you saying that they're not hazardous chemicals?
Just because they're proprietary doesn't mean they're hazardous. Okay, that's the point. And
Understood.
we have found that there are some proprietary chemicals that are proprietary but are not hazardous.
Okay, so the
Good, just listening in on
proprietary
hearings. Oh my goodness.
the proprietary nature of the chemicals are, in your opinion, what is their purpose of being proprietary?
The purpose generally is that they have a special process or a special combination of chemicals that they want to use that maybe no one else is using, that provides them with a better performance in the frac. That's what I'm seeing from industry is those are things that people would like to classify as proprietary. So it may not be a constituent that's harmful. It may be how the two constituents work together or three constituents work together to come up with a better frac.
I see.
That's all.
Okay. I wrote down one of your quotes was that you guys had published in peer-reviewed journals.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on what journals those are?
We have about 30 articles. I can provide that to you. They're in journals like Journal of Hazardous Materials, Water's a big journal for water research. There are a number of technical journals out there and we're working with NMED. They've asked us to make sure that our work is all peer reviewed and published for the public to see. So we have lists of all those papers. There's a whole lot of them that we can provide to you.
Okay.
And all of those are on our website. Go and look at those that we have published over the last 5 years.
Okay. What is your opinion on the proposed rules? Is the Produced Water Consortium supportive of the Environmental Department's proposed rules?
I think I put in my paper that what we would support is their proposed initial rule that they proposed. We're in 100% in agreement.
The current version? No,
the initial version, not the revised version.
the one that was submitted December 27th. of
That's correct.
2023.
We agree. I actually have complimented the New Mexico Environment Department on that version. We in the consortium, and at least from the management side, thought that it was a very well written, very well identified, and was supportive of the activities as we see with the Water Reuse Action Plan and with the work that we have to do in support of the Produced Water Act.
So the changes that came in the third version and submitted in March. What is your opinion of those changes?
We thought that it limited things a lot. We're in agreement with everybody here that I've heard today and yesterday and the day before, and with the New Mexico Environment Department, that produced water is a toxic material. It's hazardous, and untreated raw produced water should not be put into any uses, that it has to be treated to be reused. And so I think in the original version, that's what the regulation said, that they eliminated or prohibited.
Every day
We
is
thought
a
that the
potential.
the prohibitive rule would be that raw produced water would not be used. And we agree with that. We did not understand that they were thinking about a prohibitive rule that said that treated produced water and untreated produced water would be not allowed.
I see. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Hightower, thank you for your testimony today. Let me start out with should be a fairly easy question. This for my own edification. You're here testifying on your own behalf and not on behalf of the consortium. Is that correct?
Well, the way that I was going to present was all the experience that I had on desal and desal research and technology demonstration. And that was my plan. And then because I'm also with the consortium, I was going to present on some of the data of the consortium along with all my other data from, but it looks like somehow that got diverted. But I am not here representing the whole consortium. No.
Okay.
This is a summary of what I know that the consortium's done and what I've done and others have done in this area.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I'm not
got a little bit gray there in some spots, so just so that we have it on the record. A few of these are follow-up questions from previous commissioners. So let's talk about your study in the Permian Basin. You talked about finding constituents at less than 100 or a little over 100. I don't know the exact numbers you use, but kind of a range in there. Were those known constituents or a combination of known and unknown?
So what we found was the discussion that I presented, and let's see if it's in, and it is in my testimony. So if you go to page 13 and page 12, the data on those two pages, 12 and 13, you see some tables like this.
That's in your exhibit.
It's in my, what do I call it? My exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1. Okay. I'm with you.
So Ms. Murphy mentioned that the consortium in conjunction with NMED came up with an NPDES plus list. And so the information on table 12 is all from the NPDES plus list. All right. So those are things that of the 400 constituents we look at, here's a summary of some of those constituents. I show on page 13 that when we look at the 400 constituents, we did see some TICs, tentatively identified compound, which means that there were some compounds that we identified that we weren't specifically looking for when you do a mass balance. So we see that there are some unknowns in there that we did that are beyond that 400. And that is the unknown analysis that I mentioned that we have done to look at those, and we found an additional 20 compounds that we would have missed if we only did the 400. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And to mention why that's important is as we do our treatment train, we have to make sure that we remove those whatever 400 we find, plus those unknowns to make sure that we're treating that safely. So.
Okay, and that leads me right into my next question, which was talking about those unknowns. And you've heard some of the previous witnesses talk about various levels of unknowns. So as a researcher, how will the criteria and methodology to be able to test for those unknowns, how will those be developed?
So those processes have already developed. We've developed the process with New Mexico State to use high resolution LCMS systems that we have at the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, to use that system to quantify and qualify what those unknowns really are, and to look at those very small ticks that we call them, tentatively identified compounds, and identify what they are and what their concentrations are, and are they toxic or not. And that is a very difficult problem, because you can imagine if you're looking at parts per quadrillion, that you have to have a very sophisticated instrument. You can't, it has to be almost in a laboratory that you can really control. You got to really control your samples. It takes a while to get those answers. You've got to be very careful in how you go through and evaluate that. That takes essentially months of time. So we have to get better at accelerating how quickly we can do that. But that's why some of the data results that we have get delayed a little bit, because you're talking about months and months worth of effort to really identify those unknown compounds, quantify them, figure out what they are, and develop treatment technologies to make sure that you can remove those. Because a lot of those are at such low levels, you've got to go in and look at post-treatment or polishing steps to remove those things and get those out. So it takes a while. So it's a difficult process. I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of people don't do it. I will tell you that, as an example, Texas Tech has a system exactly like ours at New Mexico State. They don't want produced water anywhere near that instrument because of the problem of contaminating that instrument for what they need it for. So we've had to work very closely with the Ag Department at New Mexico State to be able to use that and make sure that we don't damage that with produced water, because it's not a cheap instrument to maintain or operate. Okay.
Yeah. And as you find any of those new contaminants and work through that process, those testing methodologies, are those then being EPA approved or AOAC approved, or that next level of testing criteria that has to be done so that an agency such as Environment Department can rely on that methodology to set a standard?
We have a whole risk and toxicology working group that's working to develop that information. So there's about 30 people in that group. It includes NMED, USCPA, both their ORD, their Office of Research and Development. And as we develop some standards, those can become possibly standards for other states to use in looking at these unknowns.
Thank you for that. Last question here, hopefully. Did I hear you correct that you're more of a proponent on a case-by-case basis of well testing or approving for produced water rather than a statewide basis?
I think that's something that the state ought to look at. For example, San Juan Basin, I think it's much easier to treat than the Permian Basin water. And maybe it would have a lot of additional distributed applications where you would have smaller plants and provide support to local communities. In the Permian Basin, you have some cities like Jal that are really close to being out of water, and maybe that's a place where the risks of not having water versus the risks of using treated produced water is something that they might want to take on more easily or more quickly. So I would say that your idea of maybe a series of options for states or cities is probably the right way to go, rather than one state standard. That was your question, I think, is what you were getting to. And
Yeah.
I think I can, from my explanation, you can see that there's different qualities of water, different locations, and different risks by different communities that they may be interested in using that water quicker than Albuquerque or Santa Fe.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to renege on my earlier statement.
Because
Last question.
this is the last question.
So in the studies that you've done, and you've talked about the number of constituents that you found, of those known and unknown constituents, is there currently groundwater or surface water standard for all those constituents?
I don't think so. I don't think that some of those unknown constituents we have any standards for, because I don't think people knew that they were in the water. But in what we're trying to do with our post-treatment and polishing is to remove all of those to a point where there is no toxicity. That may be the way we have to go, is just to make sure that there's nothing in the water that's toxic. So does that make
Okay.
sense? And what we're seeing is that we can remove, so far we've been able to remove all of those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hightower. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Fry.
So that was a good segue to my first question. You were talking about the Raton water being very high quality water. What standards were you comparing that to?
Okay.
And I mean, generally.
In general, the Raton water consistently comes in at 1,500 parts per million TDS. So, and Raton water is kind of a coal bed methane water, which means that it's natural gas rather than oil. So it has a lot less organics than you would see in a Permian Basin water with a lot of oil residue. So it's generally a very high quality water. Low VOCs, low TDS, low
And
metals.
you're talking ppm.
Parts per million levels, yes. So that's why in the universe of produced water, that's a pretty high quality raw produced water. It would not.
That helps because the drinking water standard is just 500. So
Right. I've never said.
Just wanted to clarify that you're not talking about those.
No, we're talking about relative standards. So
yeah,
standards that we see for agriculture are more on the order of 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million TDS. A class 1 agricultural water, by the old definitions, is less than 700. A class 2 is 2,000 TDS or less. So that would definitely be within a class 2 irrigation quality generally. Doesn't mean that you're not going to have to do some polishing or some pre-treatment to use it, but it's in that quality of water. It's not necessarily a drinking water quality. I don't think I ever said that. But
No,
relative
you didn't, but I just.
relative to 100,000 parts per million TDS, it's a fairly clean water.
Since I work in the drinking water world, it's
Okay.
important to me
I
to distinguish.
don't
So
try not to use drinking water because people.
Try not to step on the end of each other's sentences, please.
Okay.
Sorry. I think we're in chat mode, aren't we?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's see here. What's my train of thought? Oh yeah. So you were saying that you couldn't. The range of quality that we see in produced water across the state is not the same range we see in the country. Could you describe what that range is across the country?
You know, I've read a couple of EPA reports on the range across the country, but I don't think, I mean, I have it in this presentation, but I don't have it in here. So maybe I shouldn't address
No,
that.
that's all right. Okay. And then the last.
But I can tell you that we're generally in the middle. We're not the highest. We're not the lowest. The highest that I've seen, for example, on TDS is 400,000. That's, and I wouldn't want to treat that. And the lowest I've seen is 1 part per million TDS. I don't know where that produced water comes from. That'd be nice. But I think the middle ranges, and I have an EPA report that actually looked at water across the state and did the 25 across the states, did the 25 percentile, 50, 75, and the extremes, max and min. And I can get that to you, but I can show you where we sit in that. Okay.
Okay, great. So my last questions are about the survey.
Okay.
I was pretty interested by that, and in part because our stakeholders are not just industry and state, but it's the people that are commenting today. And so I just did a non-scientific survey of the commenters we've had, and it seems like 50-50 today. The people that talked today that were in support. Your survey showed a higher percent that would be in favor of using produced water, and knowing that surveys, we have to work hard to make them scientific, and it's not published yet. Can you talk about how you addressed approaching the questions and your demographics and the people that you're asking questions of?
All these number of meetings. Caitlin's been doing actually a lot of shit.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things. We thought the survey was very important to do correctly. That's why we went through both NMSU's human survey group to review it, and we worked with NMED to review that also. So I think the survey, by going that route, we had certain wordings that had to be set up. The series of questions had to be set up. So I think from a technical standpoint, we did the right thing as far as making sure the survey got the right kinds of answers. On a survey of this type going across the state, we have a group that worked this, our public education and outreach group, trying to figure out how the best way to do this was. Because if we focused only in Bernalillo County, we're not going to get the rural community. If we focus only in the rural community, we're not going to get others. So we tried to do as many places that we would see different demographics. County Fair gets a lot of different demographics, but it's generally around the state fair is generally around the 4 counties that are in Albuquerque. So we decided that we go out to state fairs or county fairs where you get local populations from the cities as well as a lot of agricultural or rural people. So we did fairs in Las Cruces, we did fairs in Artesia and Roswell, We tried to do our fairs in Hobbs. They wanted to charge us $1,500 to come and do a survey, and said no. We were going to go to the Deming and do the duck races. They wanted to charge us $1,000. So if they charged us, we didn't go. But I'm not sure that we would get anything different if we went to Hobbs. I mean, I have a feeling what we might get there. But we spent time in the Four Corners. We went to the water assembly in Albuquerque and got all the people involved with the water assembly and asked them to fill this out so we could get people in large urban areas. Not that Albuquerque is going to have access to produced water, but to see what they think about the concepts around risk, the need for additional water resources, etc. I think what we're finding from our study is that areas that are experiencing drought, like the southeast part of the state and even the southwest and the south central, are more apt to be interested in additional water supply access than maybe city of Albuquerque or some others. So there's a little bit of difference, but I think where you're seeing water stress and water drought, the idea of, additional water paid for by industry is something that resonates with people. And I think that we'll have that in the study. And if you would like to look at that, our preliminary data, we'd be more than happy to you. So I think I mentioned this concept around risk of water, non-availability of water is a big driver for a lot of people. Okay.
So I heard you talk about the southeast part of the state and central. What about the other basins, Raton and San Juan?
So Raton is not a big basin and there's not a lot of activity in it. So we haven't really been to Raton, but San Juan, we've been couple of times to San Juan Basin. And we have plans to go back to some of the Navajo and Indian tribal activities, some of the rodeos and things like that this year to get maybe some additional information. We have it by kind of where we went. We can show the different results and what we're seeing.
Okay. And where are you looking to publish this?
I don't know the journal. I'll have to talk to that working group.
All right. That's my last question. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Zemlich, if you have lengthy questioning, we should take a break. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break then. Back.
I can make them quick.
All right, we are back after a short break, and it is Commissioner Zemlich's turn to ask questions of Mr. Hightower.
Thank you.
So you don't think I could be short?
I'm not going to put the blame on you because I don't know that I can be short,
Okay.
Mr. Hightower, but thank you for your presentation. And I'm less organized generally than some of my colleagues, but I wanted to start off with you were describing a little bit of your background, and I think before the slides were no longer available, I saw one of maybe the FEF brackish water characterization map that I've seen in several exhibits, and you referenced the 1960s initiation of brackish water Office of Brackish
Saline Water.
Office of Saline Water. So given the intervening 65 years or so, I'm not on produced water, I'm talking about brackish water. Why, to your knowledge and experience, are there any successful inland desalination facilities in New Mexico?
Yes. Well, it depends. Did you include El Paso as New Mexico? No. I'll give you some examples of inland desal facilities in the United States. Is that okay? So Texas has 50 brackish groundwater desalination facilities. Arizona has about 20. California has 50 inland. California has 2 or 3 seawater desal plants. But the largest inland desalination plant in the world is in El Paso. 30 million gallons of brackish water a day. And they're upgrading that to 40 million gallons of water a day. San Antonio is the second largest. They're at 20 million gallons of water a day. So we have, and in New Mexico, we only have one municipal desalination plant. That's in Alamogordo. That's a 1 million gallon a day plant that was designed for 1 million gallons a day. And it operates at about 500,000 gallons of water a day.
So, given some of the concerns about the unknowns in produced water, in your opinion, why hasn't there been more of a focus on brackish water that hasn't been subject to the oil and gas production activities?
So I think what we're seeing is that a lot of the smaller communities currently are the ones that have water stress, most water stress, small towns. And for a small town to go in and put a desal plant is an expensive proposition, I think. And so I think that they've looked at brackish desal, so it's expensive. And then you have the concentrate that you have to dispose of. That requires an injection well, current injection well, class 2 injection well. That's expensive. And I think that what we're seeing in some of these areas is they know that they're looking for alternative resources. And when they see produced water is already on the surface. The oil companies are willing to treat it, kind of give it away, if you will. And the oil companies have saltwater disposal wells so they can dispose of the concentrate. And so for some communities, this is a much cheaper option than trying to put in a new desal plant. And I think that is why you're seeing some of the smaller communities in these rural areas that are experiencing drought are interested in produced water, because there's a way to pay for it by coordinating with the oil and gas companies. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Kinda.
does. I guess I would just follow that up with a couple of additional questions. So you mentioned energy requirements and waste disposal, and it's been a while since I've looked at New Mexico's brackish water data, but it looks like the majority of the costs for the energy requirements in desalination are based on the salinity. And so when you have a brackish water source that's, 10 times the salinity of seawater versus brackish, which generally falls within, the range of what's potable and then seawater, would seem that, in your opinion, from a desalination perspective, what's the more expensive energetically to treat?
First of all, I think the produced water that's at 100,000 TDS is 3 times seawater. I know that one of the other presenters mentioned 10. I think he just made a small mistake. So it's 3 times. But you're absolutely right. The treatment of brackish water is produced water is more expensive. It probably requires a thermal process, which is probably 3 times or 4 times more expensive than brackish water desal. But if the oil companies pay $1 a barrel for disposal of produced water, they can treat it for $1 a barrel. And they treat it, they get 50% fresh water out of that. and they give it to a municipality, the municipality didn't have to pay anything. The municipality could get it essentially free. They didn't need to treat the water. They didn't need to pump the water. They didn't need to dispose of it. So I think you'll see some communities that are very interested, small communities that would have to raise their rates a lot, would be interested in a treated produced water for things like golf courses, parks, commercial, industrial applications, where they could reserve their fresh water just for drinking water. So it's the avoided costs of the municipalities by using treated produced water provided by the oil and gas, and the oil and gas then having avoided costs of not having to dispose of all of that produced water. So it's a different paradigm than the community having to go pay for produced water. They're not paying for it. They're getting it potentially free from the oil and gas companies.
Which brings me to another question,
Okay.
really. And sorry, I'm not better organized, but I understand the trade-offs of offsetting costs and benefits, generally speaking. But I believe Ms. Murphy testified to the fact that the industry itself, even though there has been, it seems, an increase in reuse within the oil and gas industry, it's having some challenges reusing produced water, recycled produced water for fracking operations. And I don't know if you were here for that testimony, but I wondered if you have any thoughts on why those challenges exist, and why, if there are recycling issues currently with sort of the emerging application, why those same hurdles might not exist for use outside of the industry.
So I don't know, Kathleen. I got to see what I didn't read. I didn't think
you
that she
can-
said anything about that. So I don't want to counter
So I guess
predict Kathleen, because I don't know that how she mentioned that.
okay. I would go. I don't have time to go back and look at it, but I'll just try and rephrase a little bit.
Okay.
So the practice of recycling produced water within the oil field is, for unconventional purposes in the Permian, qualify that, is fairly new. And it is my understanding from NMED's testimony that it's not widespread. And I understand from my own experience that there's still a lot of fresh water that's used.
I don't think so.
And so I guess maybe you might not have an answer to the question of what those hurdles are within the industry, and how they might be a barrier here too. So I think I just didn't ask the question.
Okay, good. I could think I can answer the question.
Okay.
So in the 2019 Produced Water Act, I think the use of fresh water was encouraged to be minimized or even eliminated for uses inside oil and gas. And the current data that I have from OCD that they've provided to me and to the consortium to use is that we've dropped from 50% fresh water and 50% recycled produced water to 80% recycled produced water, 5% fresh water, and about 15% brackish water used for fracking in New Mexico currently. So they have changed in the last 3 years, they've changed their processes to try and eliminate the use of fresh water for fracking in oil and gas, inside oil and gas. And they've tried to do recycling. I understand from the oil and gas people that their effort is to try to do 100% fracking with recycled water in the next year or so. And right now, they claim that they use brackish water because the timing of their fracking versus the timing of their production doesn't always match. So they have to have some water, that extra water, and they're not going to use fresh water. They're going to use brackish water. And the only water that they're using now that's fresh is because it's required by law to have fresh water when they drill through the freshwater aquifers. So their focus is moving toward treating inside oil and gas produced water to a freshwater quality such that they don't have to use fresh water at all. That's the trend. And that's what I see.
And so, yeah, I guess I'll just follow it up with, and just to kind of bolster my remembrance of Ms. Murphy's testimony, is that there was kind of a lumping together of water in enhanced or secondary oil recovery and unconventional recovery. So I think that was her concern with teasing out the numbers.
Yeah, there is, you do have to tease out the numbers, just like she said. There is still a percentage of the water that's re-injected from oil and gas for enhanced oil recovery. And so when you look at the excess water, excess produced water that would be available, you do have to subtract out that water that's going into EOR, because that's not available. It will continue to be used to recycle inside EOR. And the numbers that I mentioned, the 250,000 acre feet a year, includes that reduction of EOR. That's the excess water that does not include the EOR water in that. That's the excess amount of produced water that we're seeing.
Okay. And so that was a little bit of a digression. We were talking about desalination for potable reuse. And this does maybe tie in a little bit to potential produced water reuse, which is waste disposal. And I think some of the other commissioners may have brought this up. And I do not know where Alamogordo disposes of its concentrate, but what volume of concentrate are like ballpark are we talking here, and where, who, my understanding is that those are specialized landfills that need to receive that at a certain concentration, it's no longer injectable.
So are you talking about brackish water, or are you talking about produced water?
Both.
Okay, so let me talk about brackish water. Currently, the Alamogordo plant has an evaporation pond. So if generally with brackish water, you can get, with a desal system, you can get 80% recovery. You got an expert here, you can check with him, but it's about 80% recovery. So you get, for every 500,000 gallons that you treat, you're going to get 400,000 fresh gallons of water and 100,000 gallons of concentrated. And currently the Alamogordo has about a 10 or 12 acre evaporation pond, and they evaporate that, and then those salts accumulate, and then they have to clean it out and take it to a landfill. The Brackish Groundwater National Desalination Research Facility, which is across the street, also has an series of evaporation ponds, and every 2 or 3 years they clean those ponds out from the water that they treat, put in there. So it's a common approach is to take the salts out and dispose of them in the land. At El Paso, they take the concentrate. They get about 90% recovery, so they treat about 30 million gallons a day. They get about 27 million gallons of fresh water and about 3 million gallons a day. 10% of that 30 million is a concentrated brackish water. They put that in a pipeline and pump it up to the state line and inject it into a geologic formation that's a limestone formation. So it's called deep well injection. They have a permitted deep well injection well for that concentrate. So that's brackish water. if we did treatment of produced water in the Permian Basin, as an example, you have, because the water's at 100,000 TDS, you don't want to concentrate. You want to treat it up to a level that it will stay in solution so that you can put it down a saltwater disposal well. You can get about 50% recovery. So it'll go from 100,000 to 200,000, and you'll get 50% fresh water, 50% concentrate. So you reduce the volumes that you have to dispose of by 50%, and then you have 50% fresh water. But that concentrate is at a concentration, instead of 100,000, it'll be at 200,000 or 220,000. That's below the solubility of salts, so the salts will not settle out, and you can inject them in the current saltwater disposal wells. That's the general approach that we see both in the Permian Basin and similarly in the San Juan Basin. But the San Juan Basin, because the water is higher quality, they get higher recoveries also, 80% recovery in the San Juan Basin, more or less 75% recovery. But they'll put the concentrate in a saltwater disposal well also. That's the way that it is being planned. That is what industry is looking at, and that's what communities are looking at.
So I guess if I'm understanding correctly, talking about small communities that have some extreme water shortage issues, they would have to exist in southeastern New Mexico or in the San Juan Basin. Otherwise, you're talking transportation infrastructure. I'm trying to kind of tease out why the sort of local smaller desalination pilot projects might be, why communities may be averse to those, but treated produced water as a replacement for potable or non-potable water might be more attractive.
So yeah, the transmission of water is expensive. $1 million a mile for a pipeline, big pipeline. So I think what you're looking at is from an oil and gas perspective, that if they could dispose of that to communities locally without putting it in a pipeline, that saves them money. And it's potentially a water of a quality that they can use for maybe not drinking, but household uses, agricultural uses, livestock, watering, whatever. So I think that you're seeing some of these smaller communities looking at produced water as a quick, inexpensive way, because the oil and gas companies would pay for most of the costs associated with that, because they need to reduce their disposal volumes to minimize some of the adverse effects of deep well injection and things like that.
Right, and yet in those areas, I think the majority of demand for water is in the irrigation sector. I don't know that there currently exists, since I looked at the water use by categories that was included in the exhibits.
Yeah. In many cases, you're right. I know that you've done some studies. I've looked at your studies that you've done. Lee County and Eddy County, probably 70% of the water, fresh water used in Eddy and Lee County is for agriculture. So I think that's why you see some of the agricultural guys that are beginning to have issues with groundwater tables getting low. They would be interested in that water to support that. From an oil company perspective, that's a large user of water. That's a good source of takeaway for treated produced water. So the agriculture and irrigated agriculture or greenhouses and things like that, those are large users of water. And therefore, I think that there's the reasons that you're seeing the ag community interested in that, because trying to treat brackish water and pay for that is expensive for them when they have marginal costs of crops. Getting something free, it's good. Oil companies can give away a lot of water or sell a lot of water to agriculture and have a large use of large amounts of water.
And so to follow that up, I've noticed there's kind of a overlapping of, shortage, meeting that demand, and offsetting some of the hurdles energy companies are facing. In your opinion, for communities on the Ogallala in eastern New Mexico, Clovis, Portales, that are facing some really very urgent water shortages, this wouldn't really be a solution for them.
I don't know. If you look at the Permian Basin to Portales is maybe 50 miles, 60 miles, 60-mile pipeline. If the communities on the east side, let's just talk about Clovis all the way down to Jow. So you got Clovis, Portales, Tatum, Lovington, Hobbs, Eunice, Jow. If they put a water authority together and took produced water and were able to move that north and south from Lovington or Tatum, and they have money from and shared expenses for a trunk line or pipeline that goes between all of those cities, you might be able to move that water. When you're talking 200,000 acre feet, there's maybe a lot of water that could be moved for different applications, especially if you could throw in some industry that would pay for higher costs than agricultural needs of water fairly inexpensively. Industry can pay some amount for that water, so you throw that in, there may be some opportunities. And I think my discussions with people in Lee County, Eddy County, Roosevelt County, they're all saying they have ways to use that water. They're limited in water supplies for any further industrial development. They're running out of supplies to support their existing populations. So they're willing to put in some money to work with companies, thinking that this is potentially a readily available supply that they could have access to. And you put that in the construct of the Ute pipeline that's been talked about since 1965. It's still not funded and it's still not in place. And it's still $1 billion, $50 million for a pipeline from Tatum to Portales may be a cheap, with some low cost water, may be a cheap alternative to Portales than continuing to wait till they run out of water and then trying to get $1 billion to put in the Ute pipeline. So it's avoided costs and difference in the costs for new supplies of fresh water. Some of the mayors have looked at it and said, this is the cheapest, most readily available, quickest way to get new water on the eastern side of the state.
So sorry, you keep saying quick and cheap.
Okay, I'm
and
just saying possible.
pipeline
But
altogether.
compared to 65, I don't know how long they've been waiting, 45, 65 years for a Ute pipeline. I call that long term.
Sure.
So quick may be 5 years for them, and that's still quick. That may not be next week, but it's okay.
Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I guess what I keep coming back to is that conceptually, and I think previous witness kind of talked about theoretically, a lot of these things are possible, but are we there yet? And so I'm going to revert back to inland desalination in New Mexico. It's possible, not widespread. I think you've mentioned some of the barriers. Why is this not kind of jumping over that lower hanging fruit and reaching for something that is, I guess the term emerging has been used a lot by various folks. In your experience, in your background with desalination, is it a wise step to move from exploring those options to supplementing municipal supplies with produced water?
In the mayors that I've talked to, they're all looking at alternative supplies. And they all have this idea that we've either got to go out to brackish basins, put in wells to pump the brackish water, put in the deep disposal wells to get rid of the concentrate. Then we'll have to pump that brackish water. We'll have to treat it and move it to their community, which may be those brackish supplies maybe 50 miles away. Or they can look at, and so they're already looking at treating the water or treating water that's brackish or saline. And yet next door, they have somebody that has a produced water that they're willing to treat for them. And if they look at the costs associated with that, it always comes out, it's coming out for most of those communities that working with the oil and gas guys to take that water at a cost comes out cheaper than trying to develop a well field in a brackish aquifer that might be 40 miles away and trying to pump that into that community.
But it's my understanding that the Produced Water Consortium's work on those costs and risks is still under development. Is that correct?
No, we've done a lot of cost assessments for different options, and we actually have a model that we did with Sandia National Laboratories, Dr. Vince Tidwell, using systems dynamics models with some of the people at New Mexico Tech, Len Melchinsky, to do assessments of different options for the Permian Basin. That was funded by the Department of Energy, who was very interested in what options exist within the Permian Basin for reuse of treated produced water, and would communities be interested in it, and what kinds of economic development opportunities would exist. And in doing that study, what we found is that by utilizing produced water rather than implementing their own water systems, they end up with a positive of something on the order of $1 to $2 billion in the positive per year by using produced water rather than having to put in a different infrastructure, using the existing infrastructure.
What year was that study from?
2022 or 23. It's a socioeconomic model that's on our website.
So I'm just, again, if really we're just at the initial steps of characterization, how is that possible? I mean, I'm just assuming there would be, what was the cost that was driving the cost of treated produced water? Or what was the constituent? Was it the total dissolved solids?
In general, yes.
Okay. So it sort of, again, fits into this. We have desalination technology that's been around for a while, have the ability to deploy it. It's not being deployed. If we're evaluating produced water through the lens of salinity being the most important constituent, we sort of get, we don't get the full picture of actually the cost of treatment. Would you say that's accurate?
No.
If you're just considering desalination?
So you do have to consider both pre-treatment and post-treatment. And I think those end up being, generally pre-treatment is an extra 10%, and post-treatment is probably another 10%. So you take what the desal is and the post, and add another 20%, 25%, and then you're there. Okay. And I think that's kind of what we did with the study with Dr. Tidwell, is included pre-treatment and post-treatment, knowing based upon the data that we had in hand. And that's seems to be fairly consistent with some of the newer tests that we're doing. And that's how we did the cost. And the cost model was a model developed by Dr. Peju. She was at Colorado State and at New Mexico State, that has all of the treatment, post-treatment, and opportunities and the costs associated with produced water. Okay. This ITDS model that she has. Okay.
Right. I guess, yeah, that was my question is if it's primarily driven by TDS, can it account for the costs of the additional constituents and produced water accurately?
No, ITDS was the name of the model.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It takes the other requirements in place. We'll have to we can get you in contact with Dr.
Sure. And just to follow up is because these sort of analytical methods are emerging for testing. And so my question to you is there's still seems to be a bit of uncertainty with the cost associated with it. And so it strikes me as an unfair, I'll rephrase that.
A fair comparison between brackish and produced water.
Correct.
Okay. And there may be some differences. And the one thing I would caution is we have to include is the fact that the avoided costs of the infrastructure because it's already there, willingness of the oil and gas companies to treat that water changes the cost equation significantly versus a community having to pay for all of that themselves. And that's an expensive cost for small towns, for small communities. And they often need some type of relief to be able to put those in because those are $20 and $30 million plans. Well, not that, anywhere from 10 to $15 million plants. And a small community of 400 people, it's very difficult to come up with that money.
Right. And so I'll just follow that up with in your discussion, perhaps response to one of the commissioners about the instrumentation that Dr. Zhu is using in the lab being very sensitive. My question is, sorry, I'm long-winded. We, I think as New Mexicans have all seen challenges that municipal wastewater treatment plants have encountered and mutual domestics and things like that. As it stands now, would those facilities have the capability of screening for some of these constituents that folks are concerned about?
So I think what probably ought to be looking at is, can we get enough data? And I think this is a suggestion by NMED that we need 8, 10, 15 data points that we can begin to identify how we would operate a system correctly. We've got a series of 4 or 5. We're working on another 7. We're not going to have them next week. But if we could get some consistency and understand how these things may operate for both the Permian and the San Juan, then maybe we can do some of the things that are typically done with water treatment plants, which is as long as you get your process control, and we know what the output of that process control is, and we've tested that, as long as that process stays consistent, you don't have to do as much testing. Just do a little bit of testing to make sure that you're getting the right results. And that's something that we do in a lot of water treatment plants, is once you maintain, and as long as you can maintain your process control, you can move forward with this, not quite as much testing. But I think it's gonna take us a while. I don't think next week we can get a $5 million machine and at every water treatment plant. It doesn't make sense, I don't think. But I think if we can get some data points and we can figure out how to fine tune that and make that work, it may be that we have one of those facilities in the state of New Mexico that we take the samples to that facility and that's all they do. There's several different options, I think.
Right. And, in terms of deploying technology, I understand the timeframes, but my concern is there's really been just a delay in even having data available. I mean, it's been a while since I was in school, but some of that characterization hasn't changed much. And so I'll just, oh, shoot, I moved pages entirely. I was going to read from, sorry. So this is from the Jang article in the Journal of Hazardous Materials that's been, mentioned a number of times that
That's the one from 2020, 22.
2022.
It's
Yeah.
not the most recent one that I was talking about. Okay.
Right, but still fairly recent, and I would say, valuable in terms of understanding the scope. And it says, in the introduction, that one of the barriers to use treated produced water as an alternative water source is the lack of comprehensive chemical characterization of produced water quality, and that to date, most studies devoted to the produced water characterization have focused on the Appalachian Basin. And sorry. And then on page 2, the authors state that this study is the first step towards a better understanding of produced water quality in the Permian Basin. The objective of the study and our future research is to support, the various stakeholders, oil and gas industry, regulators, stakeholders with information so that you can do a risk-based assessment. And that's where I'm hung up, is because this is clearly, and I think it was, 46 samples from 5 different sites. And it does seem to be a very promising first step. It does not seem to be, and by the authors, the characterization themselves, any sort of mature understanding. And so we have a fairly mature understanding of brackish groundwater. We're jumping into this area of something that we don't understand very much. And the reason that I bring it up is, and what we've heard from public comment is, why would we want to move forward with applications either that could potentially interact with ground and surface water when we've only just begun?
Okay. So a couple of things. One, that work was done in 2021, so it's 3 years old. We've continued to do work, and so we're getting more and more information. I'm not saying that we're there yet, but we're getting closer than they were when they first did that study. The other thing that people don't realize, I think, is that the brackish water resources that we have, even though we know kind of where they are, no one's done any pump tests with those. No one's done a full quantification of what the constituents are there, or what the true treatment might be, or how we would do the disposal. So we're still I'm taking it from a community leader's perspective. There's a lot of unknowns on the brackish side also. There's some unknowns on the produced water side. I think what I'm seeing is the community leaders are leaning toward, I'll take a chance on the produced water because I think it's going to be cheaper than taking a chance on trying to go out and be cheaper and quicker than going out and trying to get water rights or brackish water, to do the pump tests and well tests to see that you've got a good aquifer, to figure out what the treatment might be when you know where the water is today on produced water, and you know what the quality is, and you know what the treatment costs might be. So it's risk in both cases, and I see them weighing that risk and they keep coming up on the produced water side. That's just the way it is.
Sorry, they who?
The community leaders that I've talked to, mayors of Jal and Eunice and Hobbs, Lovington, Tatum.
Okay, so this is
Carlsbad.
okay, and I just have one last question. Given what you've kind of characterized here as this rapidly advancing research and characterization and treatment, and all of that being done in sort of our current framework, regulatory framework, what about this rule, this draft rule as it's currently written, prohibits continuation of that research as it stands today?
So I think in the revised proposal, from what I understand, the revised proposal still had demonstration projects involved. The original had demonstration projects involved. And I don't know that I have seen, as the demonstration projects have not been removed, have they, Jason? I don't know because
No, I can tell, I can read from the rule too. So
Okay, and
I
if he
don't-
doesn't know the answer,
I don't know the answer.
He does not know the answer.
I would defer to NMED to say whether that's still in the rule. I would think that we need to have more demonstration tests. There's no doubt in my mind that that's a requirement. We need to have the capability to do additional demonstration tests, or we're going to be limited into getting the better and better data.
So yeah, and I think my understanding of your previous testimony was that this newer version had the removal of the discharge permits, but it does have demonstration facilities included in it. And my question was whether any of your work, the consortium's work, Dr. Zhu's existing and proposed work would not be included in the characterization in the rule as it stands now. I.e., would the rule effectively shut down any existing research that is being conducted on the part of the consortium?
I do not think so. Not that, as long as the demonstrations are still in there, then will not impact us. Will not impact the consortium.
Okay, and that was my last question. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a moment in the event any of the three commissioners on the platform have a question of Mr. Hightower. Just unmute yourself.
This is Bill Brancard. I have a few.
All righty, Commissioner Brancard, please go ahead.
Okay, I will go ahead. I will not turn on my video because nobody wants to see my face right now since I just had surgery this morning. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Hightower, for the presentation. I think it's been really helpful in a lot of ways here. When was the consortium formed?
In October 2019.
So following the passage of House Bill 546, the Produced Water Act.
That's correct.
And that Produced Water Act required this commission to develop regulations about produced water. Has the Produced Water Consortium ever presented to this commission?
No, we have not.
Okay. It's what I'm sort of hearing from what you've been describing, and I guess maybe I had a little bit of background from my previous job, seeing some of the scopes of work from the consortium. Is the primary focus of the consortium on looking at proposed treatments of produced water as opposed to studies characterizing produced water?
So the consortium's major charter is to evaluate the safe and protective treatment and reuse for purpose reuse of produced water for different types of applications as identified in the Produced Water Act, which include agricultural, ecological, and public applications. So to do that, one, you have to know what you're treating. So we have to do characterization studies of the produced water to know what technologies are needed, or even more importantly, what kind of treatment trains will be needed to be able to treat the water to a safe level. And then we have to do evaluations of technologies to see that those technologies are robust enough to treat the range of produced water qualities that you see in any basin to be safe and protective of public and ecological efforts. So we have to do characterization to know how to design the treatment systems to know what to be looking for. And we have to run the treatment plants to see what the efficacy of the treatment processes are to be safe and relative to the current requirements as they exist within the New Mexico Administrative Code.
Okay, so the study of the 46 wells, which I believe is the Journal of Hazardous Materials article that everybody keeps referring to, which is NMED Exhibit 140. Is that, are we talking about the same document here?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the primary study that the consortium has done on characterization?
In characterization of the Permian Basin water, yes.
So
Before that,
you do
before-
one study in 2020 and that's it?
No. So the data that we had from most of the produced water wells in 2019 were from conventional wells, as was stated by NMED. So we ended up having to go out and look at additional wells to try and identify what we thought was representative of the Permian Basin. So the data that we have from the Permian Basin, 46 wells, was collected from data from industry and others, ourselves, to try and get a handle on the statistics associated with the produced water in the Permian Basin. So we haven't done an extensive survey since then on the Permian Basin, because I think we think that we have enough ideas of the variability in the basin. Now our tests that we're running are in different parts of the Permian Basin, the Delaware and Permian, so that we're getting data from different locations, and we're adding that data to our database as we test that water. But we're not doing a huge characterization effort currently. So we're using that data. We think that data is fairly representative of the Permian Basin.
Okay, so when I looked at the article, the researchers, in trying to figure out what possible constituents were in produced water, were looking at other basins. They seem to be looking at data from other basins around the country. But did they go through the frac focus data for all these wells?
I think you're talking about the Danforth study.
No, I'm
And
talking about this, the one that is in the Journal of Hazardous Management. I believe I'm getting it right. There is a lot of discussion about constituents that occur in other basins, and when they're trying to figure out what to look for in constituents in the New Mexico wells.
I don't have that data. I don't know the answer to that question.
So you
I
don't
do
know
know.
whether they looked at frac focus data for those wells that they were testing.
No, I don't. I know that we were not looking at frac focus for the wells that we were looking for in the Permian Basin.
And kind of reading between the lines in your earlier testimony, it seems that the companies were not volunteering to give you data that is beyond frac focus about the constituents in their well. Is that correct?
I can't really answer that. The companies were not willing to give us other information. No, I do not know that.
Okay, and I'm talking about the trade secret data, confidential material that's not revealed in frac focus here.
So the data that we collected was well data. So whatever in the well, including the fracking materials, is things that we looked at. So
Okay,
it was.
so you didn't start with knowing what they put in.
No, we did not.
Okay. So it appears from going through our extensive record that the parties have been so nice to give us all the articles they could possibly find about produced water across America, that there is a whole lot of them, or at least a number of them, that are from the consortium or members of the consortium. Does the consortium have a list of the papers that it has produced?
Yes, we do. It's on our
Published, I
website.
mean, published papers.
Yes. all of the papers.
I
that
guess,
we-
Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Chair, it'd be useful if we could get that list.
Um, so Commissioner Brankard, I'm going to leave it to your counsel to advise you on the scope of the record that you're going to be deliberating on today. My understanding is that the commissioners really need to refer to the record made by the parties rather than going off and doing their own research. But I'm going to leave it to Ms. Miller
Okay.
to advise you on that.
Seems to me that a published article in a scientific journal, we can take administrative notice of, but perhaps I'm going out on a limb there.
And that's a pretty long limb, again, in my opinion. But again, Ms. Miller's going to have to advise you on that.
So Commissioner Zemlik asked you about your concerns with the latest set of amendments by the New Mexico Environment Department to its original proposal. I'm wondering, is your concern that demonstration projects would not include what you would call field testing, where you're actually using the produced water out in the field, if that's what I understand what you mean by field testing?
No, I believe what the major concern is if you do, our understanding, my understanding, I should say, my understanding was that the negative rule was to prohibit the use of produced water for any applications. I think I agree with that. I think most people agree with that the raw produced water is a hazardous material and should not be used. And that was the original proposal, that treated produced water could be looked at for these specific specific fit for purpose applications. And that's consistent with what's in the RAP, and that's consistent with what's in the Produced Water Act. And so I think that when it was changed to prohibit both the evaluation of produced water and treated produced water, that changes our scope within what we were required to do by the Produced Water Act, our charter, and that's something that seems to be at odds with our charter. That's all. And that's the only thing that we're disagreeing with. I think they have ideas that they want to continue to do demonstration projects. We have worked with them on notices of intent before. On all of our projects, we go through NMED. They've been very easy to work with as far as getting those notices of intent to do testing. They're quick, they're fast, they're reasonable to work with. I think that process works well. All of the industry that's worked with them is very happy in working with NMED on those notices of intent. But if you're going to say you can't use your technology once you've tested it, I think that there's an issue. And why was anybody going to come to New Mexico and try to test their technology? They'll go someplace else. So I think a prohibitive rule that prohibits even any opportunity for opportunities to use treated produced water stymies the opportunities for communities and other groups to have access to other supplies potentially. And if it takes 5 or 6 additional years to get this done, I think that we're in a position where there could be some issues in some of the communities that they're going to be out of water by then. And I see them worried about putting a prohibition on the use of treated produced water. That's what I see. That's the issue that I think I have with the regulation as it's been amended and amended.
Just let me try this again. Is what you're upset about, sorry, what you're objecting to is that it would not be allowed for treated produced water to be applied, say, to a field of alpha, a small field of alfalfa in a field test.
That is correct. That's an example that you gave, and I think that that's correct.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate your time, Mr. Hightower. I sort of feel like the consortium has been kind of marginalized in this whole proceeding, but I'm glad we had a chance to hear from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brankard. I'll pause for another moment in the event another commissioner on the platform has a question. Just unmute yourself. No. All right. We will then turn from questions by commissioners to questions by the parties. I know that Mr. Wexler had a conflict. Ms. Olson, I trust you're going to be posing the questions to Mr. Hightower. And
Madam Hearing Officer, excuse me. I'm not prepared to do the cross. Mr. Wexler had prepared that, and I'm going to ask if we could make an accommodation for Mr. Wexler, similar to what we've made for other parties, to see if Mr. Hightower, if it would be possible. I know he's not available tomorrow, for him to continue this virtually, possibly on Friday.
So Mr. Hightower, the whole reason we were taking you today is because I understand you're traveling tomorrow. Is it possible for you to present yourself for the remainder of the cross by the parties? The reason I'm asking is I had thought we were going to have a couple hours divided among the parties. We now have approximately 5 minutes apiece.
So how would you like for me to do that?
Well, you could actually call in if you have just a phone. If you're taking a laptop on travel, you can join us on the WebEx platform.
Whatever you'd like. I'd be more than happy to do it.
You would? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what your availability is between now and Friday.
I could be available tomorrow afternoon. And I'd be available all day Friday.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much for that. Let's begin your cross-examination then with some of the other parties. And when Mr. Wexler returns, we will accommodate his return.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Certainly. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Hightower?
Your Honor, I have no questions for Mr. Hightower. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, do you have questions of Mr. Hightower?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hightower.
Good afternoon.
So I just have a few questions. Just to clarify a couple of things. So in your testimony, you said that you thought that the best choices for the commission would be either to reject the proposed rule or to accept the rule proposed by the department in its original petition. And that's the December rule. Is that your testimony?
That was, yes.
And so I just want to think a little bit about what a potential permit would look like. So under the December rule, which just says that no one can discharge produced water until they have a permit from the New Mexico Environment Department. And so and you said you complimented NMED on the drafting of that rule.
I did.
I just want to understand what the rule might look like, or the permit, I'm sorry, would look like. Do you think it would be a permit for a specific place in New Mexico with a specific set of treatment trains and pre and post treatment steps? Would it be the whole picture of a treatment idea? Is that what the permit would be?
I don't want to tell NMED what the permit should look like. I think the option for them to consider what a permit needs to be and what they would like to see is up to them. I just think the opportunity for people with technologies that are interested in moving forward, they could work with NMED. I don't want to tell NMED what to do or how that permit should look, but it could include a treatment train, as long as it treats the water to a quality. It could be a small scale application, acre or 2 acres, or something similar to what has been done in other places as a field pilot, something that you could control. I just think that having that opportunity allows more innovation, allows people to look at opportunities, and allows us to get the kind of the field data that we're going to need long term without putting a lot of the environment or the ecology at risk, at major risk. I think if you delay things for 5 years, I don't know how that's going to allow us to improve technologies or accelerate technologies. So that was my thinking. I do not want to tell NMED what the application should look like. It's not my role.
Did you hear the department's testimony yesterday in response to cross-examination from Mr. Wexler that the department consulted with the consortium in developing the proposed rule?
I don't think that that's quite what they said. I think that they had mentioned to us that they were going to do a regulation that was, what's the term? Prohibited. And they did. I took that to mean in our discussions that it was prohibiting the treatment, the use of produced water. And I agree with that prohibition. Raw produced water is not something that should be allowed. I do not think in most cases. What we've seen is almost everything that I can see in New Mexico probably needs at least some level of treatment. And so saying that you could use produced water without treatment, I think is inappropriate from both a health and safety perspective, which is part of our charter. So as far as prohibiting that, I'm all in favor of that. And that's what I thought that the rule was going to say. And when the rule originally came out, that's exactly what the rule said. It was the later revision of that changed from a prohibition of raw produced water to prohibition of raw produced water and treated produced water. That's the only issue that I have.
And so, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the knowns and the unknowns. You mentioned identifying about 20 previously or non-targeted constituents in treated produced water. Is that correct?
In the Permian produced water, that's essentially what we've seen is 20 20 constituents that don't fit into our targeted analysis, which is looking at over 400 constituents. So yes, we do find these what people would call unknowns. I call it untargeted, and we've now found those, and we know what they are and what their concentrations are.
And so when you did that study, let me back up. You also talked a little bit about encouraging the oil and gas industry to use blue fracking compounds or techniques that would be more common materials. But the study that you did that found the 20 let me start over. The study you did that found the 20 non-targeted compounds, was that using existing technology, existing practices?
That was using existing produced water, yes.
And so let's just look at those 20 or so that you found. Can those be removed from the produced water, the treated produced water?
Our work at New Mexico State is that yes, polishing steps and polishing technologies, also called tertiary treatment. Dr. Hugh called it tertiary treatment, we were able to remove those technologies or those constituents, either remove them or get them to levels that are below any health effect based upon the 800,000 chemicals that they fit into that we looked at on health issues and safety issues.
So at that point, if any of those non-targeted constituents remain, they would not be at levels that would cause harm to health?
That is correct.
And what's the basis of that again?
There is a database of the toxicity of some 800,000 chemicals that we compared those to. The non-targeted analysis allows you to go in and measure the molecular weight of those chemicals to the 4th decimal point. And so you can go into the database that we have, that the US EPA has, and identify what those chemicals could be and see what their hazards are and their toxicity levels. And you can compare our results to that table. And that's essentially what we did, how we did that.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Cox, do you have questions of Mr. Hightower?
No, Madam Hearing Officer, I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have questions of Mr. Hightower?
Madam Hearing Officer, just checking time. Should I try to have a stop around 5:25?
Actually, the vice chair got us a little grace on the 5:30 time. We get to approach 6.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Hightower.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Just got a few questions here about the pilot projects.
Okay.
So I would like to show you NMED Exhibit 138. May I approach? Are you familiar with this document?
I have several documents similar to this, but yes, I'm familiar with this document. Yes.
And this document shows, the list of consortium pilot projects.
Yes. These change kind of by month, but monthly. But this is a good representation of some of the projects we're looking at. Yes.
And by my count, there are 7 existing projects. Is that correct?
There are, talking about the ones in green or the ones in yellow?
Yes.
So
And Madam-
there's actually I'm looking at it real quickly. There's I think there's another one on here that no, it's on here. Yes, these are the ones. Yep.
And Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioners, my apologies. I'm looking at the hard copy I just passed out and realized that it did not print front and back. So if you'll look at New Mexico Environment Department Exhibit 138 in the record, that is what I'm referring to. Again, my apologies. Mr. Hightower, I believe you have my original copy. You have front and back, correct?
I do. Yes.
So, Mr. Hightower, are you involved with these projects? Can you briefly describe the nature of your involvement with these projects?
Surely these, as technologies are interested in participating with the consortium and having their their systems tested and evaluated with the consortium. They either contact me or they contact Dr. Shu, and we talk to them and work out the schedule with them on where they'd like to do the test, where they want to do it in Bergenbor, for example, at a bench scale or a small pilot scale, or would they like to do it in the field? So when they want to do it in the field, we try to work with them to get a site that they could go to do it in the field. So we have kind of interactions over the course of a couple of months to get the project started, and then we look at the schedule and put a schedule together, etc. Then we generally put together a kind of a working group that is interested in that technology, that wants to work with that team, so that they can. One of the advantages is they have access to vendors, oil and gas companies, midstream companies, communities that may be interested in looking at this technology, so that we can coordinate that. And so we act kind of like a broker to get different groups in to see and how the system operates, as a way to instill interest in the technology and let people know what's out there and available for them to use.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do those working group members have access to this list?
Every working group member that participates in the treatment working group has access to these lists. I send it out, generally updated either every month or every other month. Yes.
And are there project evaluation teams for each of these projects?
Yes, there are.
And that's separate from the working groups?
That's separate from the working groups. The project evaluation teams are subgroups that are interested in this technology as it and can kind of coordinate on how the operations are run, go out to the site and look at how things are done, etc. Yes.
All right, I'd like to ask you about each project. The number one project that I have at the top of the list is Canalys Group LLC.
Right.
Who is on the project evaluation team for that pilot project?
Don't have that in front of me, but I can tell you a little bit about that technology right now. It is a.
No, thank you. I know we have very limited time. I just want to know who's on the project evaluation.
I don't
team.
have that with me. I mean, I have it on my computer, but I do not have that with me. I don't have it in my mind.
Are there completed data reports for the Canalys project? Data reports.
This Canalys project is currently underway, under construction. It has not started yet. No.
So NMED does not have completed data for that project.
They do not.
Has any data for that project been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal?
No.
Is the data being generated by the Canalys project following the the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium guidelines that are outlined in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4, which I have a copy of, if I may approach? I hope this one printed correctly.
So this project, as I said, has not started yet. So there is no data yet. Okay. So the answer's hadn't started. So the answer's got to be no. We don't have any data. They're in construction right now.
Mr. Hightower, I just handed you what is marked as Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
This document is entitled Guidance on Produced Water Sampling Procedure.
Yes.
And this is a document that outlines the sampling procedure and protocols that the consortium has developed for produced water sampling.
We developed that in conjunction with NMED. Yes, we did that together. And the USCPA is involved in developing those sampling procedures. Yes.
I'd like to move to number 2 on NMED Exhibit 138, which is the NMTech PESCO Hillcourt project.
Correct.
Do you know who's on the project evaluation team for this project?
I don't have it at my fingertips, no.
Do you know anyone who's on the project evaluation team for this project?
Yes, Deborah Dixon from the consortium is running this project. That's the only name I know. I don't have, there's 5 or 6 people on there, but I don't know.
Are there completed data reports for this project?
This project is with New Mexico Tech, and their system had some problems getting started. And then when they got started, they had to go to a different site. So they have to get a different site permit because they're now going to treat it at a different site. So this project has not started.
So the answer is no.
Well, there's no data because the project's not started.
So New Mexico Environment Department doesn't have any completed data reports for this project?
No.
Has any data been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal for this project?
No.
Is the data being generated by this pilot project following the produced water research guidelines that are outlined in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4?
Objection.
What's your objection, Mr. Maxwell?
Asked and answered. This question has already been answered. He's made very well clear there's no data. It's not being collected, not for this project.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I am just trying to go through each of these projects to find out if data exists, and if so, where it does. So I don't want to assume that there's no data on the WaterStar data portal for this project.
Right. He's trying to tie up any potential loose ends here, I think, Mr. Maxwell. Go ahead.
I could go through these quickly if you wanted and tell you which ones have started and which ones do not have data and which ones do have data, if that's better, but you can ask however you want to do that.
For purposes of the record, I'd prefer to go by them one by one, and we can, if there's not any data, maybe we can go quickly.
Okay.
So I'd like to move to number 3, the Sun Vapor Project. Do you know who's on the project evaluation team for this project?
Don't remember who's on it.
Can you name anyone who's on the project evaluation team for this project?
I have it on a list, but I don't have it in my head, no.
Are there completed data reports for this project?
This project has not gotten started yet. This is a project that is being funded by DOE, and they just got their funding to proceed with it. So it hasn't started.
Does NMED have any completed data for this project? Has data been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal for this project?
No.
Is all data being generated by this pilot project following the Produced Water Research Consortium's guidelines outlined in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4?
Objection. Asked
Your
and answered
objection?
for the same thing. He
so
already said no.
Mr. Maxwell, he's going through each of the projects one at a time. This is different from the last project. And
Okay,
I would ask.
So the answer, I could say yes, because there is no data. So yes, they've got all the data we have.
Okay, I don't believe that was my question.
Okay, what was your question?
My question was whether any data being generated was following the Produced Water Resource Consortium guidelines.
Well, I could say all the data we generated followed the consortium guidelines because we haven't.
Because there's no data.
Yeah.
I'd like to move to project number 4, Infinity Water Solutions. Do you know who's on the project evaluation team for this pilot project?
I do not remember. There's 6 or 7 people.
Do you know the names of anyone who's on the project evaluation team for this project?
I don't have it in my memory. No.
Are there completed data reports for this project?
This project hasn't started yet either.
Does the New Mexico Environment Department have completed data for this project?
Don't.
Has data been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal for this project?
There's no data, so the answer is no.
Is data being generated by this pilot project following the New Mexico Produced Water Resource Consortium guidelines?
Will.
The answer is no, because there's no data.
There is no data, so I don't know that that's a no, but
I'd like to move to number 5, Ascosa Energy Partners Hydrozonics. Do you know who's on the project evaluation team for this pilot project?
this project is a enhanced evaporation project and is not, it's an OCD funded project that's probably not going forward because it requires an OCD permit and a surety bond that they're not going to proceed with.
Is there a project evaluation team for this project?
There is not a project evaluation for this project, no, because the project never got started.
So there's no completed data reports for this project,
No, there's not.
and no data has been uploaded to the WaterStar database.
Correct.
I'd like to move to project number 6. Sol Mem LLC.
Correct.
You know who's on the project evaluation team for this pilot project?
I do not have it off the top of my head.
You don't know anyone who's on.
I do not have it off the top of my head, no.
Are there any completed data reports for this project?
No, this project is just getting started.
So NMED doesn't have any completed data for this project.
No.
Has any data been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal for this project?
No.
Is all data being generated by this pilot project following the Produced Water Resource Consortium's guidelines as outlined in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4?
Yes.
I'd like to move to number 7. Devon Energy Production Company LP Crystal Clearwater Resources Project.
Yes.
Do you know who's on the project evaluation team for this project? Is that no?
No.
Are there completed data reports for this project?
No, this project is just getting underway. The technology is being moved out to the Permian Basin in Carlsbad currently.
Does NMED have any completed data for this project?
No, they do not.
Has data been uploaded to the consortium's WaterStar data portal for this project?
No, it has not.
Is all data being generated by this pilot project following the Produced Water Research Consortium's guidelines as outlined in Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Are all of these projects located in New Mexico?
All of these projects are located in New Mexico.
Are there any projects that we did not cover?
Although there's some in green that we have completed, and that's 8, 9, 10, and 11. No, 8, 9, and 10. So those projects have been completed, and their work has been uploaded. There are a couple of other projects on here that were done in Texas that we're working with groups in Texas and have gotten data, and we'll be uploading that data as we complete it. One of them is a Texas Pacific Water. The other one is let's see if you have it on here, which is on a different list that I have. We just finished a study with a company in Texas that we do have data that we're just now finishing up that will be provided to NMED. It is a thermal technology. That's Circle Verde, which is mechanical vapor recompression system. That's not on your list here.
Did you say Circle Verde?
Circle Verde.
So-
CIRCLE capital VER.
For the Texas Pacific project that you just mentioned,
Texas Pacific is a company out of Midland.
for that project, does the consortium have a project evaluation team?
As far as I know, we do. I don't know who's on that either. Not off the top of my.
And are there completed data reports for this project?
Not yet, no. We're in the process of getting ready to collect the data with them.
That means NMED doesn't have any completed data
No, they do not.
and it's not uploaded to the WaterStar data portal.
No, it's not.
Is the data from this Texas Pacific project
It's not collected.
following the
With-
Produced Water Resource Consortium guidelines?
Yes. And the Circle Verde project was done following guidelines here in consortium's guidelines.
Are there any other projects that are currently underway that we did not talk about that generate data the consortium is considering?
There are 3 other projects. All 3 of those projects are in Texas that we are working with, but they're not members, they're not associated with the consortium. But we have agreed to, if they're interested in working with the consortium, we will collect their water and do it in cooperation with the consortium following our sampling and evaluation guidelines. But those companies are working generally right now independently. The companies are
Mr. Hightower, if it may be difficult for you to reference this on the hard copy, and if it is, please let me know. But I would like to look at column U in NMED Exhibit 138, which has a heading of recovery rate.
okay.
Are you able to see that?
I don't.
May I approach? That column has a heading that says recovery rate. Is that correct?
Excuse me. It does.
Is the data by which you calculate that recovery rate considered completed data?
So I'm looking, it doesn't have a title, but I can tell by where it's at that which projects these might be. Okay. So it looks like
If you scroll to the left, you'll see, I believe, that the Canales project shows a 25% recovery rate.
okay. Then I'm looking at that. That looks about correct. Yeah.
Is that data available to NMED?
We have a report on the Canales project, yes, that we presented and should be available to, it's on our website, should be available to NMED.
And Canales is the only completed project that we've been through today.
Let's see. No. Well, the one that we've been through today, there's Zwitterco is a completed project. It was a pre-treatment project. It's number 10 on your list. Analysis has been completed. CCR, which doesn't show up on your list, has been completed, or it's not showing up in green. That has been completed, and the Circle Verde project has been completed. That doesn't show up on your list in green either.
So for project number 4, Infinity Water Solutions, I see that there is a 50 to 66% recovery rate. Is that based on completed data?
Infinity Water Solutions, which one is that?
Number 4.
Number 4, that project really, they're still in the process. They've done some pre-treatment. They're trying to do a desalination, but they haven't done their desalination project yet.
So the 50 to 66% recovery rate is not based on completed data?
No, it's not.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the WaterStar data portal.
Surely. Okay.
Who has access to that portal?
It's open access. You can get to it through our website, through the consortium's website.
And access is limited to the public.
Anybody can get to the data portal through our public website. So the public has access to the data portal.
Is any of the data limited to the public?
The data that's in there, no, is not data. The data that we have currently is not limited to anybody. It's open to all the public. So if you're referring to the tiers 3 and 4 that was discussed yesterday or the day before by NMED, we haven't populated that. That was areas that we left open with GWPC in case there was issues around, similar to what was around Frac Focus, if there was going to be some proprietary issues. So far, we haven't seen any proprietary issues with anyone as far as water quality data, because all the data that's in there is from OCD. So that's all open source data from OCD put into a data portal that makes it easier to use for industry and others. So there is no, the 4th tier, which is only for regulatory agencies, there's no data in there. We haven't put anything in there because there has been no interest by anyone in detecting water quantity data. Okay.
In your original direct testimony that you filed, your written testimony, you stated that our studies, and studies by other states clearly show that pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment polishing technologies can be used within a treatment train approach to effectively and safely treat produced water to meet the current water quality discharge numerical and narrative criteria for applications identified in NMAC 20.6.4.900. Is that a fair representation of your direct testimony?
I think that's almost exactly what I said, yes.
Is the data from your studies that you mentioned in your direct testimony available in the WaterStar data portal?
No, the WaterStar data portal is focused on water quality of the raw produced water. So it's different from the treatment studies. The treatment studies are presented to the consortium members as drafts, but they're not available until they've gone through peer review and have been published. That's part of the deal that we have with NMED, is that anything that we make open to the public has to have gone through peer review first. So the studies of CCR are currently in review, have been accepted, and the studies from Circle Verde have been submitted for final peer-reviewed journals. So
the data from the studies
do you need
that we just referenced in your direct testimony are not available on the WaterStar data portal?
No, they are not.
Is that data from those studies available to NMED at this time?
Yes, through the presentations that we've given to the consortium at the consortium meetings on a summary of that data that's been presented to the consortium on multiple occasions, but most recently, the final non-target analysis results were presented in December for the CCR data, and we will be presenting the data on the Circle Verde studies at our June meeting, our mid-year June meeting. So those will be available, and those studies then. All that information goes onto the website, so that is available as far as draft.
Okay, so I heard quite a few things there.
Okay.
One, I heard that NMED was at a presentation that the consortium gave. Is that accurate?
The meeting in December? Yes.
And at that meeting, you made a presentation about your study.
The consortium, people within the consortium gave a presentation on that study, yes, on the CCR non-target analysis results.
And NMED has access to all the data associated with that project.
It was everything that we presented and all the data was on published on the website. Yes.
And then I heard that NMED will get data in the future regarding a separate project.
June, we will present on the Circle Verde. Yes.
NMED does not have that data at this time.
That is correct.
You mentioned earlier today that the consortium was able to identify 20 unknowns, or I believe you called them TICs, tentatively identified compounds, that you discovered in produced water. Is that correct?
I said approximately 20. That's correct.
Can you identify what those unknown compounds are today?
I don't have them with me, but they were presented in December.
Where is the data that would identify those? How would I access that?
A presentation by Dr. Himali.
I would have to go to a present.
Himali, Himali, from NMSU.
So I would have to go to a presentation by Dr. Himali.
Correct.
That data is not publicly available.
It's publicly available on the website, but it hasn't been released publicly in a peer-reviewed journal. That's the publication that just came out. Journal of Hazardous Materials.
Does NMED currently have the data that would allow them to identify those compounds?
Yes, I guess if they have it on the website, then as soon as this paper comes out, they'll get a copy of it. Yeah, but it's on the website. Excuse me. If they wanted to get it, they could get it. Yeah.
Could a member of the public access that information?
Yes. Off the website.
By going to the consortium's website?
Correct.
It's available today on their website?
As far as I know, it's supposed to be uploaded back in December 2023.
Did the consortium perform a toxicological analysis on these TICs?
Yes, they did.
Is that data available currently?
Yes, it is.
To the public?
Should be on the website. It was presented at the same annual meeting.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Davis. Did you find a good stopping point? We need a few minutes to pack up.
I believe I can wrap up quickly.
Thank you.
Do you know if the data regarding the TICs that we were just talking about, does it include chemical abstract service numbers?
I think it does. Yeah. Not my area of expertise, but I think it does.
Just got a few more questions for you and we can wrap up.
All right.
Earlier today, you stated that raw produced water is a hazardous material.
I think that I'm not going to say all. I said, I think most produced waters that I know of would be considered as hazardous materials. They either are corrosive, toxic, or have other constituents that would make them, by definition, hazardous.
Are any of the current pilot projects that we discussed today in NMED Exhibit 138 taking place at locations that are off the oil field?
The only one that we have here that's off the oil field is the one Salmem, which is at Bergendorf.
Is it fair to say that the pilot projects are conducting research for applications of produced water, treated produced water that are unrelated to the exploration or production of oil and gas?
So the tests that we're running are treatment technology tests. There is no application associated with those. So they are only a test to evaluate the efficacy of the treatment technology relative to the raw water versus the final treated water.
Did the Canales project not contemplate the use of treated produced water for agricultural purposes?
They did that project, but the way that they did that test was that they did the test so we did a no discharge. So these are set up so that you can't do discharge, but they got approval to do a test at a greenhouse at New Mexico State. So they did have in the back of their mind that they were going to treat that water because of where they were for agricultural applications. But that is the only technology that we have tested that had a application in mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hightower. I have no further questions, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. and begin with public comment.
Question. Can you explain what is going to happen with the rest of the cross-examination with Mr. Hightower?
Yes, we are going to find a time either tomorrow afternoon or at some point Friday for all the other parties to cross-examine him.
And that's going to be on WebEx?
Yes.